see if I can. They're still around. Yeah. Hey.
All right, good morning, everybody. We'll get started in 1 minute. So everybody, please get settled.
Yeah, I got her. Hi.
Do they look at this? Montano coming?
Breathe, breathe, yeah.
No, I called.
I don't know.
John just to resign, and then I was gonna renegotiate on fire finance for our PAFs. That's how I was told. Normally don't wear canali, but trying to be a little bit more mild. Going on with this thing.
All right, good morning, everybody. Let's get started, please. We're barreling through these budget meetings and we begin today with another long day. The online comments from yesterday will be posted online. Mr. Shai told me just now that we have 4 online comments only today, and they relate to the last topic. So with that, we will begin this morning's presentation with the sheriff. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you all for having these meetings and our opportunity to be heard. I'm here this morning with Dr. David Troutenberg, who is the CFO of the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office, and Director Elizabeth Boyer, our financial director. I also have many members of my executive team in the audience. If you wouldn't mind standing up, they are here to answer questions as needs be as we present our budget to you. So thank you all. And we'll go ahead and get started with your permission. I'm here today to request that you adopt the proposed budget for the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office, which I submitted to the City Council and which enhances and builds on the budget submitted by the city. In our proposed budget, we are asking for a $2.43 hour pay raise for our hourly workers at OPSO. And that is especially our hardworking deputies. I don't often wear my uniform, but I wore it today to represent the tireless and endless work of the deputies of this department who come to work every day, and to remind you that we are a major law enforcement agency sitting at the heart of the criminal justice system in New Orleans. A lot of people don't even know what the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office does. And for too long, we have been an afterthought in the criminal justice system. So I want to say this loud and clear today. There is no criminal justice system and there is no public safety in the city of New Orleans without the men and women of the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office. And we must pay and respect them accordingly. That increase of $2.43 per hour will allow the Sheriff's Office to deliver on a long delayed and much deserved hourly pay increase for deputies from $15.57 per hour to $18 an hour. But as you will learn in our presentation, $18 is Band-Aid. We went to the city asking for $20 per hour, and that is the minimum that we need to get to. We want to work with you to budget and to plan accordingly. We will continue to lose employees until we pay them appropriately. Members of this community place a very high value on public safety, and that is reflected in all of your policy positions, and it is reflected in the size of the budget allocation for the New Orleans Police Department. My team and I are here to remind you that the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office is also a law enforcement agency and a key player in the system. And I want to just remind you about a few things. Without us, the criminal courts won't function. Without us, the civil courts, including the domestic violence courts and the service of TROs to protect women, will not function. Without us, the men and women taken into custody for making our homes and our streets unsafe will not face justice and will not be held without us. Without us, victims and survivors would not get compensation and counseling and love and support. Without us, those being ordered to mental health care through the civil court system would not get to their treatment. Without us, over 50% of the residents in the jail wouldn't get to mental health care, and the majority of residents would not get medical care. Thank you, Major Griffin. I'm joined here by Major Jonathan Griffin, the Executive Officer and Deputy Warden of the jail. Without the data in our servers that our employees manage and create, the criminal court would not function, the criminal clerk would not function, and the data that this own city council puts on your website would not exist. And at the end of this month, I'm going to sit down with Chief Ferguson, and I'm going to work with him to help make sure that we make the holidays and our carnival season safe for our amazing city. But I cannot ask my team to risk their safety when they are working alongside people who are actually respected and paid appropriately when our team isn't. NOPD deserves it, so does the OPSO. So if you value public safety as this community does, then it becomes clear that OPSO deputies are worthy of your support and worthy of a pay increase. They are worthy of a greater investment in public safety. Here's why. We've served over 900 TROs in my tenure. We average close to 500 attorney-client visits per month that allow the criminal justice system to keep running. We transport over 100 people a day per court while keeping the court safe and adhering to the requirements of each of the individual 13 courts. We feed 1,000 people 3 times a day. We provide medication multiple times a day, as well as ensure medical and mental health and dental appointments. And we keep people safe in this jail despite its dangerous construction, which I have documented to you, the mayor, and to the federal court without any remedy and without any help. This budget that we have submitted will help to fix some of those problems. And we have done this all at 45% staffing level. I want to thank the men and women of this department because the narrative that has been created about them is fake and is false. And going forward, I'm going to be very vocal in disputing and responding back to any fake news. If you value public safety, I'm asking you to approve the budget we have submitted. Besides fair and equitable pay, we're focused on improving employee resources, such as body-worn cameras for accountability and transparency, and Kevlar vests, which our team is entitled to. We are working on pathways to career development as well as opportunities for advancement, because we don't just have to recruit and hire people, we have to retain those that we have. We have taken significant steps to update the outdated and obsolete systems and infrastructure in order to create a constitutional, safe, and secure jail for residents, for our staff, and for this community. And we are transitioning the operation of this jail to a high standard of humane residential care, including physical safety, medical care, mental health care, respect for residents' rights, and the goal of reducing recidivism and therefore actually impacting crime. We see generations of families come through this jail. At some point, we have to impact that and stop that. And we are dedicated to managing the sheriff's office with a professional standard of operational continuity, transparency, accountability, and civic engagement. I have assembled an amazing team that works tirelessly to make these changes. And at my 12-month anniversary on May 2nd, we will have our systems in place to fix what has been broken for so long. So long, in fact, decades. None of that can be fixed in 6 months. But we are here, we're ambitious, we have a 12-month plan, and we are going to make this substantial change, and we're going to document all of that. And we're providing you with the information to be our partners in fixing that. So I'm asking you to support our efforts so that we can reward the current staff, attract more staff, fulfill our obligations to our resident population under the consent judgment, and to work more effectively with our criminal partners. This is not rocket science. I don't need experts to tell me that we have 100+ jobs to do and 45% staffing to do it. Pay is at the heart of our reduced workforce. If we pay them, they will join. This community demands public safety. The question is, will you, the city council, join me? Will the mayor join me? And will the community join me in fixing what is wrong? We are making progress, but we can make even more progress if you approve our budget request and help us to build a safer community. But know this, if we fail, we all fail. There will be no public safety without the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office. Thank you, and we will begin our presentation.
Hi, my name is Dr. David Troutenberg. I'm the Chief Financial Officer at the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office. Before I begin, I would like to thank the sheriff personally, who after a nationwide search selected me to be her CFO. I'm honored to be that CFO, and I look forward to working with all of you in getting a budget that allows us to have the resources we need to execute for next year. I also would like to thank the Budget Working Group, particularly Shelby Flynn and Tommy Vassell and Gilbert Montano, but especially I would like to thank Councilmember Oliver Thomas, who has given us tremendous insights and really has forced us to think differently. I also would like to thank the Division of Finance that I lead. They're hardworking professionals. They put in over 1,000 hours of work in getting and culminating in today's budget. Finally, I'd like to thank our women and men in green, as well as our residents we take care of. This proposed budget is for them and for our beautiful community. So thank you. In talking about how do we go about doing a budget differently, we decided to do a heavy pivot and get away from what has traditionally been for the city an historical-based model to look more at a needs-based approach. And what that means is we worked from the bottom up with our individual chiefs and other areas within OPSO to truly understand in an evidence-based or data-driven way to begin to understand what is preventing us from achieving at a very high level. We also recognize that the city has identified that going forward on a historical-based budget just isn't tenable anymore. So funding and accountability go hand in hand. And we believe that we have the talent and the expertise to execute, but we can't execute without funding. The ability to execute is interdependent with an ability to be funded, and then you can hold us accountable. This budget gives the sheriff the accountability to begin to address the decades-old issue in what is known as one of the worst jails in the country. Next slide. What are we focused on? This goes hand in hand with the sheriff's mission. We want to become the gold standard of a constitutional jail. I'd like to emphasize that because in listening to the NOPD presentation, I know they're focused on being the gold standard of a constitutional police force. We have the same goal and we have the same work ethic to achieve it. So care, custody, control of our residents, transforming the culture and structures of our organization. But probably the single biggest challenge we faced and what we noticed in our evidence-based approach is that recruiting and retaining human capital that's committed to OPO's mission is our biggest challenge and our greatest hurdle. And that is what this budget will be addressing. Our mission pivots around four primary strategic goals, each having specific benefits. Workforce is key. As the sheriff said, we're at a 45% below our staffing capacity. It's kind of like fielding a sports team, whether it's, let's just say, the Saints, where instead of 11 players, we are fielding 5 players to play the game. It's not a good way to play. We also have dire facilities and technology needs, basically resulting from being systemically underfunded, where we haven't been able to apply resources to modernize our infrastructure. We're also moving our residents to a more humane care. It's really a case management focused restorative justice. It's a different model. It puts an emphasis on the residents having responsibilities as well as our workforce. And operationally, we have a number of things we need to do just day in and day out to maintain our infrastructure, our buildings and systems. Let's have a contextual understanding of where we have been, which is in our most recent history. Going back to 1969, we had a consent decree on jail conditions. I'm not going to go through all these. Katrina in 2005 brought national attention to the challenges we have to face here in our city and with this council and the mayor's office. And currently in 2013, we're under a consent decree. We are trying to solve a long-standing and very stubborn problem. Status quo, using the same management approaches and techniques, using resources in the same way, approaching the budget in the same way, is just not going to get the results we all want. I think we all can agree to that. In looking at the lawsuits and the decrees, they've been unsuccessful in solving this problem alone. Part of the reason is far too long, the OJC has been the poster child of how a jail should not be run. So where do we start? If we want to become the gold standard of delivering on a constitutional jail, we collectively now have the leadership within Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office, within the city, on this council, and within our community to deliver on this goal. But we need to be right-sized in terms of our funding. This makes us accountable for our results. We need your help and support to raise the performance level, not only within the jail, but also within our civil and criminal courts. It's interesting. The consent decree has recognized our challenge since 2013 and puts it at the forefront, which is funding. We need the adequate funding of, particularly around staffing, to achieve a constitutional and safe jail, not only for our residents, but for our own OPS staff. This can be seen particularly early in Sheriff Hudson's administration when she delivered a letter to Magistrate North in July of 2020. It's in the appendix section in this presentation. Early on, the sheriff and her team identified over $3.1 million of needs just in the jail that are contained within our budget. So funding is at the heart of our challenge. With adequate funding, we believe we can leverage our human capital and our technology to increase performance, as well as to make sure that we're accountable for our results. Let's look at some data. Right now, we would be optimally staffed within OPSO if we had 558, let's just round it up to 600 employees. We're currently staffed at 304, which means our staffing is 45% below need. I want you to really think about that. We play every day. We come to work every day to serve our residents, to serve our community, to serve the civil courts and the criminal courts. But we only have 45% of the human capital power we need to execute. But it's even worse than that. If you look at the ratio of residents or inmates to correctional staff, the national average recommends for every 3.3 residents or inmates, one correctional or sworn officer. We're operating at 7.8 residents or inmates to one officer. That not only creates a dangerous situation for our residents who are looking for us to help maintain their safety, but it also creates an unsafe situation for our employees. Again, the data tells the picture. We are dangerously below any reasonable level of operational ability and safety. This has far-reaching implications for public safety within our city. And our historical budgeting by the city has played a part in maintaining the staffing discrepancy. We need to close our 45% gap in essential staffing. That is our number one root cause of the problem that we have identified through an evidence-based approach. It requires closing the gap in both sustainable pay and benefits. Let's take a drive through the data. Jefferson Parish, perhaps our most comparable organization, pays their beginning deputies at $17.31 an hour. East Baton Rouge is closer to the national average and pays $20.28 an hour. The national average is $20.82. In addition, we have benefits gaps. Our employees have told us, much like NOPDs, that they would like to see 100% employer-paid health care. That is in our budget. We would also like to address in the future, but not now, because we have to do things that in a way that we can manage correctly, prudently. Child care subsidy is very important for our employees and for their families. We would also like to move at some point to a COLA-based pay raise, but obviously we need to figure out and work with you all and the city and how do we get to a COLA-based pay raise, because it has to be recurring. And then we also have discovered that we have a real need to provide a career pathway for our employees. They need to know that when they come in to what we hope to be the gold standard of a constitutional jail, that they have a career for life. The data is telling. We need to address and solve the pay gap and the benefits gap in order to recruit and retain correctional professionals, primarily in the jail. So let's think about this. Let's make pretend we're all rational people. We want to be a new academy recruit. Do we go to OPSO at $15.57 an hour when we can go right next door to JPSO? Or maybe we have mobility and we can even move to a safer facility and make over $20 an hour and get more to the national average. So an academy recruit has truly very little incentive right now to begin a career as a correctional officer within the OJC, and as remember, still historically one of the worst jails in the United States. And we're asking them to do this on a barely livable wage, antiquated benefits, and a lack of a clearly defined career ladder. But we truly know through our data approach that if we address the pay and benefits gap, then we address the biggest factors related to performance. But you know, it's not just pay, because our deputies also require first-class equipment, whether that's body cameras, whether that's stabbing vests, whether that is ceramic vests to protect against bullets, training. We all would like to have a standard firearm that maybe they don't have to buy, that we should be providing to them, as well as uniforms. All of this is embedded within our budget. Again, where do we start? This data slide again tells a very interesting story. And we're going to start with our biggest expense item, which is very similar to every other of our sister correctional and law enforcement organizations. Labor, meaning salary and benefits, consumes almost 85 cents of every dollar appropriated to OPSO in its budget. That's for salaries and benefits. If you look at it, that leaves very little room to fund basic capital maintenance needs, let alone the constant needs we have for vehicle replacements on a sustainable program, upgrades of servers, things like that. We have to address and replace aging and obsolete technology that has come to the end of its life. I know this firsthand because our finance system, what we call our enterprise resource planning system in finance, is 40 years old. We cannot even import data to Excel spreadsheets. Everything is a manual entry. And I can tell you, as a CFO, where I have managed billion-dollar budgets, the more you are relying on manual entries, the more you are prone to errors in your data. And when errors in your data go into your system, that's not good. Let's go to the next slide. Unfortunately, the data shows a sad story for OPSO. Our funding has remained flat relative to other city functions and law enforcement organizations like NOPD. Why do I keep comparing OPSO to NOPD? It's very simple. We're in a symbiotic relationship with our brothers and sisters in blue. Whatever they manage on the streets ends up in our front door. And we're a hotel that we cannot turn away our guests. We have to let our guests come in our front door into a safe and secure environment. So let's just look at where the compounded annual growth rate, I know that Councilmember Green, good Harvard grad, understands this, but our compounded annual growth rate is our annual increase by percentage. So on an average, NOPD's budget has gone up about 6.6% a year. I want you to look at the bottom green line. That is OPSO's funding rate. I will also tell you, if this were your green line, we would need to be doing CPR on you right now and probably coming with you with the defibrillator paddles, because it's just not sustainable. We're just barely able in our funding to keep our lights on. OPSO's funding has been based on a model, a historical model that maintains a model of understaffing. As the sheriff said, this is not rocket science. We are here in our condition because we have been forced to rely on a budget model that is funded to keep us being understaffed. OPSO's funding appropriations have been historically based on prior quarter's spend rate, not on its projected or budgeted future annual operating needs, which is the first commandment in budgeting. Your budget is your best guess of where you need to be and where you want to go in the future, not in the past. It's not best budgeting practices, and it puts all of us at risk of continued poor performance. You just don't fund where you were. You fund for where you wish to be. where you wish to go or where you wish to achieve. So let's look at this. You can see in the process that has been occurring in the budget working group for years. We get basically staffed at 45%. The city's proposed budget then is on that 45%, and it ends up that our adopted budget embodies that 45%. The city's historical budgeting process has never allowed OPS to staff to need. The process uses the previous year's spend for the next year's budget, which is based on a low pay and benefits and a 45% staffing gap. Expecting any other outcome than where we are right now is not going to happen. So our funding doesn't happen by accident. It's been based off a historical based budgeting approach with little regard for expected or desired outcomes. And we're trapped in this paradigm of underfunding. Merely rolling over our historical budget and not allocating all the funds. And by that, I mean both our recurring and one-time funding is a big part of why we have made little traction in getting out from under the 2013 consent decree. We are truly grateful for the city for recognizing that its budget methodology is not getting the job done. This is particularly so for Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office. And this validates our budgeting approach of building a bottom-up or needs-based budget and our request to be funded fully. And this is the budget we're presenting today to the city. But it's interesting because for some reason, this song remains the same. We cannot close the staffing gap as mandated without closing the pay gap and the funding gap. But where are we? In November of 2013, then Mayor Landrieu offered the former sheriff the same budget he gave him last year. And in October, although we presented to the city a much different budget than what was put forth, the CAO's office has offered the sheriff's office the same budget as last year. And frankly, this is the main problem we must fix. We just cannot close the staffing gap as mandated without closing both the pay gap and the funding gap. And we certainly cannot achieve our collective goals, not just for the sheriff's office, but for the city council, the city, and our residents to achieve our goals for public safety with last year's budget just being rolled over. And this brings us to the heart of the matter. The sheriff has established, and I believe she has had conversations with the mayor, a new pay and hourly benefits for essential staff and our underpaid hourly positions. What is the proposal? Well, we know in looking at the data that we're at $15.57. Jefferson Parish is about, I want to say maybe 14% above that. And East Baton Rouge is maybe 23 or 24% above that. So if we increase our hourly pay to all staff, not just deputies, by $2.43 an hour, that gets us to $18 an hour. That's a level 1 deputy. But you know, we follow a very targeted approach with taxpayer resources because we take our responsibility to use taxpayer resources just as seriously as you do. So how do we use targeted therapy, much like a cancer doctor trying to cure cancer in a patient? We are being targeted where we want to increase the shift differential for pay in the jail, meaning if you work in the jail and you're directly responsible for working day in and day out with our residents, you will get a $2 increase during the day. Why is that important? Because night, the second shift, is our hardest shift to fill. And if we do the $2 during the day, that becomes $4 an hour at night. And that allows us to begin to compete with our own challenge of competing with details. So it's a way to begin to get truly a market-based pay to attract the talent we need to where we need them. But pay isn't everything. Let's look at the benefits. Again, the first two are embedded within our budget ask. Fully funded health care for all employees, just like NOPD. We also want to do a 5% longevity bonus. Right now, we're at 2.5%. I really would like you to understand this. At 2.5% over 5 years, that's 0.5% a year. The historical average of inflation has been at around 3.5 to 3.8%. Now, we all probably watch the news today. I know I do. I always like to see what Sheba Turk is wearing. 7.8% announced inflation rate for this year. So if I'm only getting 0.5% increase over 5 years, and my rate of inflation is almost 8%, doesn't take a rocket scientist to understand more of my disposable income needs to go for my groceries, for healthcare for me and my family. Everything else goes up, and I have a lot left over to just have a livable wage. In addition, in the future, we know that for our families, childcare is very important, not just for our employees, but for their families. And we also are starting to look at how do we get to a COLA-based, which is a cost of living allowance-based pay raise. Again, NOPD has the same challenge. We are a connected ecosystem within law enforcement. We also want to do and find a way to do reimbursement for continuing education. All of this costs us about $6.2 million, and it's in the proposed budget. We want to be the employer of choice when a young person is continuing a career in law enforcement. But you know, we're realistic in what we can do. We can't fulfill 250 or 300 open positions, but we feel pretty confident that we can get net into the system 25 net new recruits per quarter. That will be 100 more deputies coming into the system between now and the end of 2023. And we've calculated this in the payroll and the impact. The variances you can see, it increases our regular raises by about wages by 9.4 million, overtime, because they're embedded the way they do their shifts, they have embedded overtime, pension, something we have to do. State supplemental pay is another benefit. If you're a sworn deputy and you're a post certified, you get an additional, I think it's what, six, or is it went up to 7, I thought.
6,000 with the 1,000.
Yeah. So there's 2 appropriations. One is for 6,000, and the state legislature just did an additional 1,000, but that can go away. But those 2 total right now, 7,000. So we've planned it, we've modeled it, and it's in our budget. So let's go to the proposed OPSO budget. Not much different from last year, except we have factored in inflation rates for utilities and things like that. As you can see, our biggest ask ends up to be in recurring expenditures of $12.35 million a year. The interesting thing is, we don't want to include WellPath in showing our operational budget. And I'll tell you why. We do not have the ability to reallocate those funds if there's any excess, and that contract is managed by the city. So it creates an unfair representation of what we are getting budgeted for to run our organization. So that 20 million is a pass-through from OPSO, meaning we get it and it gets earmarked and paid right to our health provider for our residents. So we need our 12.35 recurring income. Is that such an unreasonable request? We don't think so. In fact, if you do an evidence-based approach, kind of interesting. I didn't know where we would be when I joined in June of 2022, and we've taken the last 4 months to really dig into our data. But if we were funded at the same compounded annual growth rate as our brothers and sisters in blue, that gap is $12 million. So that seems to validate what we're asking for and what we need in order to be able to deliver on becoming a constitutional jail and the gold standard. Unfortunately, it's a little bit worse. Because so much of our funding, much like other city entities, go to salary and benefits, for OPSO, we have received zero funding over the last 5 years for critical infrastructure. No funds have been available to allocate to capital spending in OPSO in 5 years. Our security system infrastructure and software is dangerously obsolete. Zero of the approximately 400 million in available one-time funds through all the different federal programs due to COVID were allocated to OPSO in 2002. And we currently have no direct allocation of future ARP funds or other similar one-time funds assigned to the sheriff. We don't have budget certainty, and we need budget certainty in order to run our operations. So this highlights OPSO's reasonable request to be allocated all at once with both recurring and one-time ARP funds. This will give us budget certainty that's required to meet the consent decree, as well as assure the highest level of public safety. So where does that 25 million go? Well, I know that the city council asked in previous presentations to see, and this is in priority. So you should see that our jail management system, which is obsolete, is costing around 4 million. We need facility enhancements in the jail. I think I said earlier, our financial ERP system, or our ability to account and manage taxpayer funds, needs to be replaced. We've been told by the provider that they will not support our antiquated system. We have server upgrades. The residents require tablets and Wi-Fi in our OJC so they can communicate not only with their families, but also with their legal representatives and the legal team that represents them. We have some building capital improvements. Our investigative services is in a building that I wouldn't say it's quite like Camp Lejeune right now, but it is in deplorable condition, and they should not be in that building. We have a mobile command center replacement. So we don't have a mobile command. It's my understanding we were given some kind of Winnebago by some citizen who donated it to us right after Katrina. It's an ideal expenditure because the depreciation on that is over a 20-year period. It's not like a vehicle that our sheriffs drive around that basically depreciates to zero in 3 years. It's a 20-year investment. Firearms and other things for our deputies that put their lives at risk every day, and then miscellaneous. But we've ranked them, and we believe that they are very prudent in their expenditures. We have some supporting data, and then you Happy to take questions. Let's look at where the data shows us and what's going on within the OJC. What? Am I right? Uh-oh. Well, there's no green on that. Ooh. Okay, I don't know what happened to that slide, but we have comparisons on my slide that I'm seeing between intake and release. So you should know that our trends are that we're taking more people in, we're trending back to pre-pandemic levels, and our release rate is what I call sticky. And what does sticky mean? That means our residents who end up coming into the OJC are staying longer. Can we go to the daily part? Okay. As you can see, we're starting to see a trend increasing to pre-pandemic levels. In addition to our intakes increasing, our average length of stay, as you can see, is increasing. Why is that? Well, we think this can be attributed to a number of factors, such as COVID, high percentage of residents inmates, over 60% of our population charged with violent crimes. That takes a little bit longer to work its way through the justice system, staffing shortages, and backlogs. Decline in use of force. This is a very interesting slide. I want to spend a couple minutes on this one. Because we are starting from a different approach, a restorative justice approach, a case management approach in our facility with our incarcerated individuals, our residents, you can start seeing, we hope, is a trend since the sheriff took office of a decline in the use of force. We're beginning to see positive data that the method that we wish to employ and pivot to in the management of that facility is starting to gain traction. We also have a mental health challenge within our population, and that's expensive. Now, it's embedded within the WellPath contract, but it also spills over into what we're required to do with our own staff. It remains both a priority and a critical ongoing need that we will address. Here is the letter that Sheriff Hudson sent to Magistrate North, asking, I think, for about $3.12 million within the first 60 days of her coming into office. If we go to capital and infrastructure investment, this is our one-time funding needs. You can see that we have done our homework in addressing where we want to make our place with one-time monies, addressing one-time needs. And this addresses the council's prior expressed concerns on requests for clarity from our other sister law enforcement agencies. And I think, is that it? That was a lot, and I apologize for taking a while to go through it, but I think context is important.
No, thank you. It was a very thorough presentation. Councilmember Giarrusso.
Thank you. Good morning. Because the sheriff's office is asking for nearly $100 million, I have a lot of questions about that. So first, as I've done with all of the criminal justice groups, is the office committed to data sharing with the city, including sharing in brass its budget needs and expenses?
We are not committed to using brass. Our financial system is a different system, and we are going to maintain our own financial system that is necessary between the two agencies. But we are dedicated to sharing every expenditure that we have with you. Absolutely. And that's the purpose of this new system, because it's my understanding right now, pulling out of this antiquated system we have right now is very difficult to pull actual numbers out of.
But Sheriff, you would agree that if you have your own system, then the city has to rely on your numbers as opposed to having an integrated system where everybody talks together.
Yeah, it's necessary for independence as well, though.
Okay. One of the things that was stressed throughout the meeting today was transparency and accountability. I've seen that your office has made a request for non-disclosure agreements. How do non-disclosure agreements comport with transparency and accountability?
We've been asked to share a great deal of data, unfiltered and unredacted data with the monitors and the plaintiffs and other partners in the system, and we're glad to do that. But we are not going to be responsible for that information, which is not public. There's a lot of confidential information. As you heard Dr. Trautenberg say, over 50% of our residents are on a mental health docket, and there's tons of medical and other information that we are sharing that we're not going to be responsible or liable for. We share this with folks. They have to understand their obligation to keep it safe, and that they're going to be liable if they share this individual information with.
And has there been any motions filed as a result of people sharing information that they shouldn't have?
Have there been any what?
Motions, any requests, formal requests to the court saying X party shared something that they shouldn't have shared?
I'm not aware of that, but we also haven't shared this volume of information with them before. That's why we're requiring this NDA. They were not getting all this information that we are voluntarily glad to give them. We want to make sure it's safe.
And are the plaintiffs now content with all of the information that you have provided to them?
We're not finished, I don't believe. I mean, we have, like we said, antiquated systems that are difficult to manipulate. And that's why we need some of these one-time funds to have systems that we can pull information out of rapidly and easily, case management systems to manage a ton of data and tons of investigations, video, body worn camera, all these things. It's just not that simple to share all this volume of data without systems in place that we have asked for help in purchasing.
In fairness, though, the answer to my question is no. The plaintiffs are seeking additional information that has not been provided to them.
I'm sure they're seeking a ton of information. I don't have a list of that, but we're glad to see whatever lists they have. If you have a list, we're glad to look at it and answer what we can answer here today. But yeah, there's a lot of information that we are going to voluntarily give them.
The list is filed into the record, so I'm more than happy to provide that to Mr. Bosworth.
Okay.
One of the things I didn't see in here, what was the sheriff surplus for 2022?
Well, we don't really have our known surplus yet because we're still in the year of 2022.
But you have a number, Dr. Trautenberg.
Yeah, we do, but we're spending that as we go forward. So
What
I think it's
is
gonna
the
be-
number?
Hold on.
If,
Okay, if you go to template number 2, which is total inmate related. Yeah. Right now, we're showing, and this is a snapshot as of October of 1.7 million. But we have a run rate that we're spending, particularly on technology and for our vehicle replacement, which we didn't ask for any one-time ARP money because we see that as a recurring expense. So we are on a 20%, 1/5 of our fleet replacement. So that's embedded within our budget. So
Right.
just because that surplus shows there now, that's not where it will be when we close out our books on December 31st.
Is your expectation not to have any surplus at the end of the year?
I think we may have a little. I
Okay.
mean,
Perhaps.
Well, I know, but I guess it's important because
Mhm.
the sheriff's office has been quite clear today. Your position is you need more money to be able to do more work, and yet
Mhm.
there is an operating surplus at the end of this year.
Well, if I may,
Of course.
if you look at the GFOA, which is the Government Financial Officers Association, they recommend keeping within any operational budget a 10%, what they call an unassigned fund balance, 10% of your annual expenditures. So let's just say that our budget is 60 million. That range is somewhere between 10 to 20%. So in order for us to be eligible to get excellence in financial reporting, we need to show in our budget an unassigned or what they call a rainy day fund to manage our operational needs of 10% at the minimum of our expenses. So if we put that in our line item,
But-
does that hurt us?
We do intend to spend this money. We have needs, and what we're here to ask you for these one-time funds, but we're going to spend this money. Tablets are a must. They can do attorney-client visits, mental health care, medical care. We've got to have these things. We're going to spend this money, absolutely. And we'd love to start the raises as soon as we are sure that we will continue raises. We're going to start raises. Our team is just hanging on by a thread.
I understand that. Can we, look at, Dr. Trautenberg, you had the daily population numbers earlier. I guess where I'm confused is in 2018, the jail had 1,363 inmates. Now we're at 990. That's a decrease in the total population. One, I think you know what my question is, but I'd like to get it out, please. Which is, one would expect with a decrease then in 400, almost 450 inmates,
So
that then you would not have operational costs increasing so significantly.
We have put the fixed costs that we're looking at,
they don't go down.
they don't go down. Okay, so this jail, there are certain structural parts of this jail that have to be fixed. Like I can't even, we're not gonna even express them in public because there are so many parts that are unsafe in this jail that have to be fixed. That's a ticking time bomb. They just have to be done. So these things have to be fixed. Now, what year was that? 2018, 2019?
2018.
Not in compliance, not even close to in compliance with the consent decree. So yeah, we had a population then, but the jail was not running properly. We're trying to get it to where it is running operationally right.
I think we all agree on that point.
Yeah.
Let's be very clear that we all want a jail that is not only constitutional, but that is humane. My simple question, though, is you've seen a drastic decrease in the number of inmates who are there. So as a result, there should be operational savings. And I'm asking why that isn't the case based on such a large decline in population.
The former sheriff never said that his staffing was at 45% at that time period. They had a lot more staffing. And in fact, they have always been told, and Major Griffin can attest to this, that prior to the pandemic hitting, they were reaching optimal staffing levels. That's all gone. That's all gone now. So we're dealing with medical care and mental health care that keeps going up. We have more and more overtime with less employees. We've had just a number, running this jail has just been a number of issues. We had a fluke incident where somebody was shot and drove through our gates. We now have to buy new gates. Those don't cost pennies. Those are hundreds of thousands of dollars. So we're dealing with what we have. We're dealing with a pandemic.
I understand both those things, but I guess, and I don't want to belabor it too much more, but I'm going to ask it one more time. If you have declining population
Mhm.
and declining staff,
Mhm.
that should indicate increased amount of money on hand.
I understand your question. And I think that certainly there are variable costs that let's just say theoretically may come down. But if your resident or inmate population has more severe mental health afflictions that have to be addressed, and also we have much more violent criminals that requires, more expenses to deal with that. That's variable. Yeah, I'm saying yes, but our fixed cost, it doesn't change. We have a building, we have facilities. I don't want to say it's exactly the same whether we have one resident or many, but you just can't go and get rid of your fixed costs overnight. It doesn't pivot like that, but
And the cost of food and supplies and all that has not gone down.
I understand, but I think we need some more analysis, because what you're saying is we understand cost of living has gone up. We had to do a mid-year budget adjustment for fuel this year. We understand we're adjusting the budget for people to earn higher salaries, but I guess I'm having a lot of trouble because I need to see on paper why you have fewer deputies or fewer staff, fewer inmates, and then why the variable costs have increased so much to make up such a large difference. I want to ask, before I get to the FTEs, which the sheriff brought up, that we're now 6 months post the 2 deaths of Mr. Nealand and Subair at the jail. What is the status of those investigations?
Both of those investigations are closed. We're going to issue a statement, I hope today, if not maybe Monday. And then we'll work on redacting the reports so that we can share information with the community. Both cases are closed. The Mr. Sublay's case went to the district attorney's office. was, I believe, presented to a grand jury and no charges filed. So that case is now closed. We are still reviewing administratively about what went on internally and the failures of internally in our office. But that one is closed. Mr. Nealon's case is also closed and we will issue a statement about that. That case, both cases are all about the safety of the facility itself. Mr. Sublay's case involved an altercation between residents that included weapons taken from the building itself because of the construction of the building itself. And we talk about that in this budget, needing to fix that. Mr. Nealon's case also has to do with fitting the tiers with mesh to keep people from being able to jump. And he did jump to his death. And so that is also included in this budget to try and prevent these types of incidents from happening. We see people up on those rails all the time. This is something that could have been done years ago, but it really has to stop now. We have to do something about that now. With less staff to deal with folks getting up there and unsafe conditions, we have to be a smarter jail, both IT wise and then safety wise. But we will issue a statement about that, I hope today, but if not, by Monday.
Okay, I guess since I haven't seen the statement yet, will the statement talk about the staffing that was at the jail at the time of both of these incidents?
I'm not sure if the criminal investigation, which is what is complete, talks about that. The administrative investigation, which is still ongoing, is looking into all of those issues.
How much?
That's not done yet.
How much longer will the administrative investigation take?
Not really sure on that. We'll get a date and get back to you on that. I'm not sure what percentage of it we've gone through yet. So we'll find out what percentage we're at and get back to you. But that obviously is one of the most important lessons to be learned from those issues.
Yeah, I just think it's important because we've gotten to 6 months now and that's a long time to investigate something. And look, if staffing is an issue, as you said so many times here today, then I think what happened there and issues with staffing need to be highlighted.
It absolutely is, council member, and members of ISB who are responsible for investigating those cases are here along with Assistant Sheriff Morales, who is over that unit. We need them in the jail. And so that does cause delays in being able to do that work as well. It's not, it's just math, simple math.
I want to ask now, as I've asked everybody about the FTEs, one of the things that's been discussed routinely is a staffing plan for the jail. What is the status of the staffing plan?
We have a draft. We are asking, we're putting a number of eyes on it internally, and I have also spoken to some experts in policing who helped on the NOPD consent decrees and others around the country, asking them to put their eyes on it. But we've already started executing on this. It's really recruitment is a big issue, but retention is huge for us right now. And we've already started working on that. So our plan includes, number one, we've already started surveying our employees so that we know what the issues are, and not surprisingly, pay is right at the top and opportunities. So we have started, we have help putting together, we've done a survey, focus groups next, so we can get more detail from our team about what they need, daycare, et cetera. And then we'll start employee committees on that to help us to deal with the pay equity issues in this department, which I inherited and which we do have to fix. And the city did that a number of years ago with their pay plan, and we have to do it now internally with ours. So we're doing that. Members of our team that go out in our community, we put up tents that talk about recruiting. We send our staff out to, whether it's victim services or other events in the community that we provide food and other resources for, whether it's deputies, reserves, barricades, tents, whatever. And so we're out there in the community, but we do need a cohesive strategy, and we need to do some advertising as well. So we know that will be done.
So I'll ask the question again. When will the staffing plan be ready?
I'd say within a month.
Okay. And that will be presented both to the council and to the court.
Absolutely.
And I want to make sure I understand, we're asking for increased money right now without a defined staffing plan.
No, we know what we need and we think what's doable is the 25 net recruits per quarter. That is doable. Anything more than that is pretty tough because of the amount of training that they have to go through to deal with all the myriad of consent decree issues. We think 25 net per quarter is doable.
Okay, but as we sit here today, there is no staffing plan and the sheriff's office is asking for increased operational costs for FTEs.
There's not a final staffing plan. There is a plan. There is a game plan and we are even following that.
Has that staffing plan been shared with anybody on the council?
It is not, it is a draft staffing plan. And after we have the experts review it, we will share it.
Has it been shared with the city?
It has not.
All right.
It is not final.
You mentioned this before, in 2022, how many total budgeted FTEs are there in the sheriff's office?
Looking for that data.
Thank you.
So
Roughly 550,
it's right there.
and then come to net year. 60.
500
It's the net 25.
plus 60, so right now it's about 525.
Okay.
120
It's around 525.
currently.
And how many total FTEs were actually employed at the beginning of January? You don't have that
Do we have
data?
that figure in front of us? Great question. We'll get you that information.
Okay, and then how many, let's start with deputies first. How many deputies have been lost between January and as we sit here today?
Sorry, I want to correct we are at 596 total employees right now throughout the OPSO,
Okay, that's budgeted though, correct?
That's current head count.
head count.
Head count. All right, I just want to know how many deputies we've lost to date
That we lost to date.
from January to now. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll have to get that information and get that back to you.
Yeah, I think we'd like that. And then I guess also, how many non-deputy administrative positions have been lost since January? Are there NOPD, let me set up the question this way. NOPD has done exit interviews with its forces, which we've reviewed. And part of what we're looking at and making our determinations with their ask. Are there similarly exit interviews in writing with those who've separated from the sheriff's office?
I know we've conducted exit interviews. I'm not sure the format that they take. So we'll get that information back to you, but we do conduct exit interviews and we've actually used a number of those to redirect them back into the department.
Okay, well, all right. I guess I would like to know of the number of people departed, how many written exit interviews they are, how many people have been redirected since they've separated? I'm told this is a typo, but it's in the budget book, so I just want to ask, the travel budget says it's $600,000. What should the actual number be? Or I should say the template, it's not in the budget book.
Yeah, so we need to remove about 216,000 from that number because, yeah, what by human error, we added in what's called direct test, which is kind of drug testing for our residents. And that's about 216,000. So we need to remove that from that number.
So the number is in rough terms, 450,000?
It can't be that much.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Sheriff, you're anticipating where I'm headed is
Yeah.
because, hang on, Dr. Trumberg, let me finish, please.
Training.
2017, the budget is 53,000, 2018, the budget's 40,000, 2019, the budget's 62, 2020, it's 19, 2021, it's 39, 2022, it's 46.7. So I would expect it to be in line with that.
So this.
But a little bit more because we are a new administration. So there is going to be a little bit more training in that. And we are beefing up training. I made some changes in that respect to the commanding officer of that unit because we have to operationalize the consent decree. So there's a lot more training. It will go up, but we will get you the actual figure.
Yeah, we need that number, because I think you're asking for a lot of money, and to see it on paper increase more than 10 folds, I think we want to be able to tell the public what the right number actually is.
Yeah.
My last question is this, Dr. Trautenberg in slide 8 referenced Judge North and what's in the consent decree. Has the judge ordered any changes monetarily that the city
think he's allowed.
must do in order to aid OPSO?
We are not aware of any orders. We're going through the budget process pursuant to city rules and regulations, and I believe the court is watching as we go through this.
And has the court in the past, either through Magistrate North or Judge Afric, ordered the city to increase spending in certain ways?
I believe there's been, I don't know if they gave a direct order, but I know that they were instrumental in helping get the last raise that came in for deputies. I think we're vocal about that, but I'm not sure about the order, but we will, our legal counsel can check on that.
Okay, I guess my point is, where necessary, they have intervened and they haven't done so yet.
I didn't hear you.
I said where necessary in the past, they have intervened, but they haven't done so yet.
That I'm not sure on. I don't know the whole history of it, but we've been through a budget working group that was a conversation, but was no certainty for us. And so we do look forward to that being more robust and being more of a vehicle to us planning with the city for the changes that have to be made.
All right, and I guess I said my last question, but that was a lawyer last question, not last question, last question. My last question will be, I've asked a number of items that we will have Dr. Trautenberg. In reasonableness, I'm not going to hold you to absolute certainty. How long do you think it will take to get those answers?
Right, so is this related to the variable?
Move your mic.
It's related to all my questions where the sheriff has
Okay.
responded that you don't have the information. at your
Right,
fingertips.
so I think the best thing that we could do, if this is okay with you, is just reconfirm with you exactly what you want, because some of the data you're requesting is really not in the finance bucket. It relates to what's going on in the OJC and HR in different areas like that. So we have to pull our data together. And again, a lot of our data pool is manual. So what I'd rather do is just get back into the office and figure out where our human capital power is, because we're trying to close out our 2020 audit in the next week or two.
Thank you.
Okay.
But I guess
But it will be a priority for us.
I mean, and the reason why I'm pushing so hard is we have some overage on the 22nd. We effectively have done this by design, ended budget hearings on Wednesday to give
Okay.
us maximum time to review data. And that's what we're trying to do. I mean, the whole point of, I think what we're trying to do is make sure that we're not making decisions rushed or incomplete. It's with urgency and objectivity. Thank you
Oh,
very much.
We agree with that.
We will confirm your asks. We will touch base with those who have that information, and we will confirm before the end of the day when we'll be able to get you that all.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Harris.
Good morning, Sheriff.
Good morning.
Councilmember Jerusa focused on full-time employees. I'd like to focus on the almost $1.5 million in consultants that you have in your 2023 budget on slide 5. So you have $750,000 for budget model and strategic presentation, $250,000 for compensation, $100,000 for oversight, $150,000 for I think that's community engagement. I might be off a little bit.
75.
$60K for community engagement, $60K for a legal auditor. Medical compliance, communications. Can you describe what all of these consultants are?
Excuse me, ma'am, but we caught a human input error about, I don't know, last week, and we sent the correction in. So the first line item under consultant, which I think incorrectly showed 750,000, that's been reduced to 75,000. I don't know why you didn't get the updated budget correction on that.
I don't have that. I have $750,000.
Yeah, that's not correct.
All right, so-
75,000.
So what is the $75,000 for?
Right, that's to help us continue to do work on our budget model. We want to do a 5-year budget model, and we also are working with a consultant to do some strategic work in helping us and refine and improve our bottom up or needs-based budgeting, because this was the first year we did it. And I've only been here since June. So we kind of power through it this budget cycle, but we're going to perfect it, and we need a 5-year budget model.
Is,
So we're going to work with that consultant.
is this budget model that you're presenting today part of this consultant's work, the 75K, or was this done in-house?
I'm sorry, what was?
Was the $75,000 that you're saying the budget model and strategic presentation you're spending on, did they work on this budget?
They helped in doing the presentation together with me.
So you're going to carry over the cost of this presentation to 2023, or should there be a line item in for 2022?
Well, for 2022, we had working capital that we reallocated. That's,
So it's not reflective of how much you spent on them in this budget, is what you're saying?
well, the budget is future based, so it's for 2023.
I understand, but there's a line item for FY 22 estimated, and there's no number here for the work that was done on this budget.
Yeah, got it. Yes, I'll get you that number, but it's not a material amount.
Okay, what about compensation? So is this number $250,000 for compensation consultant, correct?
Yeah, that's,
So these are the consultants who are helping us to manage our retention. Helping us put together all of our input from our employees about how we retain them, about their needs. So that is somebody who is outside the department and employees can go to and talk. And this is essential for retaining them.
Mhm.
And so that consultant is helping us with managing that employee input, our employee committees, making sure that we are communicating with our employees, which is something that you cannot underestimate in a department this size. So yes, they will be helping us to manage our employees' input and change.
And it's going to cost $250,000 for them to do that.
Well, that's an estimate. So this year, I think it's roughly around 35,000. So next year, we just want to make sure we have enough in there too, because we have a number of weighty issues. Pay equity is the biggest one. Opportunities is next. There are a number of them, but these have not been addressed in this department, and I can't kick the can down the road. I've got to deal with it.
So in actuality, for the FY 22 estimated, there should be a number around $35,000 right there in that line.
For 2023?
For 2022, you're saying that they're
Yes.
currently working with them, right?
Yes.
So there should be 35K allocated to that line item in
We
consultants.
submitted this on October 28th. We had.
I mean, I didn't go to
Yeah, which
Stanford, but
wasn't-
I know how to read a budget. Is this not?
No, it's correct. But when we hadn't entered into that contract yet when this was submitted. So yes, that should be added in. Yes.
All right, so $100,000 for oversight. What is that?
So we are putting together a robust internal compliance bureau. And some of that includes auditors, contract auditors, and that includes our medical oversight liaison, because so much of the consent decree is about medical and mental health care. And WellPath is not a part of the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office, but I'm responsible for making sure that they're able to do their jobs there. So I have some help to manage that, to make sure that we can comply with this. This is the largest part of the consent decree, in addition to violence, but medical and mental health is the biggest part of the consent decree, and we have to have some expertise to manage and oversee that.
Like the budget model, strategic presentation and compensation, has there been any money spent on these oversight consultants in 2022?
Yes.
How much?
We'll need to, pull those figures and get those to you as well.
All right, going down to community engagement, $150,000 for community engagement. What does that mean?
That's everything from tents to, we support a number of, community functions that go on, whether it's providing red beans and rice for the United Negro College Fund, or something going on in neighborhood associations. So that's a lot of the community work that we do.
That's not an in-house position that you need a consultant for that kind of work?
Well, those are, we need somebody, some of it's done in-house, but some of it, we need to plan for depending on the type of event.
Have you spent any money on a consultant for community engagement in 2022?
There's no community engagement person, but we did plan to hire a person to manage a lot of that. And the community engagement is also a part of our plans to reduce recidivism, because it also deals with the families of those in custody. So, but we haven't hired them yet.
Okay, so this is not an in-house position. This is an outside consultant for $150,000 for community engagement. that you're
Not one
asking for.
consultant. It's a group of folks that are going to be a part of that community engagement plan, but we have not executed on it.
Okay, what about legal auditor, which I kind of get $60,000? What's that?
We are part of a consent decree,
Yep,
and we have a number of, our legal situation, we had to rebuild from scratch. We lost our both lawyers that were in there. So we've needed some help to get all that together. I'm a big believer in auditing, and we are going to hire, we have 2 right now, but we hope to have more than that. So we want to make sure we're in compliance with the consent decree and our other constitutional obligations.
so wait, you just said you have 2 right now, but that's not reflected in the FY 2022 estimated.
Now, we have 2 auditors right now. One, I believe is contractual, and the other is a full-time employee.
Okay,
And those
so-
just started. Well, one of the full-time employee just started.
and then there's an outside consultant that you are paying for legal auditing. Is that correct?
Yes, and she's done a great job on our intake and processing center. If you know that the former sheriff was sued multiple times about not getting people released in a timely manner. So one of the biggest issues we have in IPC, which is the intake processing center, is it's not at 45%, it's below that. And we lost somebody, unfortunately, one of our beloved sergeants we lost a month ago as well. So it's very understaffed, and we had to go in and re-audit and reevaluate how we run that, because the first thing we have to do to keep this population down is get people out the door in a timely manner. So that was what that legal auditor has helped us to do.
Okay, but there's no line item for the amount of money that you've spent on her for 2022. Do you have that number?
We'll get you that number as well.
Okay. Moving on down to medical compliance. Again, I kind of get it. $60,000 for medical compliance. What is that?
Yeah, again, that's about our obligations to provide medical and mental health care. So, and it also about managing COVID. And when monkeypox was coming, what we thought was coming around, and all these types of illnesses. And we also have a very sick population of residents. And I'm not a doctor, and we rely on an outside medical contractor. And so I need somebody who helps me helps to liaison between them. So when we see an uptake, say in diabetic issues or COVID or whatnot, I have an expert to help me deal with that.
Where is that expert reflected in the 2022 budget? Where is the amount paid to that expert reflected in this 2022 budget?
We have a line item for that. When the medical consultant, the medical leave for 2022.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's not reflected in there. We'll provide that to you.
Okay. Communications, we have $125,000 for a communications consultant. What is that?
So internal and external communications are key in an organization this size. And we have not bought on a contractor yet. So that person has not been hired yet, but Tim Ray was providing that for us prior to him leaving. So he was a contractual employee and part of our communication strategy. So we have not rehired for that. So but we will do so soon. Making sure that this false narrative that's out there about the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office is rebutted on a regular basis and information is provided is essential. And the internal communications is also vastly important in an operation this size. As we are reforming, we are changing our mission, our vision, our values. We have to articulate that throughout the department.
Where is Mr. Ray's compensation reflected in the 2022 estimated budget for communications consultant?
Is that correct?
Is it the 10,939 or the $20,000 for consultants and professional consulting services?
We don't list, we don't have it listed. The
We-
contract employees.
Okay. Contract employees are not enlisted. Contractual employees are not in there. So we will provide you with that information. He was here for 3 months, I believe.
Okay,
It'll
so
be less than.
he wasn't a consultant, he was a contract employee.
Well, he was a contractor. Yeah.
But not a consultant.
Well,
What's the difference in your
Yeah,
mind?
I mean, I think that's just semantics, but consultant.
I
think
agree.
Would be, yeah. They're contractors.
So it would be nice to have a budget that shows in 2022 what you paid for contract employees versus consultants, because I do see Earhart was paid 10,939 for consulting services in 2022. What is that?
Earhart,
Earhart?
It's sure goes with you.
that was the former sheriff's public relations firm.
Okay, and then investment strategy was paid $20,000 in 2022.
Jim-
Was it-
Jim Healy, just like Jim Healy, testified from the inmate.
Okay, that was a contractor, again, taken on by the former sheriff who dealt with inmate resident phone calls and monitoring those.
Oh, okay, I understand. I remember that. Okay, so please explain the difference between communications and community engagement because in this budget, you're basically spending $275,000 on communications and community engagement. And I'm just trying to understand what the difference is, why they're two separate line items.
As I'm seeing more, they are two different strategies. So the community engagement strategy was all about helping to reduce recidivism, dealing with the families of those who are incarcerated, trying to break those generational
Town halls.
incarceration issues that we've seen. A big part of that, but also being out in the community and formally supporting all the things that we do. We provide a ton of support to the community, and that was going to come under one umbrella. That includes the tents, the red beans, the whatever it is we do, deputies, barricades, all that stuff. So making sure we have a plan in place to cover the city and to help. And so that's the community engagement side. The communication side is about a number of things. So for instance, our communication side put together the weekly lists that we put out about incidents that occur. So they helped us put that together. So that's our communication with our community. They put together internal communication so that we can deal with COVID or safety and security issues going on. So that is all about how we transmit to the community and to our internal staff how this organization operates.
And you need all of these third-party outside consultants to do that. Nobody in-house can do that.
Yes, we don't have a full staff. Now, the former sheriff had, I think, 3 or 4 contractors who did all that work. We bought it in-house and had, we had Mr. Ray, who was a contractor, but he was there all day handling that function. So we are looking to change that. I'm interviewing a number of folks now to get a new communications director in here so that we can begin to do a better job of that.
So it would be an in-house director plus an outside third-party consultant.
We haven't made a final decision about that yet. What we want to do is put together a plan, a communication strategy, and then hire for that.
Explain medical and mental health services and how they're being funded, because you mentioned that WellPath is no longer the medical contractor. So who is the medical contractor?
No, WellPath is still the contractor. They were renewed most recently, and I believe that contract ends in June of 2023, that 1-year contract. They are medical and mental health providers. They contract with Tulane Psychiatry to handle the mental health.
Okay, but I don't see a line item for WellPath that ends in FY 2020 at $16 million.
Dr. Traumberg talked about that earlier, but he's going to follow up.
Because it's what we call a pass-through.
Yep.
That contract is really with the city and they have all the numbers.
And the funds. We don't handle or manage those funds.
That's why it's a bit, it becomes a bit murky when you want to throw in that 20 million into our budget, because it's not really operational funds that we manage.
So it's been taken out of your budget and it's in the city budget.
I think the city includes it in our budget, but I just want to be clear, I don't manage or have anything to do with that funds. And I don't think it's even fair to put it in there. The
Right.
city's responsible for funding the medical and mental health care
We,
to the court.
the best way to do it is to put it in a separate a line item, not in our operational side. That's
Yeah,
what we
like
would
I said, I didn't go to Stanford, but I can
Yeah.
read a budget. So I'm wondering why, if you can maybe redo this so that it reflects the amount that WellPath is being paid. You said it's around $20 million, right?
Yeah, we just don't know the numbers. The city doesn't share that with us.
Gilbert's right there.
Well, then hopefully he has the numbers.
Mr. Chairman, Councilmember Harris, maybe I can give you a little bit of the historical account on why the city is paying directly to
I would
WellPath.
appreciate that.
Absolutely. So what we had found in previous administration, we would budget directly this amount of money to the sheriff's office. However, they would utilize the funds for other expenses, not to include WellPath. So what would happen would the money wasn't going where we needed it to go to WellPath. So we then brought it into the city's account. So we pay WellPath directly so that those funds can't be used for anything else. The approximate budgeted amount is about $19.5 million. Right now, I believe the overall spend is somewhere between 18.3 and 18.7, somewhere around there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's insightful. I want to turn to phase 3, which we're under order to build, right? So I know that you've put line items in here for retrofit. I visited the jail with you, Sheriff. I totally understand the need for some retrofit, but I want to make sure that we're not throwing good money after bad, as they say. So where are we on phase 3? Is it out for bid? What's the status of phase 3?
That is completely controlled by the city. So the capital folks handle that. They are handling they handle the FEMA input process. I believe bids, December 1st, something goes out bids. I believe they think they'll break ground sometime at the end of the spring or have somebody on board to start doing that. But again, that is not, our job is to make sure they have access to the site, but we are not managing that.
Are you coordinating with the city at all on the upgrades and repairs that you want to make in the current jail versus what the city plans to build?
We have asked for that. We coordinating with the city. We've put the ask to you all. And now we're asking for it as part of, I'm not sure what you're at.
Yeah,
We-
well, we don't physically control how a jail is built or retrofitted, right?
Yeah.
Property management, you're saying, is controlling the phase 3 construction. Have you talked with the administration about how they are building and the plans for building phase 3 versus the retrofit and the construction that you plan to happen in the current jail, so that we're not duplicating efforts? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I don't. They're two different things. The phase 3, we have fixed all that we can fix within the jail ourselves. And now there are parts that we need the contractors that built that to come back and fix. And we've given you what those amounts will be. As for phase 3, that is under the court's authority and how it will be built. It's only about 100 people that it's going to deal with. I still have 900 people that I'm going, and as those numbers rise, I still have 900 people that I have to keep safe in OJC. And retrofit, fixing, whatever you want to call it, it has to be done to keep them safe.
Yeah, and listen, I walked with you. I saw the the
And I thank you
doors
for that.
coming off the jail, I get that things need to happen. My question is, are we duplicating efforts? I see Mr. Bosworth has just stood up.
No, just to answer your question, this is not duplicative. We've been in communication with the city. We've been in communication with Smith and John Souza at Hill. Sorry, I've lost my voice.
It's okay.
We've been in communication, obviously, with the federal judge or the magistrate judge, Judge North. The recommendations that we have provided to the city and to Judge North are to correct measures that are not duplicative of the work that is proposed for phase 3.
Okay, thank you for
Not a-
answering my question. Turning to the inmates, I know the last time you were here, I was concerned about the inmates not getting, the folks in custody getting books, getting regular opportunities to speak with their attorneys, basically the list of demands that they had issued. Have you, what's the status of the folks at the jail being able to meet with their attorneys?
Yeah, as noted in my opening remarks, we are averaging around 500 attorney-client visits per month. All again, short staff as we pull from all parts of our department. Our team is doing an amazing job of making that happen. I'm sure they'd like more, but that's not, 500 is something that I've been really proud of our team to be able to do. If we're able to get these tablets up and running, that'll make it a lot easier to
And-
have those even more.
And are you able to transfer people from jail to CDC, criminal district court for hearings? Have you had any hiccups in doing that?
Yeah, there've been hiccups. So we are 45% staffing, but we still deal with COVID and flu and all those things every day. So we're at 45%, but on a given day, it could be even lower than that when people are out. So there are going to be hiccups, but we transport around 100 people per day as we've gone up on that. The judges say they want them. The docs over at CDC used to house around 200 and now they only house 90. So we have to come in waves to comply with the fire marshals. We could have more in the courts themselves if we had more deputies, but we are short staffed at both courts, civil and criminal as well. So probably so there are going to be hiccups. Yeah, but they are functioning and I'm very proud of that team as well.
The DA came before us and the criminal district court judges talking about the transfer of witnesses and victims at the side entrance and needing a sheriff's deputy to staff that. What are the discussions around that? Is that person in this budget? I assume you're asking for more personnel and more money, so there would be someone who is allocated to that position or assigned to that position.
I did not agree to that. We worked on a draft MOU and that draft MOU was all about who's going to fund this new position. And that was not agreed to. The district attorney said he was going to talk to the city and others, and we never got any agreement or any traction on that. We're able to pay for it and have fund a person. We'll be able to do that, but that's not right now. And that is a luxury for us right now. Given all the people that they want brought over to court, and we have to keep securing the courtrooms.
How much would it cost to have a deputy assigned to that side entrance?
We probably need at least 2. So with benefits and salaries, you're probably talking about $150,000.
So $150,000 to keep witnesses and victims safe.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, it's keep them safe at that place.
At that
We keep
entrance.
them safe everywhere else, but yes, at that particular entrance, yeah.
Listen, I've gone through criminal district court as a young attorney, visiting as a council person. To go through security with everybody else as a victim has to be traumatizing.
I
As a witness, it has to be traumatizing. So $150,000 to me is no money at all to keep witnesses and victims safe and untraumatized. So somebody has to put that in somebody's budget somewhere. We have a surplus.
Well, we asked for that and we're glad to have it. Our victims and survivors unit is here today and they do we believe me, we know about victims and survivors.
But you just said it's not in your budget.
Yeah, it's not in our budget. This is something that was asked for. And actually the district attorney's investigator was sitting there. And so just given the juggling act that we do every day at criminal district court with transport, getting that done, that is an extra security issue that needs to be funded and needs to be funded appropriately.
I agree. I think all the other council members sitting here agree that, again, $150,000 in the city's overall budget is like a drop in the bucket to keep our victims and witnesses safe. I think you would agree with that as well.
We drafted an MOU and I'm all for that. And as long as we all meet our obligations in that MOU, we will staff it.
So talk in the vicinity of $150,000, there's a line item on template number 2 for $165,363. That's quote unquote other. What is that? What's in that other bucket?
That is that is funding we receive from employees that have take-home vehicles. They have to pay a certain amount, and amounts that we get from details for them being able to use our equipment.
Okay, so they're paying you back for use of the equipment.
I think it's like $1 per hour of detail, something like that. Yeah, they have to pay for using our equipment, using our cars, etc.
And we get 160, you get 165K for that.
That's just what's in the news.
I'm sorry, just one moment.
Yeah, thanks.
What is it? Okay, you're talking about an expense.
Yeah,
The expense is some of that is things like petty cash reimbursements when people go out and get things that we need for a particular event or something like that. So that's what that expense was. I thought you were talking about the revenue. side.
no. Slide 2, it's $165,000 in expense. So that's petty cash.
Petty cash, the reimbursements, things like that. So
So we know about the two the two incidents that happened, a suicide and a murder that happened in the past 6 months. Are there any other injuries that have happened with folks in custody that we need to know about?
there are injuries and altercations on a weekly basis. This is a jail. And as we mentioned earlier, we are right now at about 68% violent people on violence charges or gun crimes. So yeah, and people are staying longer with less programming. There are altercations every day in every jail in this country. So we put out a list each week, so which will show people who are routed or to the hospital or injured and incidents that occur. So we put that out every week. I'm not sure if you have like a definition of what you'd like to know. We'd be glad to do that. But people get transported from medical, mental health, altercations, all kinds of things to UMC.
I mean,
All that.
I think I would say major injuries like stabbings, rapes, things like that. So is that list available publicly?
That is I believe it's up on our website.
It's on your website? All right, well, I will make sure to take a look at it weekly. I think that's all the questions I have right now. Sheriff, thank you for your time.
Thank you. And we're very proud of that. When we go to conferences, most jails do not put out that information. We're very glad to do it.
Councilman Marino. Councilmember King.
Thank you. Good morning, Sheriff Hudson.
Good morning.
When was the last time all these parish sheriff's officers received a raise?
Is it 2017? Between 2018 and 19 under Compliance Director Maynard.
How much is that raise?
I think it got us to the $15 per hour. Is that what it did? It went from, around $12 and some change to the $15.57.
All right, so I know we just, let's talk about, NOPD having a raise. And do you think, like, we try to keep the public defender's office and the DA's office, treat them fairly and equally? Do you believe that we're doing a good job of treating and paying sheriff's office and NOPD the same? And if not, how is that affecting your ability to recruit and keep the inmates safe and the jail safe? The court safe.
Yeah, no, I don't think we are doing a good job of that. And I think Dr. Trautenberg laid it out. We've been basically flat while The New Orleans Police Department has gone up, and we have nothing but love for our brothers and sisters in blue, and we're for that. But know that whatever they're dealing with out on the streets, it comes into the jail. And then you're going to have these altercations between wards and factions and whatnot, because we're now all in a concentrated area. They're not even out in the streets like they are dealing with each other. So whatever goes on out there, we have to handle inside as well, and need to treat us appropriately.
So that's not a, so like you said, if you're in the street, you may have this neighborhood, which is miles away, maybe across a bridge. That's a lot of separation. But once you get inside jail, it's next door, or maybe the same pod or
Yeah.
same cell.
That's right. And we have to classify it. The consent judgment requires us to classify in a certain way to try and keep people away from each other. But as we fill up and it's more and more violent people, and they're staying longer, we're running more of a max security jail, and it's very difficult to keep them separated.
All right, so you're asking for monies for equipment and vehicles. If you could, what's the condition of your systems, your equipment, vehicles that you currently have, or that was left for you from the previous administration?
Yeah, we deplorable condition. Well, many, and David can give more of the percentages. I'm just going to give this anecdote. We had a deputy on detail, because that's how they make ends meet. And he's on this detail, I believe it's on the West Bank. And this car was so old and dilapidated that when he went to start it, it started firing the engine. Somebody else was driving that on a daily basis until we had gotten a new vehicle and were able to handle that. So a large percentage of our fleet is well over 150,000 miles, 200,000 miles. It's deplorable conditions.
We were fortunate enough to be able to get in an order for about 47 vehicles to General Motors in 2022 for delivery in 2023 that will replace, I think it's not quite 20% of our fleet, but that addresses all our vehicles that have 150,000 miles and over on the odometer. So if they have 150,000 miles on the odometer, that engine probably has a good 200,000, because if you're in your vehicle in a place like New Orleans, where it's very warm in the summer, you're running your air conditioning and things like that. So we're using cash flow in order to do that. We looked at purchase versus lease, and we thought that leasing gave us the optionality that we like to have in order to manage our expenditures better.
So can you explain how does that affect public safety, transporting inmates, doing details, maybe assistant NOPD? I know during the hurricane, you assisted NOPD. Well, yeah, it was Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office assisted NOPD with patrolling the street. How does that affect the lack of equipment and proper equipment? How does that affect public safety?
The men and women in this audience today are required to transport people, whether it's to the state, to appointments, to the hospital, to court, and they always have to, for safety, they have to be in numbers so that we have sworn officers there to keep the peace. So it's a big effect. We were trying, I would never forget, we were trying to find a car to transport some folks to the state because we weren't sure one of our vans would make it. So that's not the way I want to treat my team.
I see someone on the first row kind of nodding. Can you come up and maybe?
Yeah, this is Chief Howard, and he is over our vehicle fleet.
Good morning,
And the
Council
courts.
members. Melvin Howard.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you kind of expound on what the sheriff was saying about the need for vehicles that don't catch a fire when you start them up?
We have deputies that travel the entire state on writs, going to pick up inmates as far as Shreveport in the entire state of Louisiana, and that happens every day just about. So the vehicles that we're transporting those inmates to and from, not only do we pick them up, for example, as far as Shreveport, we also have to return them, bring them back. So we need vehicles that cannot and should not break down on the highway with inmates in it. That's just dangerous for the public. It's dangerous for the deputies as well.
Thank you. So how do you see the function of Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office having far-reaching implication for public safety in our community?
Yeah. Well, I talked a little bit about it in my opening. It doesn't operate without us, whether it's our data and our servers, whether we are here with the only lights on and food for first responders after a storm, whether we're taking care of victims, whether we're serving temporary restraining orders. And we are now, Chief Howard can attest to, we're now getting orders from the civil court to take those who are under mental health orders to get treatment as well.
Chief Howard?
We have to make sure that's done safely.
That is correct. In fact, we're in the midst of signing another contract with the civil court judges. It's state law. It's called AOT. We have to pick them up at their residence and bring them before a civil court judge.
So let's talk about the consent decree with all that you're asking for in your budget. How much you asking for so the public can know? What's the total number you're asking from the city?
The one-time funds, we need 25 million over, and that paced over this 4 years will fix what's wrong with this department. So we need to be a smarter jail. Right now, everything's handwritten. This AS 400, which is 40 years old, is at end of life. And I'm not saying this to exaggerate. We house the data for the whole system on the server, the clerk, the courts. When this goes down, we all go down. We've got to fix that. We have to be smarter. We have to have new technology. Instead of my team handwriting and trying to enter things into a 40-year-old system, we can have technology that can give me location, time, can take pictures, and we can give a gist. All of the reports that are due to the consent decree judge, and we can do like that. It'll also tell me when checks are overdue so I can manage and supervise better. We have to be a smarter jail and a better jail.
So the money you're asking for, how the $25 million for the one-time money, are there any extra funds you're asking for?
Yeah, another 12.35 is all about staffing and the raises and the pay plans to have a robust and energized workforce that hasn't had a raise since, again, 2018, 2019, and has no career paths within this department.
So how would that help us as a city come out of the consent decree and ultimately save money?
Well, the technology helps us be smarter and more efficient with less people. So those checks that are a part of the consent decree, and they're a part of making sure people are safe. When we have an unsafe, this jail that is built unsafe, and that's in the cells, right? We have to come and look and physically put eyes on people and make sure that they're safe. That would be a big help. Some programming and something for the folks to do. These tablets would help us to do that. We have to upgrade our infrastructure to have tablets and Wi-Fi to make that happen. That allows them to talk to their family. That is one of the number one causes of bringing down violence, is that they can talk to their families and see their families. Way more attorney-client visits so that the court system can continue to function and have dispositive hearings about these cases so that people can either be released or sent to the Department of Corrections. Just being able to monitor better, handle the doors better. There's always an issue with our gates and our doors, and this is old technology. We are a law enforcement agency. This is not a public facility. Anybody can walk in and walk around, and we have to upgrade and continually to maintain that technology to have a safe structure.
All right, and this is a bit unconventional, but if it's possible, can we have one of the deputies that actually work in the prison come and explain to us what it is that they do and what they see? No disrespect to the white shirts, but I want to get from somebody who's in there every day for the public to see, because we see stuff on TV, we hear stories, we see the social media posts, but I don't think very many people know what it's like to work amongst some violent individuals and to put their life on the line.
Yeah.
For $15 an hour, which is less than what a teenage lifeguard makes over the summer.
Right. Yeah, I'd love that. In fact, we hope that most of them will give public comment as well. Deputy Favorite.
How you doing, council members?
Good morning, Mr.
Good
Favorite.
morning, everybody. Good evening. I'm gonna talk a little louder so people can hear me.
If you're talking to the mic, that'll,
I'm gonna talk, look, I'm here. I'm unconventional too, Mr. King. I'm unconventional, real unconventional. And I sat back there and listened to it and it made me mad. It made me mad. I hope I have everybody's attention. It made me mad. I'm 37. I got a 6-year-old. I started here making $6. Y'all want to know the last time we had a raise? I started here when I was 19. I'm 37. Do the math. We've been talking a lot about math. You do the math. Set us up for success. Set us up, us. That includes you. That includes me. That includes everybody here. Set us up for success. 25 million, 50 million, 100 million. How much does it cost to keep you safe? There is no number on that. No number. And I apologize for my tone, but it kind of teased me off. I work in CDC. It don't get talked about too much. But we ain't here talking about OJC.
please let us know about CDC.
I'm gonna let you know about OPSO. I make 1744 right now. I make my anniversary on Valentine's Day at 1744 minus $6. That's $11.44 in 18 years. In 18 years. What were you doing 18 years ago?
I think I was high school.
Not just you,
college.
generally speaking. This is for everybody. I'm not here for CDC. I'm here for Brian Favorite the third. Y'all got kids? I bought a $6 gallon of milk. And all I'm asking y'all to do is help me pay for it. Help me pay for it. You're talking about the resident, the inmate. You want to be politically correct? Let's talk about the people that have to take care of them. I had an analogy when I heard residents, I said, this is the hotel, CFO. Are you gonna pay the staff? Not just you, Mr. King, generally speaking. Pay the staff, the boots on the ground, not just the white shirts. They need it too. This is New Orleans, Louisiana, of the United States of America. United, not divided. Not divided. Now, let me just give you one more, and I'm gonna let it fall, because I've been waiting.
No, take your time. Take your time.
I will. We need you, just like you need us. It does not take a slideshow to talk about just like NOPD. We're trying to be just like OPSO. Just like this. I understand some of them slides. A flat line. What does a flat line mean? You die. What's your life cost? I know my life is priceless. So I shouldn't have to sit here and ask you for anything. My son, he ain't got to ask for nothing. I just give it to him. I'm on the docks that are smaller now.
Can you explain what the docs mean?
The docks is where you hold inmates. Forecourt. forecourt, not two court. Because we big on words instead of big on deeds. Faith without works is dead. Dead, D-E-A-D. Put a price on your life. You can't do it. There is not enough money in the world. 25 million, 50 million, 100 million. How much you worth?
So with the docks being smaller, what does that mean, like, as far as safety? Explain to us, what does that mean? You say you're on the docks, but inmates going to court.
You know how they were talking about different wars, different factions, different things of that nature. You know, we got a New Orleans culture. I'm from Algiers. So sometimes I might be beefing from somebody from Algiers. So when they meet, where do they meet? They meet on the docks. So if you have 2 deputies on the docks, and let's say 90 or 100 or 125, because a judge asked and it's given to them. We there. Just because NOPD is patrolling doesn't mean we cannot. Just because the jobs are different doesn't make us unique. We are special and they are too. But it should be a level playing. You talked about equity in a level playing field. You know, when the Saints lose, they got people out injured. How many diseases they got going around right now? You know, sometimes I want to take off. But we short staffed, right? So I know if I take off and my brother is short, right? So it makes him more short, right?
Right.
They're talking about when the last time we got a raise, when the last time I got a vacation. Because we ain't human when we take all this off, right? When we take all of this off, who are we? My name is Brian Favorite Jr. I am a deputy, but I am Brian's dad. I'm just human. But let me tell you something. We're talking about numbers. Numbers. And it kind of teed me off that we're talking about numbers. I wake up every day, I see a number. And I gotta wake up. I go to court every day and I hear a number. I hear a sentence from a judge and I hear a number. And then I look at my check and see the number that's the worst. And we talking about 243, double it. We talking about double that too. And guess what? If it was you standing here, you would want it too. So no disrespect to anybody up here, but I stand with Sheriff Hudson. I stand with everybody here. I stand with you too. If you need me, call me. But this is just from the heart. I had a whole bunch to say. But guess what? We're talking about numbers. How much is your life worth? If you saw one of the deputies out there and they think we just work in the jail, we don't. The culture of the city is we just work one place. So I'm tired of being called who they think I am. I know who I am. I'm not who you say I am. I just want you guys to know that we need this. And as the city council that my family so approves of, do not go back to default. Do not go back to default. Default means the norm. Let's not be normal. Let's not be normal. I understand what the national average is. But guess what? You want to put it in tourism? Or you want to put it in safety?
You want to have another event? Or you want to just, it's very seldom anybody ever like me at the bottom of the barrel just to say something. Do not go back to default. Don't go back to the norm.
Thank you, Mr. Fay. Thank you, Mr. Fay. We have another deputy, care to speak?
I'd like to say, Mr. Fayrite, you are not at the bottom of the barrel. I just want you to know that you may have a little bit more sympathy than you think up here for those who have seen the videos, those who have talked to people who work in the system. So, but we appreciate the work that you do. We'll be talking, there's a lot to look at, but I appreciate the fact that you've been 20 years from $6 an hour to now $15 an hour. And I didn't mean to interject, Councilman King, but when someone says that they feel that they're at the bottom of the barrel, you're not. That's all. You're not at the bottom of the barrel. Okay.
This is Lieutenant Lance Wade.
First, giving honor to all the people on the council, Madam Sheriff, her administrative staff. I'm Lieutenant Lance Wade with Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office. I've been with the Sheriff's Office since September the 13th, 2002. September 13th, 2022, I had to make a decision. Being with this agency for 20 years, knowing how much we've been paid, being 2/3 through my career, 2 decades at the Sheriff's Office, I stayed home and I thought, do I want to stay here making the money that I make, knowing that I have to work my entire shift and I don't have a choice to take care of my 2 kids and my wife, and then go work a detail, have to work a detail until the wee hours of the morning, go home, take a nap, get up, and go back to work and do it all over again. After 20 years, I don't know if that makes a lot of sense. And y'all want to know why we lose deputies? Because if it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. I have to pay tuition, put my children through the schools that I want them to go through, which means daddy has to work. I have to miss birthday parties. I have to make sacrifices for my family. When we talk about $2.43, a pay increase for deputies, you're not doing it to the deputies who go to work understaffed, short every day, put their lives on the line, but the public don't see that because it's in jail. So you don't know the struggles and the sacrifices that a 120-pound female officer has to face when she may be dealing with 120, 60 young, physically fit, athletic, violent offenders, and it's on her shoulders. She's held accountable for that. Or this male that has to go in there and deal with these same things. Talking about the mental illness within the facility. We are one bad phone call, one bad written correspondence, one bad news report away from a tragic and critical incident at any given time. We can't read people's minds. But we have to deal with that. And that's not what the public and you all are understanding when we're being held accountable for a lot of the things that happen in our facility. We go to work every day, put it on the line. Because number one, we love our community. We love our office. Because guess what? The money's not doing it. It's never been about the money for most of us. 2 decades, 20 years, half of my life, I've been working for the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office. When I started this job, I didn't have any children. I wasn't married. When I got married, my wife said, why don't you quit and go do something that's going to pay more, help us take care of the family more. I thought about it. I stuck it out. On the back end of my career, looking at, do I want to do another 5 years, 10 years, or could I just go drive trucks? Could I have a CDL and make 3 times as much money and don't have to wear bulletproof vests to work or gun to work? Kind of makes sense. At my time with the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office, I started under Sheriff Charles Fody. We did patrol the streets then, because I did it We worked in the 8th district called the Bucharest District Patrol. That's why I got a lot of my experience. Moving up through the years, I had the opportunity to go to Special Operations Division, called the SOD. We was tactically SWAT trained through the New Orleans Police Department. Worked very closely with them, going SWAT role, patrolling the streets, 5th district, 7th district, 12-hour shifts, 2 to 2, 7 days a week. We're here for our city. And when you talk about $2.43, it's not a lot of money. It's not a lot of money for the deputies who know at any given day they can put this uniform on, go in that jail and get hurt, trying to save somebody, do their job. They may have to take early retirement because they may get injured just that bad. There's possibility. Working in intelligence, I'm the commander of the intelligence division. I'm telling you, what we are dealing with is not unique to our facility. It's international, it's national, it's national. But we get a lot of flack for what's going on in the jail. And I understand that people don't necessarily understand or know what's actually going on in jail. A lot of people don't pay attention to the national trends and understand that just nationally and even locally within Louisiana, certain things are increasing due to the introduction of different things and facilities. It's across the board, it's everywhere. And we are here to fight every day for the city that we love, for our agency. I'm vested. I don't have to stay. I could leave today. I can't tell you that I hadn't thought about it. But I'm seeing the direction that we're going. We have body cameras. We didn't get that until what, probably 3 months ago. We've been begging for them. We have body cameras to tell our side of the story. We're getting technology put in place that's going to make it easier for us to access the data. We don't have to rely on paper and pen, go in boxes and look for reports from 2-3 years ago when we get called about information. It's been 6 months. 6 months or 6 months. You're not going to change the complete culture of what happened over 50, 60 years like that. It's going to take time. It's going to take patience. It's going to take understanding. And we need you all to be understanding that we are trying to make it, and we're getting there. But it's not going to be instantaneous. It's taking time. So give us what we need to get these systems in place so we can give you what you want when you want it. Give us what we need so that we can keep deputies. A lot of people walk in that facility and the first thing they see, this is too much for me. And when they look at the pay don't help either. How much is your life worth? We're talking about charts from 2019 to now, the reduction of the residents. You got to factor inflation into that. Everything is more expensive. When you're paying $20 for a pack of chicken wings, everything is more expensive. It's more expensive to get people around. It's more expensive to get just the basic needs to survive. You have to work extra. It's costing the sheriff's office extra. It's costing everybody extra across the board. Things are getting more expensive. So giving Sheriff Hudson what she needs to keep the deputies where we are, to put deputies in a better position is going to benefit everyone. It'll keep the incidents down in the facility because you're not having this revolving door of people saying, you know what? I can go work at Target and make $25 an hour or wait tables. And I don't have to come to work and put my life on the line every day. The worst thing that can happen is I can get the order wrong. I make tips and I can do better doing that. It's safer, less stressful. We are dealing with the people in that facility that you do not want waiting for you in your driveway when you come home from your dinner party. Some of these individuals, you do not want walking down the street with your children, but we go to work every day and deal with those individuals. It's not all of the residents who are incarcerated who are the problem. It's a small percentage of them who's causing the most majority of the incidents that we occur. And we're gonna take the flag for that because they're in our custody, but we can't control what people's mindsets are. When mental health is an issue. What we can do is manage, and we have been keeping our heads above water, but you can only tread water for so long. So the numbers, you want to look at the numbers? If it's all about the numbers, let it be about the numbers. But when you're looking at the root issues, you need to give Sheriff Hudson what she needs to keep her deputies in place. You can't replace people like me who've been there, and I know this, 20 years, when everybody's competing for the same pool of individuals. It's not gonna be hard for me to get another job if I decided that I wanted to leave. I've been offered other jobs, but I'm still here. We're gonna do our part. We're gonna put the uniform on. We're gonna take inmates to court. We're gonna feed them. We're gonna do our roll calls. We're gonna conduct our investigations. We're gonna be here when we have to be here. But we need y'all to do y'all part and help the sheriff get the funds that she needs to keep the deputies that she has and to get more staff in the facility. We're competing with everybody. And when competing with everybody, if you want the best and the brightest, you have to be willing to offer them something that's going to compete with the other agencies. It's plain and simple. Give us what we need so that the thought of leaving won't be coming to our minds. Because a lot of deputies who are there now are barely there. They're tired. They're exhausted. They're worn out. But they're still doing it every day with no gratitude from the public, no thanks. People don't see it, but they putting their lives on the line every day, every single day. And it's not all about the money, but the money definitely helps. To be in law enforcement in New Orleans, you have to love your city. I'm from New Orleans. I love the city, born and raised.
Well, Lieutenant, you could keep on moving. I don't want to rush you. I want to cut you off.
I'm done, finished.
Want to keep rolling. Thank you for your words.
Thank you for your time.
No problem.
Mr. King, if you have a moment. So you asked a question, how it is in a facility for a deputy.
Yes.
This white shirt didn't come easy. This is something that I earned. And right now, being the warden over the facility, I have to have a voice to speak for the deputies that work under me. And I don't think it's no amount of money that you can put a price on for an officer that's in corrections right now. Again, these officers endure a lot coming into this jail. I don't know a person that will come to work and constantly have feces and urine thrown on you for 1557. I don't know a person that will continue to come to work after being attacked by one of these individuals. I've been there 20 years and I've been through the trenches with everybody that's been there. And like these members that we're working with now, they're saying the same thing. It's not about pay, but we have to have a foundation for something. Pay creates opportunity. Opportunity creates more job opportunities, more time to make money, more time to build a career in corrections. But we have to start somewhere with this foundation. And right now we need to get it started with the pay, because no amount of money is going to get these people to continue to work here under these conditions, being threatened, telling them, hey, when I get out on the street, I'm gonna kill you. I don't know how many times I've heard that in 20 years of my career. These young kids that we're getting now have no regards for life. So you can't take none of those threats lightly. But for 1557 to be threatened behind your life for just doing your job, it's impossible. So you want to know what it's like in the facility? Come take a walk with these officers that's actually in there day to day. See what they're going through. A lot of them are not here because we're short-staffed. They're in the jail doing the job the best way they can. So to get a clear picture, come speak with these officers, because a lot of us here, yes, I have on a white shirt now, but I earned this. And I've been through the trenches a long time for Katrina, everything else. I've been there. Every department there is, I've worked there. Not because I was a bad apple, because I wanted the opportunity to do different things. The opportunity to see the department from the front end to the back end. And I've got that opportunity now, and I want to see those who's coming behind me have that same opportunity. So I invite you, come.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember King, are you finished?
Yes.
Councilmember Marino.
Thank you. Really appreciate the deputies who spoke. Appreciate you talking as well. I had questions, but first, based on the comments that were made, I did want to address those. The reason why we're asking so many questions right now is because we want to make sure that it is the deputies who are prioritized and that money isn't going to frivolous things or going to just benefit the very, very top administrators. You heard Councilmember Harris ask a lot of questions about the consultants. There's roughly $4.5 million going toward different consultants, which many of us believe that maybe some of that money should be going to the deputies. You take a look at other types of expenditures as well. It says $668,000 for travel for administrators, but I'm hearing that number may be a little bit less, but we'd rather have that money go to the deputies. $228,000 going toward different subscriptions and things like that for conferences. We'd rather have that money prioritizing the deputies. $200,000 for new furniture in the administrative offices. We'd rather have that type of money go to assist the deputies. I'll also say this, due to surplus dollars that are currently available, the dollar amount to get everyone to $18 could have already been implemented. I had a meeting with the sheriff a few weeks ago where I said, start doing it now. There is money in the upcoming budget to implement that raise within the existing budget. That can happen now. The CAO is here. Mr. Montano, if you can come up and explain about how we can get to those $18 within the existing proposed budget now and into 2023.
Madam President, members of the council, thank you. I'll reiterate what you just said. There is funding available to be able to do this now. And we've said that and been our contention the entire time. And I'll tell you the methodology of it, because there is a disagreement on some of the financial projections and portrayals. I would never recommend to the council using a compound growth strategy model. That would have departments over the course of 15 to 25% throughout, and it's just unsustainable. What we've accounted for is a $2.43 an hour staffing increase. If you take those exact numbers and provide them pro rata to every deputy, so it's just not those making $15 an hour, it's the deputies across the board, so we don't find compression issues. I would not.
Everyone gets a raise.
Everybody. Yeah, it's not just those $15 an hour. And we also factored in a growth rate of a very realistic 25 net new deputies over the course of the next 4 quarters. In combination, our projections would not show that they would have to come back to the council till somewhere around the 3rd quarter or year end at a maximum request of somewhere between $3 and $3.5 million. So once again, we're comfortable as an administration giving those numbers and saying, start providing the raises. You have the funds and the money available to do so. Start today if the council is in agreement. Secondly, remember, for 3 years, there's been a projected surplus, or there has been a surplus, anywhere between $1.8 to $4 million on all these different pieces relative to that. That is important as we are worried about, overspending if we just look at the historical trends. And lastly, because I know sometimes they're being conflated in the presentation, there is an absolute need for the sheriff's office to have new technology systems and infrastructure, whether that's from the JMS system to their potential ERP system to some of the other data structures associated with their information. That is separate and apart and should be from what their reoccurring operating budget is. And identified, I would recommend, along with the council, either through an ARPA or a fund balance methodology, but vitally and necessarily to be in congruence with all the other systems in the 6 other criminal justice agencies. And most importantly, and I frankly feel acutely, and I'd say it to our own organization, a data roadmap so some external expert professional can give us the information on what, how, and when needs to be purchased and at what level and how they can all bifurcate at some different level. So I hope that answers for the council, at least on behalf of the administration, is you have the money for the raises, give the raises. Our projections would not show you needing to be back here till closer to 3rd or 4th quarter if we just use that simple methodology.
I appreciate you saying that, Mr. Montano. And then as we look at the one-time money request from the sheriff, there are certainly things in here tech related that I would agree with. But once again, as we look at wanting to make sure that we are taking care of the deputies, those who are working hard to keep those who are in the jail safe and overall helping our community remain safe, there are some items in here that I think are more of luxury type of items than are really necessary and could be better spent. The replacement of the mobile command center at $3 million. I much rather use that $3 million to potentially go toward the childcare option, which you all mentioned, which you said is not currently funded. The $3 million potential of building whether it's a childcare center or figuring out a path for a childcare incentive, I think that could be incredibly beneficial to the deputies.
I agree, but we need to talk with our team first to know what their needs are with childcare. That's what we're doing right now, and then we'll build that out. But let me tell you something. I'm going to meet at the end of this month with Chief Ferguson. The needs for the mobile command center are now. You want safety during Mardi Gras and the holidays? We need it now. That we can't mobile book and we can't make them more efficient until we have the tools to do it. That I encourage you to ride in that Winnebago. It's not a law enforcement vehicle.
And then there's a piece that just says other for more than $3 million of just miscellaneous stuff that's not even itemized. I think that, there's potentially other better uses for that. I think as we start considering the deputies as well, and this was a little bit brought up by one of the deputies, but I certainly have now gained personal experience in this, is, how do you deal with kind of internal controls and internal investigations and improve the policies around that and improve the policies so that that everyone really is allowed fair due process. And I understand that those policies are being reworked, but that is like a really key piece too, as far as retention, so that deputies really know that the sheriff and the sheriff's office at the very top does have their back.
I am an expert in oversight and investigations, and all of that can't be fixed in 6 months. Number one. Number two, it's all pursuant to the consent judgment. All of that has to be fixed with the consent decree monitors, and we are on that. But let me stop this false narrative that we're spending money wildly at the top. That is false. 5 of the months of the budget being spent were not spent by this administration. Let me be really clear about that. We had $1 million consultants handling IT, and we have dismantled that and are moving that in-house. We are spending efficiently, we are spending wisely, and we are spending pinpointedly. Now, you want to take issue with furniture. Well, I don't know where people are supposed to sit, but you do need furniture after 17 years of a prior administration. You do need stuff. I think that's meant to try and embarrass and to make light of the plight that we're in, but it's a very serious plight. Fixing that building is number one. My team is endangered until we do that. That money will be gone with the surplus, but I can't just spend like that. There are emergencies that go on all the time, from the doors to the gates being blown down to costs being. It doesn't work like that. And our conversation was not how you portrayed
I
it.
do think $200,000 worth of office furniture is a lot of, is a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot. And that's only for the administrative offices. Your total
That's
furniture.
not true.
Oh, that's what it
That is
says on the doc.
incorrect.
So your documents are wrong. Okay, fine.
No, you have
You have said,
said
you
it
had
wrong.
said in the past that you wanted to implement, this is what, when you were coming into office, that you really did want to implement financial controls. So explain those financial controls to me.
We're trying to tell you this. This system, this AS400 system is a mess. You cannot pinpoint be pinpoint on financials with it. That's what we're trying to tell you. We're going to replace it with a system that can be completely open and can be completely, we can categorize everything. We've got to do that. This
What
system is
about
end of
joining,
life.
what about being part of BRASS? I mean, the city pays more than 75% of your budget. It comes out of the general fund.
We are an independent agency. We are going to be maintain our independent financial
I
situation.
understand.
However,
I
we
understand,
are
but we're the
brass.
ones
I
who
dealt
write-
with brass for
But we're
10
the
years.
ones who write your
It's a
checks.
mess.
But we're the
It's
ones,
not easy.
but we're the ones who write your check for more than 75% of
You are
your budget.
required by law to do that. Yes. And I'm required by law to run the sheriff's office and that's what I want to do, maintain the independence.
Go ahead, Mr.
I
Brown.
can address where we are on our financial ERP system, because we have, since I got there on day one, we restarted up our conversations with Oracle. We currently use a JD Edwards system, but it's highly antiquated and it's dependent on data that is housed in another system. We're ready to go with this. It's $2 million because that system is targeted. Once again, it is a targeted system for us to manage our inventory requirements, our capital management needs, which is very different in running a jail facility than it is running a general city office. You know, it's interesting because I was in the budget working group meetings as a member, as was Council Thomas. And when we posited doing this increase, we were asked to consider one-time bonuses, which I told our partners on the budget working group was just a non-starter for us because you can't depend on it. It's not sustainable. And we have people living below the poverty line. But let's really look at, you want to argue over this $1 million surplus. NOPD had a $70 million surplus. If you took 12.35 million out of their 70 and reallocated it for best use to optimize resources, that is only asking for 17.64% of that money. I think that's pretty reasonable. We have gotten no ARP money, one-time money, and we have done more than any other organization to show you how our spend will be. If you take 25 million out of the 70 million, that is 35.71% of unspent NOPD money, and we only need that one time. So this is great. If we're hearing now from the city that we're ready to go, then we'll implement this immediately. But you have to promise and you have to commit to that recurring funding. So are you saying that we can move forward and that we can rely on everybody being good partners and that we are going to do these increases now? We got a lot of people in this room that just want to know, what should we be doing? Because the worst thing we can do, and as the sheriff's CFO, I counseled her, you cannot announce this increase without working with our partners at the city and the city council, because we can't announce it and then take it away. We need budget certainty.
I don't want to interrupt, but I think maybe we've forgotten that these are budget hearings,
That's right.
which are negotiations.
Yeah.
And I don't know what kind of got lost since the last time I was here. But during budget hearings and budget negotiations, it ain't over till it's over. It ain't final until it's
Correct.
final. So there's going to be an opportunity post what you represent and what you present to get us to a negotiation that hopefully will represent some of what everybody wants by December the 1st, I think. Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you so much. Yes, that's by December 1st. My next question has to do with WellPath. Madam Sheriff, you had mentioned before that you'd like to get away from the WellPath contract and put in place your own healthcare workers. With the contract ending June 23rd, what are the processes to get that going?
Well, I'd love to have some more conversations about that because we don't want to be responsible for healthcare. We want a public health model. So we've got LSU Health here. We have people who are well-versed to the federally healthcare, federal healthcare clinics that manage formerly incarcerated and have managed those who have been in custody before. We want to put a public health model together so that when people come into the facility, they come in, we know what their issues are. We have seamless integration and the delivery of healthcare and medications, whether mental health or medical. So we have that seamless. And then when they exit, it's the same thing. We don't leave them to their own devices. We move that smoothly. So we want to talk more about that and who can provide that. But we think LSU could be a big part of that. Some of these clinics that provide that health and create a public health model that is just second to none. What we know is that we deal with mental health, addiction, and trauma. And when people leave, those things don't go away. And so we want to make sure we have a stable structure, and that you talk about helping with recidivism and crime rate, that is very key.
The other question I had too was about the consent decree, and how do you feel you're doing with compliance? Do you think that you're moving forward, you're staying the same, you're moving backwards? What are your thoughts on the consent decree?
The men and women in this department are working so hard to hold the line. We deal with the consent decree monitors at least once a month and get reports. I think we're holding the line on that. There's some areas where we have had to prioritize the physical health of residents and staff. So things like ISB writing reports that slow down, being able to finalize those things. And that's why we're also asking for like case management systems and technology to make the reporting easier so that we can do it all. With some things are going to be still a little slower, but so I think we're holding the line, but there are some places where we are struggling.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you for your presentation today. Appreciate it. A lot of the questions that I would have asked have been asked, and that's what happens when you press the button last, but I'm glad that they were asked. So I appreciate your asking those questions. I have yes, but that doesn't mean I can't make up additional questions.
That's your final comment?
Right. I'm working toward my final questions. I like to get confirmation and I think that the public would want to know because there's conflicting numbers. So I see on page 9 in your presentation that there are currently 304 staff members and 254 open positions. So that's 558 together. Would you discuss your openings and just mention for a fact what number of positions would be optimal for the sheriff's office to do its complete job?
Yeah.
And
OJC, IPC, and TDC only. Okay, those numbers.
Yeah, those numbers that you see there on that slide are for the jail functions only, which are OJC, the main jail, TDC, which houses work release, and TMH, which houses our acute and subacute mentally ill.
so how many how many additional positions are there in addition to this 558?
We need another additional, I'd say 15 to 20 at each court. Is that correct, Chief? So we need it between 15 and 20 at civil court and at criminal district court. We actually take care of 5 courts, the appeal courts and municipal court as well, but we need more. We need more sworn at those areas, but we need employees at all levels. We run a mini city. We have a power plant. We provide water. We provide, care, food, all these things. It's a mini city. So we need all those. We need to, at every level of the organization, we need those people who give the care as well.
So in addition to these open positions at the Justice Center itself, you're saying that there are approximately 45 additional positions. So the the sheriff's office, the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office technically has a need for 300 positions.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, we may have a few more because in general admin, we may need like a FEMA accountant and maybe a budget or data analyst. And I think we've got some needs in CAPIAS and things like that, but it's de minimis compared to what we need in our facilities and over at the criminal and civil courts. So we can get you those numbers if that's what you want, because.
Well, I want them, but I also want you to be giving them to not only us, in the reality, it becomes the public too. It's a public
Yes.
hearing. And when you use expressions such as we may need, or there may need to be a
Right.
need.
And I think we
just
can
want to know-
leverage our staffing report that we've been working on internally, and we can get that data to you, I would think, and to you and the public within the next week.
Okay. Obviously, people who've been victimized by crime are very concerned, and they are in a position that many times they resent the person who committed the crime against them, and sometimes resent the system because there are many breakdowns in the system. But it's possible to be very concerned and hard-nosed relative to crime and still be very concerned about those who are incarcerated, who can't be a part of society at this time. So I'll ask you if you can tell the public, because the public knows or wants to know, I think, and people ask, what is being done specifically relative to mental health services being provided to inmates and residents of Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office, and what can be done to do more? And if there are shortfalls, please tell us in terms of how we might be able to help.
Well, WellPath provides our medical and mental health, and they contract with Tulane Psychiatry to specifically handle mental health in the jail. But over half of our population is on the mental health docket. That's a huge amount. We're probably the second largest provider of mental health in the state, besides the state hospital in Feliciana. So that's a huge issue for us, and we do rely on our contractors to handle that for us. When we move, we do want to move to a public health model in which we have local control. LSU can help, there's psychiatry there, but we need to build back the mental health facilities in this city. I opposed phase 3 because I believe we needed a hospital here to deal with population. You shouldn't have to go to jail to get mental health treatment. That's how it works right now. And if we could come together as a community and spend money on that instead of phase 3, that would be phenomenal. But no matter what we do, we still need that hospital. We have to provide that healthcare, mental health care, or this jail is going to continue to fill up with folks. That's the majority of people we deal with.
Well, I don't know if that's on the horizon for the very near future, unless we do something tremendous during this next legislative session. So in the meantime, I kind of will ask you, what is done for someone who is admitted to OPSO today, this evening, this weekend, in terms of providing mental health services? How do you determine that the mental health services are provided, and what is done specifically for that person?
Well, first I want to say this. St. Tammany did build their hospital. They put out their bonds and they built a mental health hospital to care for that. We can do that too. I had a good conversation with United States Senator Cassidy about that, and about, yes, we do need help from the state and our partners, but St. Tammany did that. They took the initiative to do that. And I hope we will have that discussion as well. But how it works is when they first come in, they're assessed by our provider. We're trying to look at medications. We're trying to find out what's going on with them, suicidal, whatever their issues may be. So we start right there. But my warden is Dr. Astrid Bergden, who is here. She is a clinical psychologist. So everything that we do now, we are changing the way we look at security. Security is about making sure people are mentally feeling safe. And that's a big part of how we now are delivering services. So we now have we are hiring more case managers. I'm not sure if they've all come on board now, but case managers to deal with the population and their issues, deal with whatever's going on with them, the need for more counseling, the need for more assistance. It's about relational security. If people feel safe, we will have less violence, we will have less incidents in the jail. So everything that we do is now being shaped towards the mental health of the residents in our population. That deals with behavior, and that keeps our employees safe.
She's behind you.
Hello. Yes, so I just wanted to reiterate that we're focusing on delivering services to a population who are traumatized, have mental health issues, and or are drug addicted. At least half of our population are receiving psychotropic medication. So we're liaising with mental health services through WellPath. We had positions funded but not filled by the previous administration for case managers. So we're increasing the case managers from 4 to 8. and they'll be working with the residents around those issues. WellPath also have psychologists and mental health professionals that deliver services, but none of this can be delivered without the deputies on the floor. Because what will happen, like this morning, I got a phone call at 8 o'clock this morning because medical is looking for a deputy to assist them to go into the pods to deliver services. So then there's a scramble to find a deputy, which means we pull one out of the school, which means the students don't get to school that day. So it's a constant juggling act. So I can't reiterate enough that the services that get delivered really start at the frontline staff being able to be there to assist the staff. And I pull my deputy to help the psychologist who goes in and does suicide assessments. So my phone, my email goes all day long with residents being moved around the jail because they're on suicide watch. So it's a constant movement of people who are at risk that we're trying to manage.
I appreciate it. So if someone's family member is picked up and has mental health concerns, they can feel assured that the services are being provided right now in the OPSO that meets at least their short-term needs, because there's a need for longer-term health in a facility.
Yes,
Am I
so
correct?
we should be using the jail as an opportunity to identify people's needs and be able to meet them within the jail and then assist them with re-entry into the community to the support services they require. And I also will add that since COVID, a lot of services left and they've started to come back into the jail. So we're getting Alcoholics Anonymous coming in, religious groups. I'm meeting with various people like ex-offenders who can provide programs. I'm meeting with Vote this afternoon. So we're trying to bring in more external services to provide physical, social, psychological supports that our residents require and prepare them for re-entry to avoid them coming back to jail.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think we all should certainly work with the state to try to enhance the availability of space in larger facilities. I guess that's on all of us to work to make it happen, since it's so important and you all see it every day. Can you tell me this is a totally different subject, so thank you very much. Of the 990 plus inmates who are in OPSO right now, how many or what percentage are there accused of murder or convicted of murder?
I do not have the statistics on murder, but we can pull that. But we know that violent charges is 664. So that's a 62.23%. And then weapons charges is another 59, and that's 5.53%. So a total of like close to 68% of them are there for a gun or violence.
Could you explain the role of the jail to the public in terms of why someone may be in jail for such a long period of time before being shipped? Because this is a jail, this is not a prison.
That's right.
So at the end of the day, why are inmates there for so long instead of being sent to a maximum security facility?
Well, I think we're all struggling in the criminal justice system right now to have the trials as the courts open back up and get back up to speed and trying to have more trials. We still have not returned to pre-pandemic levels and staffing at the courts to be able to, fully open up the way that we want. So there was the backlog to begin with. So for instance, we know that of our 900 or so residents, that there is a small percentage, about 50 of them, who have been there 2 years or longer, who commit a number of the altercations and offenses that go on there. And they were there before the pandemic hit. So that backlog is taking a while to catch up. But in the meantime, we got to deal with that.
What does that mean? The backlog is taking up time to catch up. They are there and they are violent and they cause mayhem in a facility that, as you admittedly say, is not as secure as it needs to be. Why are they still there?
Yeah, good question. I don't have the reasons for why they've been here so long here, but we do know that they've been here for, about 20 have been here for 2 years or longer, and another 23 for 3 years or more. So we need to get them through their trials and through the courts and out.
After the takeover of the pad, if there's a different word that you want to use, that's
Say it again, I'm sorry.
the pod, I'm sorry, after the takeover of the pod, you immediately transferred some inmates to another facility because you had a pretty good idea that they were part of creating some sort of mayhem, if you will.
That's right. There were a couple of ringleaders who had been in Angola. And so, they learned a little bit more organized activities. They came back here on remand I don't know if they were appealing, they were getting new trials. I'm not sure exactly what was going on with them, but then they brought some of that organizing to the facility. And we had dealt with them before and gotten them to stand down and to negotiate and to, stop. And then they just kept escalating to the point where we had to say, okay, we can't have this occur again. 990 people in our custody. We've got to keep all of them safe. This is only one pod of the 24 pods, but and 44 of the, roughly 1,000 people there, but we needed to make sure that this didn't happen again. And so we did some things to make sure it couldn't happen again. Number one, we removed handles that allowed them to tie off the doors. Those shouldn't have been there to begin with. We removed those. And then we sent those 4 to 5 people out to state facilities, and they were glad to take them for us. And we just bring them back and forth to court as needed. And it's been very helpful for us.
Okay. Of course, you want to keep everyone who is there safe. And if you have to make a transfer, you have to make a transfer. And it's something that we all understand. No one wants to say, oh, he has got to go to Angola. But when you're picked up and you're brought to a jail, I don't think that you're thinking that you have maximum security issues. And it's a concern to some people,
Yeah, on a daily basis, our max security pods are full and our discipline pods are full and our protective custody pods are full. So that's what we're dealing with on a daily basis, as Dr. Bergman talked about.
Let's talk about for a second, because it's part of a staffing model, but I didn't see it so much in here. Talk about monies that are being spent and what's being done relative to potential rehabilitation and education, GED, secure. And if it's not being done, I'd rather, okay, so someone's coming up to say, I'd like to know the numbers, for example, of the inmates who are able to access additional education and the like. And I think the public would like to know that that's going on, if it's going on, and if not, what can be done to make that happen?
Yes. So we have the Travis Hill School, and there's students spread through the pods, and we were only able to get between 40 to 55% to school on a daily basis. So what we did was move as many of the students we could into one pod, which is on the floor where the school is. In the event that we don't have enough staff to get them to school, then the school goes into that pod. So now we're averaging around 80 to 90% school attendance. So that's only up to the age of 22. We're also talking with an agency to come in to do GED for older residents. And for that to happen, we're going to be training the case managers to assist them in that. So that will be one of the case manager roles. We do need to have a lot more program delivery within the jail. And part of that is obtaining those case managers to start coordinating those services and having enough, again, the deputies there to escort or just to watch out for external individuals who are coming into the jail. So the main thing I want to focus on is drug-related services. We're not treating people for offence-related convictions. They're not yet convicted, so we're not doing offence-specific programs, but more a focus around vocational training, conflict resolution, and drug and alcohol use would be the 3 key areas that I would look at in terms of rehabilitation.
Why is there an age limit at all? Why age 22? It seems a bit counterintuitive, but is that just because of the numbers, or what is the triggering mechanism at age 22?
They come from the education department. Travis Hill is under the education legislation, so I'm assuming it's an education department cutoff.
It's an ordinance.
The state education rules?
I have a little background in K-12 finance, so I think school districts are legally obligated to provide funding for education up until, I think it is age 22, because sometimes school districts get intellectually challenged individuals. So we have to that has to provide funding up until they become at the adult level. So that, I think that's either set by state or federal law, probably state law. So I think it's the same in virtually every state.
So what happens beyond age 22?
That's where I'm hoping to bring in other agencies to assist so people have opportunity for education. I understand that those with cognitive impairments, it's a compulsory, we compulsorily need to provide education learning plans for them. So it's our duty to ensure that they get to the school. And the residents in general, I meet with pod representatives every 2 weeks on each floor, and they are desperate for programs. So motivation to attend programs is not lacking. It's our capacity to provide them within the facility.
And you mean by capacity simply the number of instructors that are available or the number of deputies that would be available? Or what? And I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I think the public would want to know and may be able to help. Maybe a private sector entity such as a foundation could help. But if it's unfortunate, it seems unfortunate that at the age of 22, you can't access educational opportunities such as training for different opportunities or GED programs and the like. So what do we need to do to be able to provide services, rehabilitation services and educational services above age 22?
Yes, so our funding requests that we've put in as part of the budget request is including more civilian staff to assist in the area of programs, because they're like the case managers will support a clinical program manager to start liaising with the external services, because certainly there's a motivation from outside the jail for people to come in and assist and deliver programs. So again, it's making sure that they are safe within the jail when they are there. And that's why we require the deputies to be managing the safety of those external providers that come in. But certainly there's the will to provide programs within the jail. We've just got to make sure we have the properly funded infrastructure to support it.
Okay, thank you for that information. I turn it back to Councilman Thomas.
First of all, I want to thank the Sheriff, Dr. Trautenberg, and Mr. Vassal for those working meetings we've had with the CAO that probably have extended into a level of detail that I think after today's hearings, I think every council member probably warrants and needs some of those meetings to kind of break down what I think you represented as a holistic budget. Of course, you know, during budget hearings, everybody presents what they want, what they need, and what they dream of. The one thing this conversation has, you know, and I wrote it down because I think it kind of presented where we've been and where we are in the city. And the presentation by your staff was extremely important because we've been a city of low bid, low pay, low expectations, and low deliverables. And I think that's represented across the board. It's one of the reasons why the press can come down on people because of how much they make. Because in this city, we don't expect people to make very much. In this city, we don't expect people to live very well. In this city, we don't expect people to get the national or US average or what they get in other cities. So I want to thank you, deputies, and thank your staff for making that particular point. In budgeting, you know, there's actual, there's those things that you need. Councilmember Green made a comment about services. Someone said that 85% of this budget is actually labor. So if 85% of the budget is labor, that means 50, the other 15% represents everything else. So is that right sides, right? What percentage should be maybe programming? Are we taking a more detailed look? Are we going to look at it through this process? Because I know in talking to you, Sheriff, you want to impact recidivism. You want to impact mental health. You want to have, as you've said in our meetings, you want to have a jail where your residents are provided services and programs where they don't come back.
Yes.
So what percentage of programs and services should be represented? And should it be 85% labor? Or should we concentrate more on right sizing with labor and maybe more money going into the labor that's there? Have we thought about that? And during this process, will we take a look at that?
Yeah, and it's a balancing act for us, but first and foremost, we have to comply with the consent judgment, and that requires certain things that to make the mental health appointment, the medical appointments, the dental, the seeing their attorneys, getting to court, all those things. And so those ones are just, we have to have the bodies to move them, and you have to have the sworn personnel to be able to do that. So some of those things are just, we can't move those, but we are, as we open back up, we are working on all the others. So we start, we've got Travis Hill School. We're working on religious help. So we're going to get our chaplaincy program, make that more robust to help our employees and to help those who are in custody as well. But the tablets are another one of the one-time asks that we're talking about. Are really important because they can deliver so much. Attorney visits, medical health, sometimes mental health. They can also do programming for us. We started speaking with the HBCUs in our community because we said, number one, I want our deputies to have education and an opportunity for that. And number two, we want to make opportunities for those in custody. They need that. We need to deal with their education levels as well. And so we are looking at all those things to try and figure out, put dollars on them, to figure out how many we can affect and a time period. In fact, we're talking with educators. I say, if I keep people here 90 days, what can I do in that 90 days on average? They said, well, there's some hooked on phonics. There's some reading programs. There's things that can really help them get them, just really get them ready for the next level. So there are things we can do for them as well. But we are engaging in those conversations to put together programs and to put dollars on to costs for those programs. So we're originally, though, as Dr. Bergman said, our number one priority is the case managers, find out what's going on. What does our population need?
Well, the one thing that you've made evident with your presentation and your staff is that we call it the criminal justice system, but everybody's not treated on par or anywhere near equal in terms of the system. So we have to take a realistic look at that. But the other thing that happened in this hearing today, guys, the questions of my colleagues were extremely important questions. I think they could be helpful. They were detailed questions. This is your first budget, and it can be different, but it was a realistic budget about what you want and what you think you need. Also, I'm encouraged by the comments of the CAO. So I think there's a lot more room during these budget hearings before we get to December the 31st to get to a place where everybody's unhappy enough to be happy. And I think it's important that you work with our budget chairman and the CAO, because when they're in line, I think it makes it a lot easier for us to get in line. And I think from what I heard today, especially with some of the transparency of the realities about the questions asked versus what you presented, I'm hopeful that we can get there. So if there's any closing comments you want to make before we go to the next segment.
No, thank you very much for this opportunity to be heard. I was very grateful to hear today that the council agrees that we'll get a raise. The city agrees that we'll get a raise. We had not had that agreement prior to this day, and we now have it. And we are ready to announce that to our team, and we are ready to move forward. So thank you for that. Just want to reemphasize, a very wise man reminded me of this. There is no justice and there is no public safety without us. And we won't be here if we don't fund them appropriately.
Wow.
So thank you for hearing from especially from my team. And I want to thank my team for all their hard work. Thank you very much.
First name Halley, last name Louie.
A CAO is behind you. You might want
Mr. Montano.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I just want to make sure we're qualified on the raise aspect. So I'm direct and I'm clear. That is the part that I think we're in agreement. There's a whole nother piece of budget requests that are not associated with the hourly raise that we're articulating. And that's a vital distinction, and that I know that we have to make sure that we are most adamant about relative to the raise. We are completely supportive of the hourly raise. And the other pieces, I think, is still part of that conversation. There's a large other component of a budget request that we're certainly not in the same accord with. at least at this stage, without proper information. And then lastly, I'll reiterate what Councilmember Jeruso is, I think, highlighting to all the other criminal justice agencies. There are ways to remain independent within our BRAS system that would give us comfort to be able to watch and track independent expenditures. And that would be vitally helpful for the information so that we can better track, especially on the payroll side and the burn rate, so that it's not lagging in any sort of way, so that the 3.5 million projection that we have, should this go into effect, I will be able to come back to you much more quickly if I see that trending differently.
Well, let me say this from an historical perspective, and Sheriff and Dr. Trautenberg is important. Every sheriff who's ever sat there has wanted to be separate but equal in terms of auditing, in terms of financing, in terms of purchasing. At some point, we need to look at where the merger comes to protect the best interests of you wanting to be separate, but also the best interest of the public's money wanted to be protected. So you guys are going to have the chance to talk about that and hopefully negotiate that. But forever, sheriffs have wanted the money, but they've only wanted the state auditor to audit, not independent auditors to audit, and that has been a public conversation from 40 to now. So whatever the right part of it, whatever respects you and your independence as a sheriff, hopefully we get to that point where there's at least a working relationship that respects everybody's wants around that area.
We look forward to talking.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you. We have two public comments, Mr. Perkins and Mr. Morgan. You good? Okay. Mr. Morgan? Thank you, Mr. Perkins.
Good evening, Councilman. Good evening, Council, and everybody in the house. I listened to the scenarios that was discussed in the category of the Sheriff Department. And a lot of reality that was makes sense to me. The first one was give them better deer sickles. The reason is, you all know, in our time, we had Shoe Town. When you bought a pair of shoes from Shoe Town, they didn't last. But when you bought a pair of shoes from Gacho, they last 20 years. And I have a pair of all my feet right now. So give them something that's going to last where they won't have to spend a lot of money in repairs and then later throw it away. And also the money that they ask. I didn't watch many organizations come into this council, and they was treated as if you all was Santa Claus. I remember that when advisor came here was paid $80,000 for 1 hour worth of competition and couldn't give y'all no credible information to lead the city into the future. And then behind her came another person who was an advisor, was paid $120,000, and a Navy readman. And guess what? He couldn't give y'all, he couldn't answer one question or that, but yet he was paid and she was paid. These people here represent the safety of our community. It's a foundation. It's a need. It's not a necessity that we could find a substitute for. Susan Water Bowl? Oh, yeah. The mayor is the president of Susan Water Bowl. Their director was given $57,000 a raise he gave himself. Now that's a goddamn shame that you people on the council can go it on and drag this out when this man here, the ace that he held in the deck, was the mayor to get his $57,000 a raise. And the saddest part about it, he's still on the clock. I ain't never heard of the director on the clock that could double dip. When the storm came, he denied a percentage of his employees overtime, but he was on overtime, got another $5,000 raise. But yet, he's working today. He's still the director. Then you have the police department. Oh, how many times comes about they recruiting? How many times they come up for vehicle? How many times they come up for equipment? But yet, Santa Claus give it to them. The council, y'all give it to them. Oh yeah, anything they want, they could get. And then you have the hustler of all hustlers, the pimp of all pimp. You have energy. Don't interrupt me. You have the pimp of all pimps. You have energy. Energy get anything they want. Power plant, the power plant, they got that. And also sad about it, look at how many times that those people got raises. And the saddest part about it, they also was stealing. They was giving themselves vacation. They was giving their partner $35,000 raise. And also they was misusing money. But yet they still was on the job. And yet y'all obliged to them and y'all catered to them. And the saddest part about it, they have systems to generate money to keep the stealing going. And that is the electric bill and the water bill. And yet they get money from that. They get revenue from that. And yet y'all cater to them. I say, be fair.
Thank you,
I say,
Mr. Morgan. Mr.
give
Morgan.
these people to what they want because they earn it. They're not asking you for something that they didn't earn. And when you go home tonight, you think about them. They are the ones that protecting your community. And they are the ones that trying to rehabilitate the people to come back into the future to be a part of society.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Thank you, Sheriff. Appreciate y'all being here. We'll
Thank
move
you.
on to the next topic. Next up is tax levy ordinance, Board of City Trust, and then Department of Finance.
There's no progression unless.
All right, are we gonna get started with tax levy ordinance?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. White. Now, Mr. White, I would like you to publicly state that you didn't go first this time, that you didn't go first this time. I got you. Good afternoon, sir. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Norman White, Chief Financial Officer.
Matthew Cooper, Chief Economist.
Clearly, he's going to do more of the talking for this when I'm standing by with most of the team for the next 3 meetings. But I do want to say, just to your point, it was rather interesting viewing this from the seats. As you know, we're the first one to go through, and it's quite exciting to look at it from the background and then come up later. So I appreciate that.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Cooper, the floor is yours. Thank you, Mr. White.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks, members of the committee. Like I said, my name is Matthew Cooper. For those of you who I haven't spoken to before, thanks for having me and happy to speak with you today. I really just have two quick roles to fulfill here right now. I'm going to present or at least just read the new tax levy ordinance before you and then give a little bit of review of the economic assumptions and some of the conditions that were went into the 2023 budget forecast. So as far as the tax levy ordinance is concerned, there is no major change or any change at all to the mill levies except for that's up to me, isn't it? Except for the early childhood education levy of 5 mills that was passed, I believe, earlier this year, this spring. And other than that, everything is the same for the 2023 levy. Then moving on to the revenue budget. This we presented before in the REC meeting. So it's the general fund revenue forecast totals $722,422,780. There's a $14.1 million balance from 2022. And so that equates to $736.5 million. And then on top of that, the non-general fund revenue is there. That's roughly equivalent to that $737.7 million. So of course, here's the change. And so from our revenue expectations that we updated back in September, the increase that we're expecting for the 2023 total general fund receipt is 3%. And that's quite a bit smaller than the increase that we saw for the 2022 receipts total. That's really due to the economic conditions that we see before us moving into 2023. We've heard a lot about inflation and the increased cost of living today. That's a big consideration. As well as just general recovery that has to take place in the local economy in order to get us back to where we were prior to the pandemic. The basic assumption for the 2023 forecast is that the momentum of that recovery will carry us through to a continued increase in activity and corresponding revenue. But the pressures of inflation and the pressures of this recession that we seem to be sort of in the eye of the storm on is really going to keep us from getting to that full recovery place through 2023. A word on inflation, I suppose I'll use this to talk about inflation. The year over year number that came out yesterday is, in my opinion, slightly misleading because the purpose of a year over year measurement is to look at where we are, current conditions of prices right now versus where we were a year ago. And a year ago, we were already experiencing inflation. So a smaller year over year number in October does not necessarily mean inflation is going down. So prices rose in October. Gas and oil prices have been rising for at least the past week. And so prices are still going up. Inflation is not getting better. It's actually getting worse. So that's all I really have for you. Thank you.
Thank you. I only have one question. In 2023, what are we roughly expecting a mill to translate to in dollars? A little over 4 million?
Oh.
Yes. Is that about right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Anybody else? All right, I had 4 hours more of questions, but looks like you guys.
If it's about the economy,
Yeah,
I'll have that
yeah,
conversation.
you're all done. All right, Board of City Trust, please. Thank you, Mr. Cooper.
Thanks.
All right. Good afternoon. Yeah, you can. As long as you're okay.
I'm okay.
Good morning, council. My name is Eric Smith. I'm from the CAO's office. I handle most of the research into special funds for the city. And so that's why I'm here to present on the Board of City Trusts. Today, I'll give a brief overview of the Board of City Trusts, the 2022 annual report on our dedicated funds, and then those funds that are specifically under the purview of the Board of City Trusts. The board was established on the recommendation of the committee that established the 1954 Mayor Council Home Rule Charter. And essentially, the purpose of the Board of City Trusts is to review and recommend for acceptance any trusts and conditional donations that are made to the city of New Orleans. We have seen in the past that the city has accepted a number of bequests and other trusts that were probably questionable for it to have accepted. And so the recommendation for a dedicated board to oversee that was made. The Board of City Trust is made up of 11 members. The administration has endeavored to refill the board with a full contingent of members. We are currently looking for 2 members to fully fill out the board. Those 2 members that we have that have expired terms are still able to attend meetings until they are replaced. So we do have a full contingent board right now. So in 2020, the council passed an ordinance requiring this presentation and a report on the various special funds and trusts that are overseen by the board. And the current and prior years fund budgets and balances, as well as those projected 2023 revenues, are included here. And then recommendations as to the future use of those funds and whether or not we should abolish any out of use funds, and whether or not any funds could be rededicated to the general fund. So as of September 15th, we're looking at analyzing 73 different trusts and special funds that the city oversees. These include trusts and bequests that the city is the trustee of, as well as various special revenue funds, such as IMF or any of our various millage funds. So out of those 73, 33 of those are funds that would fall under the purview of the Board of City Trusts. Those would be trusts or bequests or special revenue funds that are explicitly under their control. Those other 40 funds are dedicated special revenue funds. Again, like IMF, where there is a special dedicated revenue source that exists strictly for that fund. Of those, we have identified about 35 funds total that we would like to exhaust and get off the city books altogether. Out of those, we've to date fully exhausted 11 of those funds. The New Orleans Public Library has done an excellent job of exhausting funds that we've identified that were under their budgetary purview, and that represented about $1 million. We're in the process of working with legal to figure out all of the various steps that are going to be necessary to abolish these funds. All of them are special funds. They all have special requirements. And so it's going to be a unique process for each of them to get them off the city books. Our primary recommendation is that the city take very careful consideration and acceptance of any future trusts or bequests. It really has been a fascinating journey. We literally had special funds and bequests that were over 160 years old on our books still. We had bequests that we somehow inherited during the Great Depression from random citizens. We had all kinds of things. So it would really be in our best interest to be very careful about that moving forward. So of the funds that fall under the purview, most of them have very minimal or zero balances remaining. A good example of that is Adopt a Pothole, which if you were around in the 80s, you would remember was a fund that was created where you could literally send money to the city to adopt a pothole on your block. It has $283 remaining in it. We're looking to appropriate that to DPW, have it zeroed out, and then come back to council to have that removed for the city's overview. So if there are no specific questions on any of these, I can't imagine.
Yeah, well, first, I'm gonna inhabit the ghost of Councilmember Morel, who doesn't love the name of the Delgado Trust. So we hear about that at every meeting. I guess the only small thing, and this may be more related to the millage discussion, is we do have some millages that have expired, and therefore we have fund balance in those. And I just want to start thinking about what we're using those for as we move forward. I know yesterday, for example, economic development is getting an allocation from the EDF now that that's expired. How do we use the NIF now that that has expired? I think there may be, Mr. White, some money left in the capital projects, maintenance money. So I just want to make sure, to your point, that we don't let that money linger for 160 years, that we spend it down.
To the chair, you're exactly right. The way we did the budget this year, what we tried to do is start with those special revenue funds first.
Great.
Before we added the general fund. And so we tried to populate them, and clearly some fund balance issues because they're lingering revenues for years. But that's baked into the budget as much as we could.
Music to my ears. Thank you very much. Thank you all. All right, Department of Finance and Supplier Diversity. And Mr. White, as you just get set up, you know, we've asked about the sanitation collection. So when you all get that number for us, please let us know. I know your office is looking into it.
You would like to know the number collected so far?
I know what I'm interested in is more of who isn't paying. In other words, what should be the number of sanitation collected, and then what is actually being collected, and then obviously what that delta is. Because
And actually, we've been in communication with Sewage and Water Board.
Oh,
to get
great.
that information.
Great. I really appreciate that. Thank you all for being here. All right. The floor is yours. Thank you for your patience.
We'll start with introduction with you, Jesse.
Morning, Council. My name is Jesse Evans. I'm the Director of the City of New Orleans Employees Retirement System.
Hi, good morning. My name is Julien Meyer. I'm the Chief Procurement Officer and the Head of the Bureau of Purchasing.
Courtney Wilson Renthrope, I'm the treasurer for the city.
Romy Samuel, Collector of Revenue.
I would also like to say, clearly Frida Richardson would be here. She's the controller. And I know, hopefully she wouldn't mind me saying this, but her mom passed last weekend, so she couldn't be here, and I was sorry in her stead. So we offer our condolences.
I was about to say, please give her our condolences as well.
So we get started. We'll go through the overview that most departments have been through. Pretty much the mission is pretty much what it does every year, and that is to provide timely and relevant financial services for the city of New Orleans. And be responsible for ensuring the sound physical management of the city, which directly influences citizens' perception of the city trust. Government to account for its use of taxpayers' dollars to improve initiatives. The bureau itself, we have at least 5 bureaus, and clearly that's accounting, which is led by the controller, and clearly procurement, retirement, and treasury and revenue. So what we want to do is go over the departmental accomplishments. First up would be accounting, and I'm going to do Frida's portion. One of the accomplishments of last year, and I know we've been working on this for quite a while, is to move people to ACH, less paper, more direct payments in the bank, and we're roughly around 50% of that. Having a hard time pushing people towards it, but I think the benefit of a program like this is they get their money quickly. The other point would be is they can see where their invoices are, and we're pushing that program. I think as long as we get people to understand that, I think that number will grow. The other piece is that we're attempting, we did a pretty good job of putting closing procedures together. We did put the systems in. Now we're putting closing procedures together, and now move into what we call a monthly consolidated program. And so as they implement new features to our ERP system, we'll be able to see that go into fruition. We also look at, as we do constantly, we know one of the mainstays of some of the complaints is the issue is people don't get paid on time. And so what we're looking to do is, once the information or the invoices is in the system, it has been matched with the PO. Once that occurs and the department say they approve of it, we're paying that within 30 days. And we can see some marked improvement there, particularly on the general fund side, we're 82% there. Now, clearly the other side of capital got some work to do, but we're 82% of the general fund
Can
side.
I just ask you a question about that? Because again, Councilmember Morel brought this up the other day. I think it's a great system. What happens if a department head just gets busy, isn't paying attention? Is there something like a, hey, head of, I don't want to name a department, ABC department, you're running behind and therefore we want you to play part of your administrative responsibilities to play catch up to make sure the vendors are being timely paid?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we build a two-man concept. One is we have people in the accounts payable who look at the numbers and see where departments are. But the system itself will bug you, right? I mean, if you don't pay it, just keep sending emails so you have this ready, ready until you do it. So it's redundant.
Thank you.
Sure. The other part is anticipation of the 21 audit being completed by mid-December. And so we'll move forward to the next one, and I'll pass it over to Julian.
So regarding the Bureau of Procurement and Bureau of Purchasing, with the change of the COVID restrictions, we have put an emphasis on connecting our vendors with our department. And so one of the accomplishments this year was the launch of the reverse trade show at Gallia Hall in June, where we had a very successful interaction between a vendor community and 15 plus department heads, as well as partner agencies, as we wanted to help our vendors to get in touch with contract opportunities that are current but upcoming as well. And then also it helped us help other departments with their outreach opportunities, such as Industry Day. There was a successful meeting at the Convention Center this year, as well as helping our colleagues from the Office of Community Development when they do their startup conference every year with their vendors on understanding the procurement, contract, and payment processes. And now I'm going to hand it over to Jesse.
Thank you, Julian. This year, coming out of 2021, headed into 2022, the retirement system had a historic high as it relates to end of year assets. We exceeded $500 million for the first time. We had a 16.4% investment return, so it was a historic year as it relates to performance for the fund. Coming out of that, we moved forward with redesigning our investment policy statement with a more detailed analysis of sort of not only where we wanted to go and what parameters, ranges, highs and lows we could go with different asset classes, whether they be equities, fixed income, or the like. We also put in more detail as to exactly where those actual investments would go to really determine how we could reach our goal. Our goal being the 7.25%, which is the assumed rate of return that the fund actually has. That's the rate that we assume that we will return each year. Again, here being able to identify the exact drivers in that performance. Another item that we were able to accomplish with the assistance of the council, and we thank you for that. Legislation was initiated, not only initiated but passed, that would allow for alternative funding for COLAs. If you remember, I mentioned about a week ago that we're not actually given an increase in the monthly benefit for retirees since 2008. We're not given a one-time lump sum COLA since 2015. With this particular legislation and passage, we'll now be able to provide COLAs as early next year, and we definitely thank the council for that. The retirement system also provides retirement education classes with our partnership with Civil Service. So 4 times each year, we actually provide classes that are taught by retirement classes that are taught by my staff to employees to learn more about the retirement system. And lastly, as it relates to accomplishments, we were successfully in completing and transmitting our 2021 audit to the legislative auditor. With that, I'll pass over to Courtney, who will actually discuss the Department of Treasury.
Okay, so some of the 2022 accomplishments that Treasury experienced, we expanded the citywide iNova cashiering system to NOPD and property management that basically allows for a centralized cashiering system. Instead of departments taking money from taxpayers and bringing it to Treasury, it allows for them to process it faster and it hits the GL a little bit quicker. We also collaborated with the assessor's office as well as other agencies such as the library and taxpayer education, and allowing taxpayers a little bit easier accessibility in paying their property tax bills. That was a success, and we continue and hope to do that this year as well. We also, this past year, had our annual tax sale, which just wrapped up at the end of September. We had about 1,100 eligible properties, 875 properties were sold, which generated about $4 million. We also had we continue to have our daily reconciliation distribution of funds to the taxing authorities. Back in 2019, 2020, we did become a little bit delayed due to a transition to a new system, but we are back on track and we are sending out those bi-weekly distributions. And from there, I will pass it on to Romy Samuel.
Good afternoon. The Bureau of Revenue, which is responsible for the sales tax for the city of New Orleans, procured and selected a vendor to replace our current sales tax system. The implementation is scheduled for December 2022, and the new system will provide us extensive enforcement capabilities through discovery and analytical tools. We also worked directly with the Remote Sellers Commission. The Remote Sellers Commission is an agency that collects sales tax from internet companies that ship merchandise into Orleans Parish. What we did with the Remote Sellers Commission was work on delivery locations by zip codes. The city would have to share with the state and our colleagues around the state with an average sales tax, but now we worked on delivering directly into Orleans Parish zip codes, and we have a more accurate sales tax rate. So we're experiencing an increase to the general fund, 4.2 million exactly over 2021's collection of internet tax.
Thank you, Romy. We'll go into the 2023 goals. And again, I'll step in for Frida. The first one is to complete and implement the financial closure for our what we call our financial statement, annual financial statements, as well as our monthly financial statements in a timely and proficient manner. We are getting back on time, and our commitment is to do so. And what we're looking to do, which is the next line, and that date is wrong, is we complete our 2022 audit by June 30th of 2023, not January. It'll be June 30th, and that will be back on time. And so we look forward to that. We're also dedicating to pushing 100% invoice pay within 30 days. And that's pretty much with once all of the approvals are set within the system, that is paid within that those periods. We're also looking to enhance the ERP system, do a little bit of fund accounting. We're going to continuously upgrade the system. It'll be a little bit more efficient for us. It's going to aid in the timely production of our annual financial statements. That's actually occurring now. We have Infor here. We have a project team, and we're moving forward on that program. We'll implement not just that, but our receivable systems and centralized receivable, and also electronic payment program, as well as bringing the projects and grants onto the system as well. I'll give it to Julian.
Thank you, Norm. For procurement, our goals are to expand our customer service in two ways. One, with our vendor community, by creating in-person technical assistance. A couple of examples to cite is developing a DBE bootcamp in collaboration with our colleagues from the Supply Diversity to help newly certified DBEs understanding how to do business with the city. But we also want to help the other vendors who are not DBEs, who are also looking for opportunities. So looking to develop what we call for now clinics that could be in our office, as well as using the library and Nordsee's facilities to interact with vendors who cannot come to City Hall, but can be anywhere in the city. The other approach of customer service approach is with obviously our city employees. We want to use the resource that civil service classes offer for our office to help our employees understand better contracting and procurement processes, especially within the context of our new financial system. So those are our goals for 2023. Now I'll leave it to Courtney.
Actually, just
No, Jason, I'm sorry.
No problem. No problem, Julian. We also can look at our audit as a way to improve the system. So in response to our most recent audit, what we're going to do is we're looking to expand the capacity to give more detail with our disbursements and with our receipts. So that was one of the things that came out of the recent audit. So we're going to look to expand that general ledger system to give more transparency there. As I roll into that transparency, that theme, we're looking to also to achieve the certificate of transparency and reporting from NCPRS, which is a national conference on employees and retirement systems. So again, transparency, achieving that particular certification is something that we're going to strive to do in 2023. Also to assist in budgeting, because we are the retirement system, there's an attachment to the contribution rate for the city for all employees. We're going to look to do some budgeting and access some projections. We also do it once per year, but what we're looking to do is do 1, 2, and 3 year projections. So the city has an idea what the contribution rate is going to look like on the horizon. It may not be an exact number, but the city will get an idea of, hey, this is what your pension costs are going to look like over the next 1, 2, 3 years. And lastly, I think the goal of any retirement system is to provide a system that is both sustainable and attractive to both current and future employees. With that, I'll turn it over to Courtney, who will handle the Treasury goals for 2023.
All right, so Treasury's 2023 goals. The first one that I'm the most excited about is developing a multi-agency educational resources and workshops to expand taxpayers' knowledge and promote transparency. It's somewhat of a hot topic. I know you guys get the emails, Act 718. That is something that we want to be able to explain a little bit more to taxpayers because it is difficult to understand. It's legislation the average taxpayer may not understand. So we want to be able to educate them. We will have additional inserts within your property tax bills. We also intend to have neighborhood engagement hours to be able to explain those things to taxpayers. So we look forward to working with the assessor's office, with you guys, with other city agencies in communicating those things to taxpayers. One of our other goals that we are looking forward to continuing to enhance our property tax billing and receivable system. So we work with a system that does all of the billing and all of the collections. And so in order for us to be more efficient with the limited staffing that we may have, it's imperative that we improve our system so that those property tax bills and all of those other processes, such as refunds, are able to be done in a timely manner and with hopefully less paper involved. So that is one of our bigger goals. We also intend to continuous implementation of the iNova cash sharing project. As I mentioned earlier, we touched NOPD as well as another department. Well, we want to continue to expand it to other departments, as well as put in the credit card processing, the credit card processing systems within the departments, Treasury being one of the first ones to implement that, to make it easier for taxpayers to come in and pay. Oftentimes they will come, they may have a credit card, may not have checks. And so they have to use either their cell phone to pay if they're within City Hall, or a computer. So we hope that with the implementation of the credit card system, it will be easier for taxpayers to pay. And I'll pass it off to Romy.
Thanks, Courtney. The Bureau of Revenue's 2023 goals, our laser focus is to implement the new system, the new tax collection system. We need to be able to benefit from the new features that the system will offer so that we can maximize enforcement as well as sales tax collections. What the system will be able to do is data discovery through social media, data warehousing, et cetera. As you all are aware, businesses don't just advertise using billboards anymore. They don't just use print media or, radio. Everything is social media. So we want to be able to leverage that technology to find those people who are flying under the radar so that we can bring them into compliance, whether they know or not know. We want to educate them on what the expectations are as it relates to sales tax collection and license requirements. The new system will also have the ability to do skip tracing to locate people who may have fallen off the radar. So we want to employ the system as quickly as possible so that we can use the benefit to our advantage. The system will also have business intelligence modules that track timelines for both internal and external customers. That means internally, it'll track what our people are doing to make sure that they're the most responsive to the customer. On the flip side, the owners are able to now access the system so that they can manage their account without having to physically come into City Hall. We want to expand customer service with this system. Like I said, they will have access to every piece of correspondence that the city has issued to them. They can reprint, they can handle everything that they need to do through the system without our manual intervention. We will also have the ability for the public to search information as it relates to licenses and permits. Certainly certain things that we manage are confidential. Those will not be available as such as sales tax information, But occupational license information, live entertainment permits, those type things that we manage will be able to be publicly searched through the system. One of the goals as well is to engage with a collection agency. It's called the Office of Debt Recovery, which is a state program that we will employ to collect on things that have gone past our reach. The Office of Debt Recovery has access to state tax refunds. They have federal banking information that we can engage with that agency in order to collect things that have gone uncollectible for us. Now, we do have very effective means of collecting when we need to reach out to taxpayers. We can garnish, we can sue, but if the file has gone, you know, kind of stale, we'll go that extra step in order to recover those funds for the city.
Can I just ask one thing? I don't need a full throated response, but we did hear earlier that brass was not very usable. And I just thought, Mr. White, you may want a minute to rebut that.
Thank you for saying that. I did cringe, but I understand, right? Because I think anytime you implement a new system, there's several things. One, we have to work a new system that have current financial programs and try to fit it with a city that have not been on a financial program for years. We know we use 5 different systems, and in some cases it's more than that when we come to different departments. And so the goal was trying to consolidate those so we could begin to build the financial statements and know exactly what's happening. And so as we went through the first year, it was a little bit clunky, and we know that. I mean, I've implemented these 4 systems now, and that's part of the maturation of it. The other part would be as we begin to grow it, tighter programs in place, we have worked with Infor to make things better, meaning we understand that departments and the city are familiar with some items and we adjust it accordingly. What we know is that we are paying invoices on time. We also know that if we pay a PO is completed or a contract before an invoice is paid. So the structure and the purpose of financial security exists within the system. I get the earlier frustration. I think we still have a learning curve. I think folks are unfamiliar or unwilling to learn financial systems. And since it is the primary system we use, it's important that we continue to train. And I think if people really adopt it and look at it, they'll find it ease of use. It is built around the city policies to ensure those things occur, and that's what it does. And unless we want it more efficient, we have to change those policies, but it is built for that reason. I think the AG had an opinion, which I believe most of the write-ups that were before were cured. So it is a system that is proficient. We will always seek to make it better. And if anyone have a problem with it, we're willing to hear what they have and adjust accordingly, but we need specifics.
Thank you, Mr. White.
Thank you. So moving over to the budget proposal, it's pretty much the same as last year. The personal service reduction is kind of consistent with everyone else's. It's really an actual account of what we have, and the budget was based on that, and it reflects $700,000 reduction, and just like 20% is put in there other places for us to go ahead and continue to hire. We know we have to hire in certain areas, particularly in Treasury. And we also have some hiring need to do in accounting to shore those things up. But I'm very happy with the improvements that are happening in those particular areas. And I think we're coming up. And I think as we produce the financial statements in December and then the following June, I think you'll be impressed with what you'll see. Other operating, clearly there's a reduction there. It's some IT system which we use that will fold over to fund balance and or ARP. As I said, it would never be where we'll have a system and it just stays that way. We'll constantly improve them. From the IS World system in Treasury, clearly with the sales tax new system, as well as brass budget system and the like. They will constantly have a rotational improvement of what the industry have known to be more efficient today. The other item is debt service, which increased 10 million. And this is the first year that we're paying for the COI. And I think we're contemplating whether we should pay it off, and I'll take that $10 million back and put it back into the budget. But what you see here is that payment. And the net effect of that with the reduction is an $8.8 million increase.
How much total do we still owe on this?
I think this is the first payment. I think we're sitting at around 35 or so.
Okay. All right. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
And the next one is the CIP. I mean, I think you mentioned this earlier. That's dwindling down, so we have a little there. I think this will be the last time we'll have use of this. And so we have to move to other things. And this is where we really fund those programs I just talked about. And I think as we begin to compete and we see a lot of IT programs across the board, including public safety, I think we'll see a lot of IT budget go up because the city is now depending on that. And I think that is a success in its own right. Revenue collections, I mean, this is pretty much what we go through every month. And I think in every case, we provide this slide so we can see at least what sales taxes happening month over month, year over year since 19. And I think when we look at this, clearly 19 was the first year was pre-COVID and everything else was after that. And what we can see now is we're steadily increasing with things like what Ms. Samuels talked about was online orders and things like that that's coming up is really boosting our revenue up. So the sales tax have recovered tremendously. I mean, you'll see that. The next one would be hotel motel. It was the drag, right? Because clearly the last thing that we're recovering was the hotel motel area, and that has come back as the events have come. And so we look forward at least coming back to that level of revenue. We're still short because as you know, we produced a budget somewhere around 736, 740. Now, based on these hearings, they're probably going to grow. And we're sitting at collecting around 720 in revenue. So we're probably going to add out of fund balance to be able to budget it. So the goal is to continue to push these revenues up. It won't be sales tax. They are having a life on its own. It's going to be fines and fees and things like that that we have to work really aggressive towards over the next 2 years to make it come back. That's pretty much it. We stand ready for your questions as you have them.
I just wanted to say thank you for everybody for your level of preparation today. And also I heard repeatedly, this is what we're trying to do to make things easier, more understandable. And I think, particularly I heard there's Mr. Julian talking about how we get businesses in here and try and make them understand how the system works. Ms. Renfro, how do we make things easier for people to understand their tax bill? Ms. Samuel, same thing. But it's just, it's encouraging because I think a lot of times when we live inside the government bubble, it's all becomes second nature to us. And we forget how much the public doesn't always understand because we don't make it as easy for them too. So I appreciate the fact that you're trying to break that down and make it so much easier for people. Anybody else? Councilmember Thomas.
Well, first of all, thank you for your presentation. And the Samuels and the Finance Department staff, I mean, for years, for quite some time, it's always been helpful. So you have a very helpful staff. I'm talking about being responsible, or at least trying to help citizens. So thank you guys on behalf of my staff and the people I work with. When you take a look at the revenue and forecasting moving forward, everything I'm hearing from the tourism industry, hotel, motel, restaurants, retailers, is that the projections are exceeding what they thought. And it was a good thing. Some of the projections were conservative, but everybody is seeing a little more than they thought, especially those folk that stayed around and were able to maintain during COVID. So as we project our budget forward, a lot of the presentations are people who are asking for recovering funds, similar to what we heard in one of the presentations today. Have we determined that the percentage of increase is going to be enough to deal with some of those recurring requests that seem to be, should be necessary, or I don't want to say should be part of need? How are we dealing with that? And how are we projecting in terms of what we think we'll get if the trend continues based on the needs that many of those agencies and departments have?
Good question, and through the chair. So I think may want to just level set on one thing. Certainly revenue has grown tremendously since the start of COVID. We agree with that. And we just amended the current year revenue over $60 million to increase, and then going forward is even more. But what I think is important to say is that we haven't returned back to the level of money we spend. So we haven't broke even, and therefore it's not an increase. What we're doing is, since the revenue was less than our actual costs, we use ARP or CARES Act money to replace it until that revenue return. Now, the concern we have is how does it return? Because some of the conversations that we're having up here are new type of money. So we can't put the money back that were taken before without looking at some of these safety and public safety concerns that we now have to redirect. Now, just to your question, will the revenue grow more than the 750? That's a possibility. And that'll be new money we can move to some other places. But until then, we have some hard choices to make.
And so that brings me to my last question. Families small businesses and people, they've learned how to right size. You know, based on COVID and based on what the realities, budget realities are now. They're doing studies to see if, you know, were they right sized before COVID? Are we taking a look at municipal government and the agencies now to see, you know, if we're right sized based on our needs moving forward? And, you know, so we will have a better sense of, you know, because in listening to the sheriff's budget, you know, some of the wish versus what the realities are, you know, in terms of, so, you know, what level of labor do you need? What level of programming do you need? Are we using that opportunity to do that?
Yes, we are. I think if you heard Jesse speak to earlier, we asked him to give us a 3-year projection. As we know, the investments that were made in the economy have grown tremendously for us and it benefited the pension system. But we also know the last year or so where the market is in regard to inflation and those issues. So costs will increase. So looking at those line items and figuring out what those cost increases are will give us a better idea of where our expenses will be compared to our revenue. So that's one. The other item is when we built this budget, it was based on the baseline. So we all can see where we are. When we begin to build it, we'll see what we need. We'll see how departments and other entities perform in that regard to figure out where those new money go. The other part would be once we look at that and we now have a better look that when it grows, we may not have enough revenue, consolidating some of those efforts, right? Is what we're going to get into next.
And I apologize, Chair, but I'm gonna do like Councilmember Green on my last question is, everybody has used inflation, supply chain disruption. And, you know, as I've reminded the last couple of days, elections have consequences. And we see the market starting to actually react, you know, in kind of a more favorable way in some areas. So we see inflation coming down, gas prices have come down, inflation has come down. So how are we going to adjust our budget? Because I don't want to say it's a scare tactic, but most of what we've heard is that we got to be cautious because of inflation. We have to be careful because of inflation. Well, you know, inflation has moved down a couple of points. The market has reacted differently because of the last election. So are we taking a look at that the same way and adjusting the same way?
Through the chair, yes. And so if we go back to using 2019 as our base point, we recognize the economy was growing at a certain level, generally 3% annually. That's generally the mark. What we're seeing now, it grew exponentially because we had some quarters where we're above 9%. The Feds increased rates to try to push those pressures down. So we're being pushed into a recession to deal with the inflationary issues. The concern we have is that at the end of the day, it's still larger or higher than it was in 2019. And so those costs that will stay there will be income. I think income will raise. I think we have some real spirited conversation regarding that. We've made some inroads there. So that will increase. Some supply areas will increase as well. So we expect to be above that 750 number if we don't do anything to adjust it. The other part would be is you're right, we have to make decisions one way or the other. And hopefully we begin to projectize revenue generating activity to now balance out with those. But I agree with you, we're going to have to make some hard choices to now being those inflationary factors that will stay and bring down some other costs to now balance.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. All right, thank you all very much. We really appreciate it. Next up, we'll go to the CAO's office, Budget Office, Office of Information Technology and Innovation, Office of Service and Innovation, and Office of Employee and Labor Relations.
Good. I don't think in the consolidated presentation, we included supply diversity.
Oh, okay.
So I don't want Lori to feel left out.
I don't want her to feel left out. I apologize for that. I was just so excited about more sales tax that I forgot.
If we can we change the slide to the new one?
My apologies.
Yes, wherever you want to sit. I don't, yeah.
Where are you? Where is it? Come get it.
It's on the file.
Yeah.
No, see, I knew you were gonna say that. I was gonna let you get it in. I wanted to, but I didn't want to hear that. Yeah, I'm gonna slide over a little bit.
You can start your presentation.
Good afternoon. My name is Lori Bartholomew. I'm Director of the Office of Supplier Diversity. And so I'm going to start like everyone else and talk about our mission statement. The Office of Supplier Diversity is dedicated to creating and implementing programs, policies, and procedures that assist underserved, underutilized, and disadvantaged businesses with gaining greater access to procurement opportunities and resources to build competitively viable and sustainable businesses in and for the city of New Orleans. Our vision statement, the Office of Supplier Diversity's vision is to develop a national model for local governments on how to deliver and capture value through supplier diversity. Our organizational chart, as you can see, we have a very small office. Under me, I have a compliance coordinator who supervises 4 compliance officers, a certification coordinator who supervises a certification analyst, and 1 certification specialist who is a shared employee between us and Sewage and Water Board. Our 2022 department accomplishments, we manage the state and local DBE certification program. With our partners, the Sewage and Water Board and the New Orleans Aviation Board, OSD implemented a revised SLDBE certification policy to more closely align the program with the federal DBE certification requirements. This is ongoing, and we are continually evaluating inconsistencies in the processes. For example, while the SLDBE program requires annual renewal, the state and federal programs require only a 3 to 5 year renewal if there are no significant changes in business. We also work closely with other agencies who serve on the Certification Appeals Committee. These partners include RTA, Sewage and Water Board, New Orleans Aviation Board, the Convention Center, and WEBEC. In 2022, we certified 41 new DBEs and renewed certification for 127 new DBEs. There are currently 596 certified DBEs in our database, 63 pending new applications, and 65 pending renewal applications. Our certification team is working at capacity. On average, we participate in at least 1 outreach event per month to promote certification in SLDB program. In 2022, we participated in events sponsored by the RTA, Morial Convention Center, the Port of New Orleans, SBA, and Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. In addition to certification, one of our other accomplishments relates to recreated consistency and efficiency in the application of EBO compliance. In 2022, OSD has experienced an almost complete workforce turnover. This created a bit of panic when considering our goal of delivering a consistent level of service to DBEs. However, this also was seen as an opportunity to establish procedures and processes to ensure consistent application of DBE compliance rules and regulations, and to implement a formal training program for both compliance officers and certification personnel. We were able to hire 4 new compliance officers and 1 new certification analyst, and the training is ongoing. Currently, 4 compliance officers are managing approximately 150 contracts each. We have recently filled the last compliance officer vacancy, so we hope to reduce the number of contracts managed by each compliance officer. Our compliance team currently is working at capacity. OSD has continued to work closely with other city departments to ensure that DBE participation goals are equitably set and adhered to. Most notably, we work closely with the procurement department to make sure that OSD and EBO program are an integral part of the procurement process. We have also leveraged DPW's on-site construction coordination meetings with the program's site visits requirements to make sure that prime contractors and DBEs are adhering to the DBE requirements. And finally, one of our other accomplishments is outreach and capacity building. We sponsored and participated in several outreach events to expose DBEs to contracting opportunities with the city and other agencies. On June 16th, as Julianne mentioned earlier in his presentation, OSD and Procurement Department hosted over 200 DBEs at the inaugural Reverse Trade Show with the goal of giving DBEs the opportunity to meet face-to-face with city departments, other agencies with procurement opportunities, and technical assistance providers. On November 4th, just last Friday, OSD and the Procurement Department also hosted a repairs and maintenance procurement fair. Again, we had city departments and other partners with repairs and maintenance contracts meet face-to-face with DBEs and other small businesses to discuss contracting opportunities. Finally, capacity building. We are still working to implement the Mentor Protege program and the DBE Advisory Council, which we hope to have fully implemented in the first quarter of 2023. We participate with economic development, workforce development, and community partners on the Advancing Cities Partnership to get more small businesses trained and working in green infrastructure. We also participate with economic development, workforce development, and community partners to represent the city of New Orleans in the National League of Cities, Southern Cities Economic Inclusion Deepening the Bench cohort to address more inclusive solutions and economic development. Our 2023 goals, as fulfilling our mission of creating competitively viable and sustainable businesses in and for the city of New Orleans, is a tall order and one that we take very seriously. In order to achieve our mission, we know that we have to focus on increasing the capacity of DBEs by providing resources for technical assistance and pathways to equitable procurement opportunities within and outside of the DBE program. We are working to increase the capacity of DBEs by leveraging internal resources through the following: implementing a Mentor Protege program, implementing a DBE Advisory Council, sponsoring a financial literacy initiative for DBEs, and fostering stronger alliances with established technical assistance providers. As you can see from the department's organizational chart, we have dedicated staff for compliance and certification, but we do not have dedicated staff for outreach. So if anything, that would be our goal, is to try to achieve the outreach goals that we have with the limited staff and resources that we have. Our budget summary and proposed budget, as you can see, there's a variance of 40,000 for reduction in personnel, but that is actually going to change because we did fill the final vacant position that we have. So that will be adjusted to reflect that. And with that, if anyone has any questions.
I just want to say it's always good to see positions being filled. So Councilmember Green and Councilmember Thomas.
Yes, it is great to see the positions being filled. And I want to encourage the public to see that some of those positions are being filled and all of those jobs pay benefits, health benefits, and retirement benefits. And they have good upward mobility opportunities. I certainly want to thank you all for the work. I kind of wanted to ask you about the volume question. You have compliance officers. You said they're handling 150 contracts each. What kind of contracts at all? Just all city contracts?
City contracts. So we
Construction
have.
mainly, also construction
No, it's
and
a
also
contract.
professional
So
services?
it's all departments, all contracts. So we have two dedicated to DPW. And they are handling mostly they handle DPW contracts. We have another compliance officer who handles mostly capital projects. So that's a lot of construction as well. But he also handles other things. So all of the other ones, we have NOPD, sanitation, all of those contracts. So it's all contracts that they manage.
And if I can add this, I think in the past, this department kind of set off to the side, they would get the contracts, and most of your construction contracts would go to them. But when we rearrange it and put them in the middle of the process where they can say go or no go, all the contracts now come to them via the system, and they have a role to play in approving what moves through. So they see everything.
Okay, appreciate your work. Would you feel that you're getting good cooperation from the prime contractors, especially on construction jobs, or do you have some concerns?
So yeah, so I think what we highlighted, the slide where we're going on those on-site construction community coordination projects with DPW. So it's been very helpful that when there have been issues from the prime contractors that they can come to us. But we also, one of our jobs and one of the things that I tell our compliance officers all the time is that we're advocates for DBEs. So when DBEs have any issue with a prime contractor, we are usually their first stop. And we have usually had to mediate, act as a go-between between the prime contractor and DBE, but in most cases, they are being cooperative.
And could you talk about other technical assistance providers and talk to the public about the benefit of them taking advantage of the many resources that exist now that didn't exist in the past?
So usually those are services offered by outside entities. So, we
Like
work with
Propeller, good Propeller.
Propeller,
good-
Thrive, they're the main providers for the green infrastructure training and that Advancing Cities cohort that we're working with, but also Urban League, Small Business Development Center, GoBe. SCORE, all of those agencies that provide business assistance and training for our small businesses. We want to more closely align with them because we don't have the resources internally to provide those services to DBEs.
I appreciate the work that you do. It's such important work to involve disadvantaged business enterprises and minority and especially African-American owned businesses in the contracting processes on a public level and a private level. If our economy is ever going to really grow like it should, we have to recognize that we can't exclude a significant population of our business community. And it's always a little bit of a challenge, especially I know you have court rulings that make things a little bit tougher. But I appreciate the fact that you all are out there and that your compliance officers are on the sites and that you have good information when I ask for it and look needed online. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. Was that your last question?
I'm leading to that last question. No, that's fine.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas.
Along that line, the Crossman and the Richmond decision have kind of limited, as well as conservative courts, have limited what you can do with DBE, i.e. Set asides. But every time you look at the numbers from one decade to the next, and specifically, and I think the discussion about Black business and Black businessmen and women have got kind of lost in DBE, because under the DBE categories, there are other businesses and other cultures who are considered DBE, but their income ranges have changed. And if, for anyone who's just read the data centers report on AMI and household medium income and per capita income, Black households and Black men and women, the gap has actually even gotten wider. It's half of our Hispanic brothers and sisters who are at $60,000 per capita when you talk about HMI, and 50,000 less. The gap has widened with Asians and whites. So, you know, we have these programs that talk about diversity, but specifically when you look at Black businesses, they seem to be less impacted even by these diversity programs than the other communities. So what can we do from a policy decision, especially given Crossman and Richmond decision and conservative courts? Because as I've tracked it from Carl Anderson's studies from 150 years ago to now, you will 0.02% one way or another, depending on who's looking at the category. How are we more specific? And that sometimes we're afraid to say Black business, but when you look at the reports, the reality is other communities are benefiting, you know, and I would recommend that folk read these new reports. You know, nothing against our brothers and sisters from other cultures and races, but we're the only ones who our per capita income is lower or the same, or our HMI and AMI, the gap has gotten wider. So how do we use this for a positive direction, not a negative direction?
So for our program, you know, our program is a race and gender neutral program, and that is dictated by state constitution. We cannot go against that. We do have some encouragement because we know that recently Baton Rouge was able to pass a set aside program for the city of Baton Rouge. And we do have community organizers who are lobbying our representatives from New Orleans to try to get a set aside program from New Orleans. But also, I think one of the other things is when we say we foster relationships with other organizations who don't have to be restricted by the race and gender neutral thing. Like for instance, Urban League is now having this whole cohort around addressing the racial wealth gap, something that they intend to have some solutions by 2025. We know that there's a ton of money that is coming into this economy right now. So because we are tied by what we have to do based on a race and gender neutral program, it doesn't mean that we can't work with other organizations to address those gaps.
There was a racial wealth gap report in 1969.
Yeah,
And then there was
exactly.
another
It's
one
worse now than it was then.
79, and then there was one in 89. So my point is specifically, when we talk about from crime to education to families, we seem to be one of the few places where race neutral programs benefit everybody but the race that's most affected. So my question is, if we can't do things legislative from a policy, when you talk about the selection process, and I've asked this before, can points be given, right, that specifically highlight the businesses that the disparity study says the greatest gap or need is. And if it's challenged, can we then use our law department? I think we forget sometimes we have a law department, so we're afraid to go to court, right? But if we have all of these lawyers who work for us, then if we're doing the right thing socially, morally, or economically, then make those decisions and make those selections and then let our lawyers defend us.
Yeah, through the chair, that's a great point. I think the way we did our scoring system now, we added more points to the DBE side of it. Now we can go higher, no doubt about it. I think your point is how can we now increase the number of Black businesses? That's straight your point. And so we're trying very hard to do that. Now we've done some other things where we made some of the projects smaller so they can participate. And we also know within the scoring that if they are cooperating with other DBEs and we were able to give them some reasonable suggestions of what they can do. So I think we'll see a lot of improvement in that regard in the future. The question is, can we go further? Yes, we can. We can definitely go further. The mayor has charged us with that. I don't know if Julian, want to speak on it, but we can look at other scoring mechanisms we can do to push the envelope, if you will, and deal with the hardcore issues that we're going to have to deal with at the state level.
Well, the last wealth study is enormous and it's fresh off the press, you know, and I think we should all be students of it if we're going to impact, because there's one thing to say that you want a particular community to move forward. But if you read that study that just came out this week, it says that the African-American community is stagnant and our Hispanic brothers and sisters, our Asian brothers and sisters, diversity programs have actually helped them increase in terms of household and average median income and per capita wealth. But our community is still about at the same per capita level. And especially in a community that's 60% African-American that deals with a lot of the social ills, if we can't impact that community from a wealth base, how do we create a strong enough entrepreneurial class and middle class that buffers those social ills that we panic about and that we fight with every day? So, you know, it's the data center study is like I say, came out this week, I think, or last week. And I think it just gives a stark contrast to the gap that's being created even amongst minority communities where the African-American community is actually losing ground economically.
Yes, there's two sides to that. One is the one I spoke to earlier, but the other side of it is that we have to build confidence in our community that once they form a business and contract with the city, that they're going to be okay. We're dealing with legacy issues. We're dealing with folks who will become a DBE but won't actively use it. We're dealing with DBEs that may not be large enough that need to be combined with others and now be able to align themselves and take on larger projects. We're fighting through those things, as Lori just spoke to. And certainly until we're there, we're going to have to aggressively move in that direction. But we need folks to step up. We're protecting them. If they become a prime, in which we're pushing, we'll even reduce the amount time it takes to pay you because we know you traditionally have liquidity issues. We're trying to solve and break those barriers that will make it easier for them and understanding how to deal with some of their challenges. But I think we have to get through the trust issue that was born from legacies.
Well, you know, it's hard to be a prime when you can't make a dime.
That's true.
Yeah, and so I just think those numbers were so glaring and they're so fresh. You know, it just on top of the last few collaborative reports that we've gotten about diversity, and to have a new report come out, knowing all the hard work you guys are putting into this, and to see the gap widen, even between our other immigrant groups and other groups, that just kind of disheartening and kind of alarming, given what we deal with here in this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. We have one comment card from Mr. Kennedy. Good afternoon, sir. You'll have 2 minutes when you get to the mic.
Good afternoon, Council, and thank you for the presentation, Ms. White and Mr. White. I mean, Ms. Bartholomew and Mr. White, I'm sorry, Julian. I guess we just have like a pre-draft kind of letter that we also gonna submit to the council and record, for the record. Thank you for the opportunity to share our thoughts on the proposed budget for the Office of Supply Diversity. As you all are aware of the work that we've been doing in partnership with the council to present solutions to the challenges of many of our small underutilized businesses face daily. Some of those challenges we feel that government can address to ensure that we are building an economy that provides each of us with the opportunity to succeed. There were some specific acts that we made of the council, which we feel will have a direct impact on small businesses and the local economy. There are three major components needed for businesses to be successful, and they are access to management, access to money, and access to markets. However, access to capital continues to be one of the most critical components to a company's success or failure. The two things that we would like this council to consider on this budget matter are one, compliancy, and two, DBE capacity. Compliancy is the backbone to any policy because without compliancy mechanisms in place, then the laws passed are hard to implement to have an impact change. And so one of the things that we've been talking about in the working group, and Ms. Laurie has been a part of those discussions, is that compliancy. You all write the laws, enact the laws, and then those laws are carried out by the administrative side. But we want to ensure that they have enough folks who are doing compliancy that can be able to oversee the number of contracts. Because as we heard previously, there's individuals in the compliances office, they looking to overseeing 150 contracts. That just leading to potential burnout when the standard is usually about 50 contracts. And so looking at that number, we think that there need to be a more sufficient amount of people that's handling compliances, because those 4 compliances officers that we saw, two of those are dedicated to DPW so they could do the FEMA reimbursements. So that really leaves 2 compliancy officers to oversee however many number of contracts. And, you know, that contract number might fluctuate on an annual basis. Sometimes it might be 200 contracts, depending on the number of procurements that's going out the door. So just to want to make sure that Lori and her team have enough folks to be able to handle compliancy issues so they don't get burned out, and hopefully that they're getting compensated sufficiently.
Mr. Kennedy, will you please bring your comments to a close?
All right, I will. I have 2 more other points if you can don't mind.
Well,
The other-
Mr. Kennedy, we've been way over 2 minutes and we're getting late in the day. So I just trying to keep things moving in fairness to everybody.
I am.
Okay.
Just,
Yeah,
give me-
I'll let
just,
you go.
just give me a little, just give me a
got
little
it.
leniency.
You got it.
That's
Thank
all.
you. You got it.
Gotcha. And the other one was capacity building. As we know, in this community, you know, folks have had extensive amount of training, which is good. I think it's all important. Even lawyers, as some of the lawyers on the council know, y'all got to go to CLE training. So we get the training, and that's very important to businesses. However, one of the things that's going to be needed for that capacity building is the access to capital. And I know previously, some previous councils ago, that money from the Economic Development Fund, which no longer exists, was used to go to an organization who can provide, I think it was used for like Bill Noller or something, where they would be able to use that capital to basically kind of float a contract if you have a government contract. So programming is great. I know everybody this is a budget process, so everybody's going to be asking you all for money, which we get that. This is a finite amount of resources. But I think to the point that Councilmember Thomas says is that helping small businesses grow, we help our economy grow. The majority of the population in this city is 60% minorities. And since the pandemic, the most people who've been starting businesses in this city has been minorities, has been Black people. And they've been starting that money with little to no resources of their own, because they can't get access to financial institution capital or just getting access to private equity capital. So we just always hope that that is a huge consideration, that resources that can be invested, not debt capital. We're talking about equity capital to help businesses succeed, to get back to the point Council Member Thomas was saying, because people intuitively hire people that look like themselves. And if we're hiring people that's in our community, we're having a greater impact on our community in addressing crime, violence, and all this other stuff that we try to address on the back end. So thank y'all for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kennedy. Thank you all very much for your presentation.
Ms. Geneva Coleman had a card too. I forgot to submit it for her.
Ms. Coleman, you want 2 minutes? 2 minutes? I'm happy to give 2 minutes, but like I said, we just got to make sure we're trying to stay on time.
I appreciate your
Thank you.
indulgence, council member.
Oh.
It's very passionate for us all as the collaborative members. In your hands right now, you have information that we hope that you will definitely not just review, but that you will look at in the manner in which it has been presented to you. because generalities won't do in this regard. We've got to be very specific and very deliberate. And we've been here before you. You know the ask that we have made. We know that you have concurred with those asks. And we are grateful to Council Member Helena Moreno and her team, Andrew and Sadie. I mean, they have been very exceptional in trying to help us continue this work. We've got a lot to do and we hope that you're ready because we sure are.
Thank you so much, Ms. Coleman. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
White
you.
and your
Thank
team. Thank you. All right, we'll move over to CAO's office next. Mr. Large, I think you're gonna have a badge of honor for being like the person who's appeared before us the most. Gotta get you like a cookie or a gold star or something.
This is kind of the new Carrie.
Yeah.
You remember Carrie?
Yeah, of course, that's right. All right,
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee of the council, thank you for the opportunity to speak and discuss our presentation. I will be doing very little talking because I would like the team to be able to produce and answer any questions relative to their specific responsibilities. I'll introduce from the far right, Christina Hamilton. She's over our employee labor and relations. To her left is Shelby. She is in charge of the service and innovation. Kim Legrue, who is our CIO, and Brandy Delarge, who is in charge of budget. And I'll just be here to address any questions, but I will turn it over and empower them to go through their specific agencies. Thank you. I'll even do the slideshow.
We're going to start with the budget office, if that's okay. So we'll get into our department overview with our mission and vision. The mission of the Chief Administrative Office is to uphold the city charter and city ordinances through the effective management and oversight of all mandated operations and the delivery of services to the citizens of New Orleans. Along with that, the vision statement of the Chief Administrative Office, we seek to provide transparent, effective, and efficient service delivery for the citizens of New Orleans. Our next slide depicts our organizational chart. So it's small in stature, but we reach a lot of areas in the city. For 2022, I'm very proud of a few of our accomplishments in particular. I'll start with the budget, which we are mandated to have the budget adopted by a certain date. So we did meet that date last year. We worked very hard with departments this year to improve processes, to implement methodology, technology, and increase data integration. And one of those things in particular was working side by side with departments to ensure they have access and know the resources to pull their budget to actuals on a monthly basis. We also have provided expenditure projections on personnel services and other operating, as well as solutions to combat budgetary issues. In addition, the budget staff has increased their training to make sure we're more effective in day-to-day operations. So we've attended some virtual and in-person budget workshops hosted by GFOA. For 2023, again, we plan to ensure that this budget is going to be submitted on time and adopted on time. We are also setting up partnerships with departments. So each analyst is going to be assigned to a department to work closely with them to ensure that monitoring of the monthly expenditures is done and to help monitor the progression of hiring in those departments. Additionally, the internal training of the budget staff will be increased, and this training will be extended to all fiscal staff in the city to ensure that they have the tools necessary. And we believe that this will help overall citywide success. The last slide shows our budget requests for 2023. And the reduction simply comes from reductions in personnel at this time, and our other operating is at a standstill spot.
If no questions, Madam President, we'll just go to the next slide and or the next set of slides, and Yubi, if you want to show me how to do that, I can help you. Okay. And I'll request the
Approved.
team to be as
Whenever you're ready.
accelerated as possible, because I understand that time is of the essence.
Good afternoon, council members.
I want to get my son till 3.
We'll be done 10 minutes max, unless there's questions.
Okay. Good afternoon, council members. I'm Kimberly LaGrue, Chief Information Officer. Our agenda, our overview of the Office of Information Technology and Innovation. Our mission is to maximize the city's IT value by providing a stable technology and network infrastructure to drive innovation and performance improvements that enhance the delivery of all city services and to increase the availability of information to improve decision-making for city employees, partners of the city, and the citizens of New Orleans. I want to go to the next slide and highlight our organizational chart. That we are in 2023 looking to add to our team a Director of Public Safety IT Operations. And this position would be responsible for delivering operations and maintenance to our public safety agencies, particularly the NOPD. We've successfully worked with civil service to come up with a job description that they've approved, which will allow us to support the upcoming initiatives that the city has planned for the CJIS environment. That would be a multi-pronged approach to working with those organizations, and we are looking to have the staff in place to support that effort. Our 2022 accomplishments. I want to start with our project management dashboard. One of our goals was to deliver key city projects. Along with that, we expanded our visibility into the citywide and enterprise projects. Our goal here is now to expand our data team so that we can better visualize and track projects. This one is a demonstration or an example of the project management dashboard that we created to provide better transparency to our team and city's leadership on our high-level projects. And we want to do more of this for other city agencies, similar to the dashboard we created for District A's engagement. We want to be able to provide these types of services to other city agencies. So in that citywide project management accomplishment, we have 29 active projects. 12 of them are high priority projects. We did release 2 RFPs for asset management projects in this year. We spent over $600,000 of ITI's budget and other operating expenses to supplement NOPD projects alone. We have onboarded additional contract and civil service staff to support NOPD directly in their daily work. And we're hiring additional support staff in 2023 to make sure that these projects are delivered on time. For digital inclusion, we are focused on training. We've increased our courses from 5 to 7, from basic IT, basic digital literacy up to advanced Microsoft Office classes. These are really integral to the work that we're doing. And we also are planning another device distribution clinic where we're on December 16th and 17th at Milne, where we will distribute more computers to the community. We feel like digital inclusion and equity is an important pillar of the work that we do. Moving on to public safety. As we mentioned, we've invested over $600,000 in ITI resources for the Hexagon Records Management Project for NOPD. We've assumed key management roles of NOPD's IT systems. That includes the early warning system, the Insight system, Court Notify, which is the court notification system, moves across multiple agencies, and also the central property and evidence system, the ongoing day-to-day operations of those systems, which will support this conversion. We also created this public safety director position, and that will ready us to support the criminal justice technology investments that will be happening over the next year or two for based on our ARPA spend. We also completed a network refresh and an expansion of our data center. This is something that was a key goal for us in 2022. That allowed us to achieve full redundancy between our main data center and our backup data center. This is the first time we've done this since 2019 post cyber, and we're now in an EF5 rated facility. That means it can establish sustained hurricane winds. So we have better stability of our data center. Post Hurricane Ida, we did move our operations out of City Hall because of threats from environmental challenges like the hurricane. And we are now out of City Hall and actually out of our region. So we have hardened and more resilient operations that continue for the city. And we've begun the network refresh project in City Hall that will provide us more secure internet connectivity in this building. But those are key accomplishments, were goals of 2022. We've also, another 2022 goal that we had was to launch a redesigned NOLA website, NOLA.gov website. So this allowed us to present to our citizens, to the public, a more service-oriented navigation of our website. That means that we're searching for services first. People essentially, they don't have to know what department or agency provides a service to find that service and information. Fortunately, we timed this right before the implementation of the new sanitation contracts. So we've seen an uptick in feedback on our website. Residents are able to find information much easier. We've seen 3 times as much feedback about the navigation of our website, questions and whether or not our website is helpful or is giving them the information that they need. So that has been a great resource to us. We have 19 departments migrated, and we will continue to work with departments in subsequent phases in 2023 to make sure their information is up to date and easily navigated through our website. Also, I want to add that we added text messaging to the Notice Me application, which was required by city ordinance. If you look at our next slide, this is an example of our cybersecurity enhancements. And one of those was to, I'm sorry. Okay, that's what I missed is the cybersecurity work. We have closed over 800 phishing investigations. We've launched our annual security awareness training, and we actively investigate or address 2 to 3 cyber issues every week. This is a real testimony to our staff's commitment to cybersecurity and the city's security infrastructure. Right now, we've worked through a tremendous transition of our security staff and personnel. So our team has jumped in at many levels. And this is no small feat, but it is largely due to the level of committed teamwork that we have from our team and so despite the challenges that we have with staffing, we've maintained and been able to address security alerts as they come up in our department across the city. Our goals for 2023 will be to deliver the CJIS projects, namely Hexagon reporting and enterprise data improvements, and work on the strategy to consolidate information systems across our CJIS environment. We will increase digital equity by delivering devices, education, and connectivity, which is that 3-pronged approach that we think is vital to provide an equitable inclusion of digital resources to our community. We'll stabilize our staffing through creative approaches to recruitment and work with civil service and staff augmentation contracts and vendors to maintain a capable IT workforce. We will complete a new cybersecurity roadmap and implement the recommended enhancements through our cybersecurity partners. We will review and update our continuity of operations and disaster recovery plans to reflect the new infrastructure that we'll be implementing, that we started implementing in 2022, and we expect that work to continue through 2023 through the investments that we make. and also finalize our in progress and planned infrastructure upgrades that allow us to, on an ongoing basis, upgrade and stabilize the city's IT environment. Our 2023 budget reflects the reduction in personnel spending, which is to reflect the actuals. Most of these are vacancies that we are actively working with the CAO and civil service to fill, and the allocation or the 3 million in deferral to one-time expenses for our IT operations. Are there any questions for us?
I've a couple questions for you, Ms. LaGrue. First, I'm so glad to see that that the data piece is out of City Hall, because during Ida, when we had that small fire, I guess that caused a whole series of issues when it came to communication. So I think that that's a really good strategy, and I'm glad that you've been able to move forward with that. The council's been having conversations with Mr. Montano, and I know that he's very interested in this as well, and trying to figure out how to move forward with this. Is the whole IT network for our criminal justice stakeholders. Are you the office that takes the lead on once we do the RFP and move forward on that to make sure that it all goes right, or is it the CAO's office just trying to figure out where that's going to live?
Madam President, I'll turn it over to the expert. Kim will be at the hip in this process, but I think one of the original thought processes for this was to externalize it, have an outside agency or an outside company do an evaluation of the needs assessment, and then upon the needs assessment, determine which project or project plan would be implemented and carried by who, assuming that would be contractual work. So the identification and the needs assessment, both Innovation Office and Kim's office, as well as Criminal Justice Committee, will be at the hip. But the idea in the design was to externalize and contract out this work holistically. And anything to add, Kim, feel free.
No, that's exactly it.
And okay, so I get it. My just concern as we move forward is that we have to make sure that there is very strong oversight over whoever is going to be implementing this type of technology, because this is our criminal justice system. We can't have any type of significant glitches, systems, continuously going down or anything like that. So I just wanted to figure out exactly who would be the oversight office, but it does seem like it's going to be your office.
It'll be our office along with the Innovation Office. So I think, essentially this is led by the CAO's office. We will maintain technology oversight, project management oversight. We want to bring in those experts so they can make sure that our requirements are all met and they can deliver a system efficiently, effectively.
Gotcha. And I'm not wanting to look back. I'm wanting to look forward when it deals with smart cities. I'd heard that there was a potential of putting out the same RFP out again. What are your plans? Because I would just say this, if there are plans to potentially move out the exact same RFP, I would ask you to pause, due to the fact that the council's investigative team will be coming out with a report with potential recommendations on how to put out a much kind of improved RFP type of process.
That's not our intention. We are really laser focused right now on the infrastructure dollars that are coming from the federal government and how we can create an effective fiber and broadband strategy for the city.
And I would love for you all to include the council in those conversations early on, because we want to be partners with you, Ms. LaGrue, and the CAO's office, and moving such a big initiative forward, and help you bring in those federal dollars so that the feds can see that we're all together on this, and that moving forward, particularly when it comes to additional access for Wi-Fi, is something we certainly want to attain in this city.
That's our plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. LaGrue. Councilmember Green.
What's that question?
So for the, 1 second, let me just address that question. I'm going to come out and speak with you all. The Gordon Plaza meeting is supposed to be after budget. From what I'm understanding is that council members have other commitments. I'll be here. But I'm not sure that others will be able to be here.
getting together to thank you to make decisions about work projects. We would like to take a few minutes of time right now to be able to attend to what the residents need so that everyone can.
Angela, hang on. What I'm going to do is this, it's your comments are actually applicable under the CAO's office. So let me wait for them to finish their presentation. They're almost done. And then put in a public comment card so that you can make your comments toward the CAO. Yeah, it's all part of the CAO's office. So I think we just have one more presenter, which will take 5 minutes. Yeah. But put in your public comments now because it's part of the CAO overall presentation that's at the table. This is the CAO's office. Okay, cool, great. All right, any other questions?
I just have a security. Is it a security issue? And if it is, don't answer it, but somebody's gonna ask, where's the data center now located? Outside of City Hall?
One is in Baton Rouge, the other one is outside of the region.
Okay. That just in case, because people ask when you go to
Yes.
meetings, that's all. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation.
Okay, I think next, and I'll ask my team to be as concise again as possible. Is it service and innovation or service and innovation? I know as maybe you'll be pulling it up on here, we can just go ahead and get started with all those issues. Shelby.
Sure. Good afternoon. I am Shelby Flynn. I'm the Director of Innovation and I lead our Service and Innovation team. I will start with our mission and vision. I'm not going to read it all out since you have the text in front of you, but essentially we function as in-house consultants for the CAO and city government more broadly. We're generally focused on business process evaluation, data and fiscal analyses, and planning and execution. And all of that is done with an eye towards making our operations more efficient and improving service delivery. On to our org chart, we're a small team, but I lead a handful of service and innovation managers and a service and innovation analyst. In terms of our 2022 accomplishments, we've worked a lot with civil service and our HR department, as well as our public safety agencies to implement a number of incentives for our NOPD officers, EMTs, paramedics, mechanics, and juvenile detention counselors as well. We've also worked with HR on constructing their reorganization operational plan and with NOSEP to issue new policies in terms of deploying reserve and essential personnel in the event of a disaster. We were really excited about what we were able to do there with modernizing our information collection mechanism to make sure we had a centralized database of all employee information should we need to deploy them post-disaster. We also worked on operationalizing the civilian deputization pilot program to address quality of life violations. There were 19 civilians deputized last month. And finally, or there are a couple more, but we implemented the towed stowing vehicle reimbursement program. We've also been working a lot with Kim and her team on asset management. Going on to 2023 goals, we're going to continue to work really hard on the public safety recruitment and retention initiatives, work very closely with Kim on criminal justice IT deployment, as well as the asset management system and our document management system. And finally, we're going to be in a really good place to provide project management and data analysis support for all of the ARPA projects that are coming down the pipeline. Our budget for next year has changed very minimally, just to reflect actuals in our personnel expenditures like everyone else. And that is all I have.
Thank you very much. See no comments or questions.
Christina, if you just get started, I don't think you have to read everything on there. Concise and
Okay, I'll go straight to our organizational chart. Good afternoon, council members. I'm Christina Hamilton. I am the interim assistant CAO of Human Resources for the city of New Orleans. Our department oversees the benefits administration. We oversee employee relations and we oversee personnel and training. I'll go down to some of our 2022 department accomplishments. We've continued compliance with the Affordable Care Act and Internal Revenue Service regulations for plan design, affordable premiums, and reporting. We've partnered with the Louisiana Children's Medical Center, Ochsner, and Genoa Healthcare to provide 15 on-site vaccination clinics throughout the year. We've partnered with LCMC and Ochsner to provide 4 biometric screening clinics throughout the year. We hosted our first employee health and wellness fair since April of 2018 to promote building a stronger crew with a healthy you. We partnered with Vital Health Services to provide 9 cardiovascular screening clinics to detect blockages and ruptured arteries. We collaborated with Regions Bank to put on many financial webinars. We collaborated with Civil Service to institute various recruitment and retention incentives. We increased ethics and sexual harassment training compliance by 20% and 3% respectively. Some of our 2023 department goals include continuing to increase employee wellness, engagement, and productivity, continuing to improve communication with employees regarding access to educational opportunities, benefits, and financial planning, becoming an integrated unit of HR managers, continuing to collaborate with stakeholders to increase retention and recruitment. If you go down to our budget summary and proposed budget, you'll see that there is a variance in our personal services due to the transfer of the functional units of HR managers being moved into the CAO's office. We also have an increased other operating budget to account for equipment that is needed for those employees. Any questions?
Seeing
Nope.
none.
See no questions. Hang on. I got public comment. Angela Kinlaw, followed by Maureen Kelly, and then Derek Hempel.
And I'm gonna wait, I'm gonna see if another family member can pick up my son. He's not gonna be happy about that, but I'm gonna wait. I'll stay as long as I can.
Thank you, Councilman. That's one of the reasons we wanted to try to get up here before you left, because we know you have to pick up your children.
Derek, you want to go first or
Yes.
Angela? Okay,
Yes.
go ahead, Mr. Hempel.
So before I get started, I really have two questions that we want answered.
We will try. I don't know if but go ahead.
Residents of Gordon Plaza provided the city of New Orleans a replacement cost analysis report in December of 2021 because the city was dragging their feet and taking any action on our behalf to allocate funds needed to address this long-time environmental injustice issue. The report, generated by a team with legal, environmental, and real estate expertise, resulted in a payout of $510,000, which covered the entire buyout property for house, land, and moving expenses. So status update. Replacement cost analysis, again, December 2021 was the house, $440,000, $440,235. The land, $45,000, and moving expenses, $25,000, inclusive of compensation for replacement costs associated with furnishing soiled by toxins. The city of New Orleans' status, October 2022, with their offer was $358,000, with no included calculation for land, which the city of New Orleans wants to purchase for future land use, and no included calculation nor mention of relocation costs for moving expenses or relocation assistance. In addition, this offer was based on an appraisal that is in question. This is a $152,000 difference. The residents of Gordon Plaza resist anti-Blackness, which influences outcomes of appraisals and a choice to not factor in relocation costs. With such resistance, this is how environmental racism persists. It's most important that residents of Gordon Plaza do not have any mental, emotional, nor physical hardship, which is anchored in economic exploitation placed upon them through this process, preventing them from being able to begin their house search, which is already a taxing process. So what's needed right now to ensure that the residents get their full funds so they can safely and finally move into healthy homes of choice? Two things. The first, as a result of appraisals having been proven to be used, and these are confirmed again by the National Fair Housing Alliance in DC with a press release on November the 2nd, as we are hotly debating what's going to happen and how the residents are going to be fairly treated, this press release comes out. So we as a result of these being proven to be used to devalue properties and to discriminate against Black people all over the country, cheating us economically, residents of Gordon Plaza requested that the appraisal hired by the city of New Orleans, Jim Thorns, apply the appropriate methodology to one property. That's for transparency. in our neighborhood as a sample. The appraisal itself came back only affirming the concerns and brought up additional questions about the form used, methodology determinations, and criteria decisions made while doing the appraisal. After that, residents of Gordon Plaza requested another Louisiana licensed appraiser provide a second opinion on the appraisal in writing and asked the appraiser to respond to the letter in writing to address the concerns by Wednesday, November the 9th. Today is the 11th. The follow-up question demand is, should the appraiser complete the remaining appraisals? What will be different to ensure the prioritization of non-devaluation and non-discriminatory practices so that the residents can get full and easy access to compensation for both their house and land? Just let me repeat that question. Should Jim Thorns, the appraiser, complete the remaining appraisals, what will be different to ensure the prioritization of non-devaluation and non-discriminatory practices so the residents can get full and easy access to compensation for both their house and land? Number two, once the sample appraisal was completed, the owner of the property received an offer for $358,000 and a surprise 30-day deadline to accept or deny the offer with no relocation assistance nor inclusion of moving expenses. The private firm that the city of New Orleans hired has engaged the residents of Gordon Plaza in antagonistic ways and we demand this stop immediately. The private law firm that the city attorneys should treat this process and residents with dignity and respect to attend to transactional processes only. These attorneys should not be treating the residents of Gordon Plaza as if they are on trial, when the city of New Orleans are the ones who built and sold these properties on a hazardous waste landfill. So the follow-up question and demand is, what is the funding source for the Equity Relocation Assistance Fund that was voted on and approved on November 3rd, 2022, to ensure that the residents of Gordon Plaza currently impacted by the Gordon Plaza subdivision on the hazardous waste landfill are provided full and easy access to these funds for relocation, so residents of Gordon Plaza can safely move into healthy homes of choice? Again, the follow-up question, what is the funding source for the Equity Relocation Assistance Fund that was voted on by you guys to ensure that the residents currently impacted by the Gordon Plaza subdivision situation on the hazardous waste landfill are provided full and easy access to these funds for relocation so residents can safely move into healthy homes of their choice? Based on 41 years of demonstrated disregard for the residents of Gordon Plaza, we have no reason to simply trust the city of New Orleans without evidence of action that aligns with meeting our needs. We demand this action to move forward today.
Thank you, Derek. So those were two questions. And because we know that it is ever so challenging to get members of the administration in the same room with council people who are on this task force. And I know budget season takes up a lot of time and energy, but you all commune tightly during budget season about all the things that are considered to be priorities. We have been in these chambers every other week for 2 years. And this past year, during this budget season, we attended every single budget meeting. The money has been allocated, approved, is sitting in Liberty Bank at $35 million. The private law firm is treating the residents antagonistically. They need their moving expenses as well. Everyone in this room has said they're in agreement. We need to know, one, what is going to be different about the appraisal process, which has been proven to be discriminatory. So even if the law is asking you for something, and the component of the law that you are requiring is discriminatory, what is going to be different? We also said 10 months ago that the appraiser has all of the necessary tools to not engage in discriminatory ways should he choose. He is under the direction of the city of New Orleans, and we need to know what's going to be different. The second question about the funding source is an easy one, because we sat through hour after hour after hour of people having no real justification for why they need all these millions of dollars. Still, the door being open for them to provide it. The residents having the money sitting in the bank still cannot get access to it. We need answers to these two questions now. And I know that there's some other people who signed in to speak, so we thank you and we respect your support. But these are the two questions the residents need answers to now.
On the appraisal on what would be different, I'm not capable of answering that question. Is Mr. Thorns here?
No, Mrs. Thorne is not here, but I'd like to
Mr.
comment.
Thorns is not here. He works off, as you mentioned, Angela, for the city of New Orleans under, the CAO is here. Do you have any way to answer that question, Mr. Montano?
Madam President, members of the council and members of the Gordon Plaza, the question, if I can restate, is how will his appraisal be different in future facility? I don't know the answer directly to that. I understood that there was a list of houses that they were going through, and then there was a letter he was going to respond to, I believe, and I'm not sure if I never saw a response to that.
Sure.
And then there was another idea about an additional appraisal just to compare and contrast as well. I do not have any other new information relative to a change in methodology of the appraisal process. Only that law has required us to have the fair market value, as they've advised the council as well.
May I make a comment? I would like to see Gordon Plaza. I would like to see Gordon Plaza residents get as many dollars as possible relative to this process. And I certainly do regret that it has taken so long to get to a posture where some funding has been available and could be paid out. I will say this on the record, that there has been no suggestion of a change in process. I understood after our last meeting that when the Gordon Plaza residents went outside, they were going to come back in and notify Mr. Thorns through Councilmember Helena Moreno of the number of appraisals that he was going to do or that he was going to be requested to do. But I'd like to comment on the record and say that I'm aware of the fact that at least 3 residents, no, not residents actually, but 3 owners of property in Gordon Plaza have accepted the offers that are available to them. Doesn't mean, however, that there can't be additional processes and additional negotiations and the like. But the process of distributing the resources to those who choose to get an appraisal and to accept those resources has begun. And we'll see probably a closing in December, if not before then. But there are a number of factors that I know that make this more complex. For example, not everyone who owns a property in Gordon Plaza is a resident and is willing to accept a payout probably without moving expenses. For example, if they own investment property, or if they own a piece of land, or if they own something that, for example, does not require moving expenses. I can't answer the question relative to moving expenses. That was Councilmember Morell's resolution or ordinance, and he talked about it. But I do appreciate the fact that I think that we are moving a little bit further. There's still much to be done, but at least 3 owners of Gordon Plaza property have decided that they will accept their buyout. It means that we will move forward from here. I know that there's a lot to be done. I do want to also express to you one issue that involves me. And you all know that I've been at every meeting and I'm willing to go into the community and meet. And I hope that one day we can have a community meeting because there are some people I know who don't come here because they can't come here. But at the end of the day, I have to leave today and I'm available at any time to meet as I always am. I can't avoid where I'm going now, but I
We
do
need to
want to know.
respond before you
I do-
depart.
No, well, I understand that, but all I stated was facts. There are facts that there are three
Yeah.
people who
So
own
we
Gordon
need to
Plaza
respond.
who have the
need to
right,
respond.
who have the right to do so, have responded and will accept
So
the
now-
offers as presented.
One of the reasons that the residents very clearly did not submit a list to Jim Thorne's.
But that was not why, that was not.
I'm gonna finish, thank
Okay,
you.
That's fine, but you also didn't let me finish. You said I have something to
Finish.
say.
You said you were getting ready to leave, so
Okay,
I'm
well, I have
gonna to you before you leave.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
right?
Go ahead. I got it.
So if you can just let me get it out without interruption, I'll let you get it out. The residents were very clear in this last meeting. Jim Thorne sat right here and indicated that he would have a response to the letter from ARC that gave the second opinion by Wednesday. Wednesday came and gone. There's no reason in the world, no one in their right mind would submit a list and say, go forth with appraisals when you have not indicated what will be different about your discriminatory appraisal, sir. Number two, because you have gone on public record in this space and indicated that you are a property manager for a property in Gordon Plaza, which we still do not understand. Of course,
Well,
we would
but-
expect that. I'm going to finish.
Okay,
thank
and
you.
then I would like the opportunity to
You-
respond.
Public record and said that. I'm repeating it.
And I'm saying that is the case.
Of course, there are gonna be some residents who would have accepted offers because some people went over this process that's in shared space to say, we're gonna go ahead and make people offers. We're not surprised by that. The residents of Gordon Plaza have continually made it very clear. So if there's residents who do not reside on the landfill, of course they would accept the offer. And we're not even mad at them about that. They can accept their offer and move on. But the people who live on the landfill and the renter in the property that you manage, we care about the renter as well. So what we're saying is in this space, in the name of transparency, we could all be on the same page if all the discussions were happening in here, in this place. But there was an agreement that any decisions about timelines, offers, and et cetera would happen in this shared space to minimize confusion. Confusion only gets started when people decide to do their own thing in their interests. So we are here to say today that those numbers do not change. The residents go from door to door, property to property. They know their neighbors, so we know who you're talking about. That's not a question about that. What we're saying to you is that every single resident who continues to come, conversations will be in this space. And we came with two questions. Do you remember the two questions that were asked today?
I feel I have a right to respond before you ask another question.
Sure.
But I would like to make it clear on the record.
You to respond back.
I've heard too much about that. Let me make it clear. Interestingly enough, the one property that we manage in that particular subdivision, which a lot of people don't know because we've done a fine job, there've been no controversies.
There have been no
Wait,
controversies.
listen.
Don't
Listen, well, yeah, well,
we
the-
continue to call you.
right, that we asked the person to, wait, Angela, a lot of people,
This conversation.
Angela, let me make this clear.
Let's
That
be
is,
clear. Let's
that's
be
not,
clear.
that's not one of the offers that has been accepted because that person is not satisfied.
Thank you for the
For the
information.
record. Now, for the other part is we could go back and forth. I know that whatever the facts are is that Mr. Thorns is not going to do an appraisal of every property because he's not going to release that information because it's private information. Someone needs to ask it of him. So at the end of the day, Mr. Thorns can defend,
It's the point.
Mr. Thorns can defend his own self.
Ask him to do
I'm-
a commission appraisal.
No,
They have
but-
to have a response to the fee that was provided.
A letter,
on the water
to a letter.
permit.
That is between Mr. Thorne, no, that is between Mr. Thorne and the proper authorities. Look, at the end of the day, thank you all very much. I'm looking forward to whatever, meeting, and I will come to the community at any time. Run against me.
All right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. All right,
So So
Hang on.
to wrap this up, the part that we needed did not involve Mr. Green. It involves being able to recognize the appraiser is taking direction from someone. And if the appraiser is taking direction from the city of New Orleans, we need to know what will be different. If the appraiser has examined the information of the second opinion because of the haphazardness of that appraisal and the questions behind that appraisal, then we just need to know what that is. Now, we could say that the appraiser is not here because this meeting's going on and not that one, but this meeting was scheduled. The appraiser should be here by now. And this is how it goes. So if you can't answer that now, it's our understanding that people had attempts to try to cancel this meeting today and reschedule it for next Tuesday. So we'll come back next Tuesday to get answers to the questions that clearly people don't have today. Because next Tuesday is still budget season. And I really appreciate, I want to go on record as saying I appreciate the fact that the members of the council who have to have conversations with the members of the administration to make sure police get their money, the sheriffs get their money, everybody else gets their money with less documentation, reports, and accountability than has been asked of the residents across the board. And here we are again.
So Angela, let's get to the second question. Hang on, let's get to the second question. Hang on, because I want to read out the second question. The second question has to do with the relocation fund. Councilmember Morrell is the one who's leading on the relocation fund. He is out sick, but his chief of staff is here, Keith Lampkin. So Keith, if you can come to the table by the CAO and just give us the where we are with that, please. That's right. He gets to sit in the front.
Check.
Hey,
Thank you,
Keith.
Council President.
Thank you, Keith. Appreciate you being here.
Certainly.
Sorry your boss is sick.
No worries. So speaking directly to the subject of the relocation fund, of course, that was something that was very important to the vice president and the rest of the council. We passed the ordinance which created that fund at our last council meeting. We of course have to cross the hurdle of deciding how much money needs to go into that fund for the residents, but we are in need of a huddle between the council and the administration to decide, what the ins and outs of that fund are, what it can cover, what it looks like to have a third party distribute those funds. As we know, we can't directly cut a check, even if we've had the fund
Right.
Fully seated. So, after we passed the ordinance that created the fund,
Hang on, let him talk, please.
we sent a communication to the administration, understanding everybody's in budget right now, to request a huddle just to talk through all of those issues. Our fiscal team, of course, is at the ready. Our executive council is at the ready. We just need to talk through the ins and outs of how we will both get money into the fund and what it looks like to cut checks or do direct payments for services that the residents may incur.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
And because that was so clear, the problem that we have is we don't understand why that conversation could not have happened between the last meeting and this one. Everybody knows that this is a pressing issue. Everything on the budget we respect, but we understand that this conversation has come from the last budget season. And we don't understand how everybody else who comes in here with minimal justification sometimes, and y'all know it because we hear how many times you ask for data. We don't understand how we're in the next budget season, the money's been allocated, approved, all those things, and still not been distributed, and we're still waiting for the funding source for the moving expenses.
Councilmember Thomas.
Yeah, just two questions about a couple of things. Is there a funding formula, especially given environmental racism historically? This isn't the first time communities have fought for relocation or to be bought out. Is there a funding formula that can be considered, and when you talk about appraising a property, where there has been environmental racism and where there's been harm because of the environment that can be actually added to or considered as part of the appraisal?
Matt, are you asking me?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just, because it would seem to me like one of the questions is, can you consider, you can't compare historically, if that neighborhood was not sitting on a dump, then the appraisal and the values would be more, period. So you'd have a baseline to operate from that would be more than it currently is right now. Can you use a formula that considers that it increases the property of the value while you're using comparables within the area? Is there any precedent out there to do that? Or is there any formula that can do that, that can at least get the residents closer to the baseline? Because if it wasn't where it is, then we wouldn't be here, and the community would be appraised at another level or different value.
If I could just interject really quickly on everybody, hold on. If I could just interject really quickly, what I want everyone to be super clear about so that this doesn't get over complicated is that we have two things to address. We understand that there's a house and land and there's the relocation cost for moving expenses included in that. The appraisal process is what is the interesting dynamic that's being battled out in regards to just paying people out for their house and the land. But if the process is discriminatory, that's why we're asking, because Councilman, that man has the formula. He has to choose whether to use it or not. They even indicated that there was nothing wrong with him, including the replacement cost of the process if he wanted to do it on his own from scratch. We get the report back and it has numbers in it for the land, not calculated in there at all for the house and the land. He said it's all up in there together. When you go to the store and you get a receipt, you want to see each item. You don't want to just somebody ring you up a number and say it's all up in there together. So that has to be addressed with the appraiser. I can tell you now, Montano's not going to be able to speak to no appraisal. But what he can do is he can say, dear sir, do not cheat these people and understand that when your methodology comes back, everybody's going to be looking at it just like ARC looked at it. ARC gave a 14-page document of feedback to this man for free. This is the second report y'all getting for free. That's done. House and land. We need to get that answer. This right here, nothing is stopping the actual funding source from being determined. Nothing is stopping the actual process for conversation for ease. And basically, that was what was supposed to have happened since last week before today. It has not happened clearly. And because people were trying to cancel this meeting and put it off till Tuesday, like suddenly everybody was going to get magically busy Monday night. We had to come here today to say, did anybody talk to anybody? Once again, the answer is no.
Okay, and then my second question is, for over 40 years, residents have tried to get the city to act out of the general fund in terms of the responsibility for being located in that area. If a fund is created with general fund money, does that open it back up to all of the other people who felt that are we open back up for some particular action because of the residents who've been fighting for, and the lawyers who've been fighting for the city to come up with general fund for the past 41 years? Because it sounds good to create this fund, but if this fund can't be protected legally, then all we're doing is raising hopes about something that the city can't do. No, so no. Really? Yeah. No. So my question is, how do? Oh no, I'm not trying to confuse everything. I'm asking a question.
Explained herself very clearly. Very clearly. She absolved Montano of his responsibility. He can't speak to an appraisal. And she told you what was what. So now you're saying everybody else is going to come and ask for money because Gordon Plaza got money. So
No,
that opens it back up. That's what I heard.
In all earnest, so you can say what you want. We've been around here a long time with people saying what they can do and it hadn't been done. I want to make sure.
Well,
I want to make sure.
it can be done. Let's answer the question.
I want to make sure what we can do can be done.
What can be done
Okay.
is the council has the authority to write into this
Okay.
ordinance, just as the last one, that this pertains to current residents who are still living on the landfill in the Gordon Plaza subdivision. There's 67 properties. Names are attached to each of those properties. It's not that complicated. We're talking about people who are either still living on the landfill and are paying taxes on a house that they cannot sell, bonded for life, even though they're paying on land that's killed their family members. This is easy to figure out.
These people have an inanimate amount of stress. There's a lot of stress.
I promise if these,
Who are older than 70 years old, like my mother.
Angela, go ahead.
Stress on these people. And if the money is there, well, it's a crowd. If you saying that it's so hard to do, and we've been talking about it for 40 years, the ball is in your court, you do it. You hold the appraiser accountable because you're the city council. You hold them accountable.
So on the, all right. So on the fund, so Keith, you and JP are working on that piece. Please communicate, even as soon as this afternoon, Monday with Ms. Kenlon, with the Gordon Plaza residents as to like what's happening with that. Happy to do a public update on Tuesday on that as well, because I know that that's like high priority. Councilmember Morel's not here. He's,
okay,
I can't.
can we go ahead and schedule this gathering for Tuesday? And we know the answer is yes, because somebody tried to do it before already.
Right. Yeah, I'm happy to do that because I've already
Okay.
looked at the time.
When we come back, because we continue to put the questions out, we send you the questions in writing in advance so somebody can take some initiative around here and start talking to each other. We do not come in here to waste our time. We want this to be resolved and we want to move it forward. So what time are we coming back on Tuesday
second.
for the answer?
What, how long? do you
Because
think-
November 17th
Wait,
is
hang
your
on,
last day to take action,
hang on 1 second. I'm just trying to work through the time.
and it needs to happen before then.
Think three or four. What is usually better? Hang on, because I know some people, hang on. I know some people, have work commitments. Hang on, y'all. Hang on. Y'all, hang on.
You can hear me clap twice. You can hear me clap 3 times.
Thank you. I know, there are work commitments. Is afternoon, like after 3 or 4 usually has worked best? Can we keep it around then?
That is fine if we can get a commitment from people to converse before we come back.
Okay, all right, let's say, to play it safe, let's say 4 o'clock on Tuesday. So 4 o'clock on Tuesday, you have the commitment that I'll be here. Mr. CAO, are you available that day? The CAO will be here as well. We'll send notices to the law department. Please let Councilmember Morel.
Mr. Montano, Mr. Montano, just before we leave this place, we are asking you with every bit of our existence. Talk to this private law firm, talk to the city attorneys, ask them, direct them to stop the antagonism. Take the time you need to have a communication with these council people to identify this funding source and communicate with the people who solicited this particular appraisal to ask him what's going to be different. Because if there's not going to be anything different, then why would anybody expect any resident of Gordon Plaza to trust the process around appraisals? Because here's the final one. If the law is requiring a component that has proven to be discriminatory, and we also sent you the recent press release from the National Fair Housing Alliance, if it's been proven to be discriminatory, then all these legislators in here need to start working it out to change that law. Something gotta happen. But this process has to go forth, and your appraiser has all of the necessary tools to choose not to be discriminatory. Can we get your pledge that you will take those three things back for conversation, sir?
Madam President, members of the council, members of Gordon Plaza, it's yes, yes, and yes. That's a, you know, a public commitment,
Yes.
for each of those, both on the antagonism, whatever is going on in that, yes.
Cause you saw antagonism yourself.
Right, and I imagine and I hope we corrected it thereafter. And then secondly, as it relates to the fund, I think I said publicly on the administration part too, we're all in on the policy and the concept, and I don't think identifying the funding source will be difficult. It's just that equal protection piece that Councilmember Thomas was talking about. If we can navigate a way through that, we have no opposition to any of that. And if there's a way to get a higher number that we can legally defend for an appraisal, I mean, that's always been the term that has been guided directly to me, legally defend, and I'm completely in.
We know for a fact the city of New Orleans had many appraisals done for white people in this city who got their result and skipped off into the sunset joyfully under the law. So thank you for that.
All right, thank you all. We'll see you on Tuesday. Great. Councilmember Druso.
Thank you all. Thank you, CEO's office. Thank you for being here. Why don't we let the chambers clear, and then we'll get started with the next presentation.
these, look, real quick, so these notes are put one down, so you can one-time purchases, you know, one of the examples, like upgrade, and then if they ask about what about this, and that's what I was annually. So the one thing that the items was keeping up is for. I'm keeping here.
All right. Thank the library for their patience. I know we had a little bit of a detour there, but we thank you for being with us. What's that? Two more. Library, then the millage. So we're up in New Orleans Public Library. The floor is yours. Thank you for being here.
Hello, council members. Thank you for having us here today. I'm Emily Payton, the director of the New Orleans Public Library. This is Jane LeGros, our director of marketing, Michelle Thompson, our fiscal officer, and Heather Riley is our interim director of public services. So our mission is transforming lives, enriching neighborhoods, and preserving history. And our vision is New Orleans Public Library as a catalyst for change in a growing, connected, and vibrant city. So you'll find our organizational chart. It may shift slightly in 2023. We're currently working towards right-sizing our organizational structure to create long-term stability for the library, to pay people appropriately for the level of skill and expertise our positions require, and to improve retention and recruitment. So now we come to our 2022 department accomplishments. 2022 marked the beginning of our 10-year strategic plan. The three major pillars of our strategic plan, which inform and inspire everything we do, are early childhood literacy, adult literacy, and workforce readiness, and open doors, expanding access to the library for all of our community. This year, we were thrilled to return to in-person programming. Summer Fun, our annual summer reading program, was in person for the first time since the pandemic. Just last month, we launched Crescent City Sounds, an innovative streaming music library of local musicians, which with content curated by local musicians, artists, and others in the music industry. It has already received quite a bit of media attention, including national attention on NPR. Crescent City Sounds promotes, supports, and celebrates local culture, bearers, and New Orleans culture. This year, we launched a take-home tablet program available for all students in the Orleans Parish, circulating tablets that are also hotspots for up to 10 devices. The tablets check out for 6 months, and currently we have nearly 300 take-home tablets in the hands of our community. The City Archives and Special Collections traveling exhibit titled Artistry in Iron was on display at Jazz Fest this year, as well as the Hermagrimma and Gallagher.
I'm sorry, can you stop for a second? It's still really loud in here, and I know it's the end of the day, but I want to make sure the library is getting the respect, so shh. Thank you.
Yes, shh. Use that master's.
That's right.
Thank you. Artistry in Iron was on display at Jazz Fest this year, as well as the Hermagrimma House and the Gallagher Historic Houses, Nora Navarre Library, East New Orleans Library. This exhibit celebrated the diversity and artistry of the ironworkers who helped shape the unique look of our great city. Library staff members presented at the American Library Association Conference in Washington, D.C. this year. The presentation by Shakani Gray, our African-American Resource Collection and Equity and Inclusion Librarian, and Heather Riley, our Interim Director of Public Services, outlined the challenges and successes of the library's Equity Task Force working towards creating a more equitable system. This year, we also launched a catch basin cleanup tool library at East New Orleans Regional, made possible by a grant from Keep Louisiana Beautiful, which has already been used by a number of neighborhood cleanup groups. We reopened our meeting rooms to the public and moved to an online reservation system, increasing consistency, transparency, and access for our community groups. We developed and filled strategic programming positions in the areas of early childhood literacy, youth services, adult literacy, workforce readiness, digital literacy, and outreach. And we filled the assistant director position, a vital position that has been left vacant for almost 3 years. So our 2023 goals revolve around our strategic plan with an emphasis on increasing the library's footprint and community access to the library. In the works is a partnership with Nordsea at their soon-to-be completed Florida Desire Community Center, where we will have a library space out of which we will provide library materials and programming for seniors and after-school children. The library's Reach Center will open in 2023. This center provides resources and programming in the areas of cultural awareness, digital, financial, and health literacy, as well as diversity, equity, and inclusion advocacy. It will also be the 5th standalone research center in the nation, focusing on BIPOC communities and history. The center will offer events and special collections celebrating the unique and varied cultures of New Orleans with a specific focus on African-American diaspora. We plan to create 24-hour libraries by deploying book vending machines and holds lockers at strategic locations to increase our footprint and expand access. We are committed to expanding library hours. We are still currently down 31 public-facing positions when compared to pre-COVID numbers. Nevertheless, in January, we will begin to expand our hours. Like many city departments, and particularly as a public-facing city service, the library took a big hit in staffing numbers during the pandemic. Staffing numbers are also down in vital support areas such as library maintenance and IT, but we are feeling hopeful. Over the past few months, we've begun to see more applicants, have interviewed and offered an increasing number of positions, and I'm excited to announce next Monday we have 10 new staff members beginning, including our assistant director. Our current grant-funded Best Buy Teen Tech Center at the main library is equipped with technology and multimedia tools that can be used for music and video production, interactive programming, graphic design, and more. Due to grant restrictions, it is limited to ages 13 to 18, except during our monthly community nights. Our goal is to create at least 2 other centers, most likely at New Orleans East and Algiers, which would be inspired by our Teen Tech Center, but open to all ages. Ensuring that all library facilities are well-maintained and accessible is a challenging yet crucial goal, which the library must meet. The New Orleans Public Library is made up of 15 locations, 4 of which are housed in buildings that are over 100 years old, including 2 historic homes and 2 Carnegie libraries. We also have 2 libraries that are 80 to 90 years old and another 2 locations over 60. In the past month, we secured a landscaping grounds maintenance contract to maintain all our properties twice a week, every 2 weeks. Just yesterday, a contract was also awarded for the exterior building and window cleaning to be performed every 6 months. We are also working on a number of bid specs to obtain contracts for general maintenance, such as building repairs, HVAC, window replacements, which we often need, sadly, among others. Creating a better home for our city archives and special collections is also top on our list. As a repository for the records of the municipal government of the city of New Orleans, it collects, preserves, and provides access to the records that form the building blocks of our city and guide our future. The majority of our archives are stored in temperature and humidity controlled spaces in the basements of the main library. As you can imagine, basements are not ideal storage solutions for archival collections in a city prone to flooding. We are also running out of space for this ever-growing collection. We would like more space for displays, archival exhibits, so that the public can also easily enjoy the collections. In 2023, we plan to update the archive study, which was done in 2014. The library board plans to form an archives committee, and we will work with them proactively towards a solution. We also plan to expand our presence in the lower 9th ward and have already looked at a couple of large empty retail buildings with the intent to purchase one and rehab it into a thriving library and community hub, as well as add jobs to the community. We will ensure that all library locations are not merely ADA compliant, but ADA friendly. We've already begun discussions with the Mayor's Office of American with Disabilities Act to inquire about that process, what that process should look like, including most likely hiring an ADA consultant to evaluate our libraries and provide recommendations. Next up, we have our 2022 budget summary and 2023 proposed budget. As you can see, our adopted budget was a little over 21 million in 2022. Our 2023 proposed budget is almost 5 million, and the difference or variance is close to 4 million. Our optimum base operating budget, not including personnel, is 5 million. In 2022, the operating budget was supplemented with 2 million from our fund balance to accommodate one-time purchases to support the first year of our new strategic plan. In 2023, the personnel budget will be increased by 2 million from projected additional millage revenue to accommodate new positions needed in our IT and facilities departments and other departments as we continue to perform internal audits of current positions. In 2023, operating budget will be supplemented, or the 2023 operating budget will be supplemented with 4 million from the fund balance for one-time purchases to support our 2023 goals and our strategic plan initiatives. And now we're to questions.
Councilmember Harris.
Thank you. I'm a big supporter of libraries. I'm always happy to see you out at events, and this is, very much a happily ever after story with your surplus. So I'm excited to see what you are going to do in 2023, and that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Yeah, I guess, I think Councilmember Harris hit on what I wanted to ask about is what exactly are the plans for the surplus? I saw the $4 million you just said to buy one-time equipment, which is great, but just if you could help us explain a little bit about how that will be.
So one of the things I've observed is that we have a lot of deferred maintenance at the library. We have elevators at the main library, all 3 of which need to be replaced. They are often not functioning, they're very old. And so getting those parts is difficult. And we also we'll probably be, submitting, we have 2 boilers that are over 30 years old in the main library. So there are a lot, and that's just the main library. We have, like I said, 2 buildings that are Carnegie Libraries, 2 buildings that are historic homes. Historic homes, as many of us know, are expensive to keep up. And we are responsible for the maintenance of all of this, plus buying a building and hopefully rehabbing it. We want to expand our footprint in the lower 9th ward.
All right, thank you very much. Anybody else? Councilmember King?
Yeah. Thank y'all for coming. My family uses the library, the Algiers
Yes.
Regional on holiday quite often. Can you speak to the repairs that's happening, the renovations? Because I heard that like they're gonna have to shut some of it down and use the Hubble more.
We don't have any on the books right now.
No?
No,
Okay.
nothing. Yeah, but we need to do a lot of work in a lot of places, but we don't have any planned.
There's no plan. Okay. It was just some rumors about maybe shutting it down for a while or closing part of it down.
Which branch?
The Algiers Regional.
Oh,
It was
Oh.
recently closed due to a HVAC
Yeah.
issue.
Okay.
And it is back open now,
Okay.
but we did have to get some air conditioners repaired.
yeah, and that's one of the issues we have. We are down to 2 HVAC engineers for the library, which actually our HVAC at the main library, like any large building in the city, all these hotels by code has to have an HVAC engineer monitoring it. So it's definitely like we've lost, I think, 3 HVAC engineers since COVID, and that's who would go out and repair our HVACs. So now one of the things for 2023 is getting a contract so that we can easily deploy repair for the HVACs. And we did deploy someone to Algiers. It took a couple of tries, but my goal is to never be down because of HVAC, but New Orleans sometimes is too hot.
Right. even mid-November.
Yes,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for your
Okay,
patience. We
thank
appreciate
you.
your presenting today and for your work. We have one online comment from Mr. Shaw.
I have one online comment from Joan Garner. She's not a paid representative, and this comment is in support. The comment reads, I would like to state that regarding the city archives maintained by the public library, there is a need for the city of New Orleans to provide a budget that provides a museum quality environment and design for the city archives at a more accessible location with accessible parking. The city of New Orleans is over 300 years old with delicate documents, and the financial investment needs to be made that this city deserves to preserve and proudly display its significant history for residents and tourists alike, today and for generations to come. Please provide a budget that provides a museum quality environment and design at a more accessible location with accessible parking for the city archives. That completes the comment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shaw. Thank you all for being here today.
Thank you
We
very
appreciate
much.
it. All right, last but certainly not least, Orleans Parish School Board Agenda for Children on the Millage update.
All right, thanks. Shy, right? All right. There's a piece of hand to you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and get started while we're getting the PowerPoint up. Thank you again so much for having us. I know it's been a long day and we appreciate you having us still present today. Most of you know me, I'm Jen Roberts. I'm the CEO of Agenda for Children. We're a 40-year-old nonprofit organization that has been around and has largely led much of the early care and education efforts in Orleans Parish at both the state level as well as the local level. You might also recall that we serve as the co-lead agency with NOLA Public Schools, which is a statutorily created body created by Bulletin 140 that indicates that one organization, or in our case two, will manage the coordination of all publicly funded seats in Orleans Parish. We've also been the administrator of the City Seats program since inception and are the co-administrator of the Early Care and Education Millage. We are incredibly grateful that the voters of New Orleans voted to, in fact, support an early care and education millage, which is a 20-year mill, which will levy approximately $21 million. We know that we still have a long way to go to ensure that every single child who is eligible is able to take advantage of a seat, and that this is a very important first and next step. I know many of you are familiar with this, but the City Seats program has in fact been operating since 2018. It serves 400 students now. 200 of those students are funded through a current investment by the City of New Orleans, and the remaining 200 are funded by the State Department of Education through the matching fund. We contract with 22 childcare centers across the city. These are in each of your council districts. We also provide a suite of comprehensive developmental supports, including supports for the family, supports for the child, and supports for the educators who are involved in the program. We also have an independent evaluator. So each year, a flagship university assesses our program and makes recommendations and informs us whether or not we are doing what we need to be doing to ensure maximum impact. And we also have critical partnerships with community organizations as well as the Office of Youth and Families who help administer that program. That includes LSU Human Development Center, as well as Tulane, NOLA Public Schools, New Orleans Speech and Hearing Center, training grounds, et cetera. The millage itself, as you know, will maximize a pretty massive increase in the number of students being served by the City Seats program. In 2018, when Mayor Landrieu's administration and this council invested in $750,000 out of the city's general fund, you supported 50 students. The next year you doubled it. The next year you doubled it. The next year after that, the state actually matched your funding. And so we will be expanding from 400 children through, and in 2024, we will serve a maximum of 1,000 students through this funding source, and are very hopeful about a state matching opportunity that would allow us to serve up to an additional 1,000. You might recall that this council unanimously approved a multi-year cooperative endeavor agreement in advance of the election that would stipulate to voters how these funds would be spent for the first 5 years. This was to both provide a level of transparency and confidence in the voters that there was a plan in fake. And so the budget you will hear from both us as well as NOLA PS is completely and exclusively aligned to that CEA. We still have about 8 months before we are actually due to expand the program, but I did want us to talk a little bit about the work that we have already started to prepare for that moment. With this investment, New Orleans is actually going to be the third largest municipally funded early care and education in the program in the country. And in addition to that, we are actually and very proud to be the only one that focuses explicitly on infants and toddlers. So to date, we're really pleased that we've had 4 years of consecutive growth and impact. This year, we knew that there were special things we needed to take care of with response to COVID-19. So we've actually expanded the scope of services for wraparound supports. That included weekly attendance counseling for families, referral services from our social work team, as well as intensive counseling with families. We also have leveraged a great deal of public and private grants to actually pay for the planning. One of the things that was interesting about this millage is that we actually had a start date, but we didn't actually build in a whole lot of planning time. And so we've been very fortunate to be able to leverage opportunities from the State Department of Education, as well as private funders at the national and local level, to actually pay for a lot of the infrastructure so that we can actually begin on day one with the infrastructure needed. And so what that means is so far, we have already applied for the state matching opportunity. With the approval of the city's budget, that will formally go to the Department of Education and then to the legislature. We've also already at Agenda and at NOLA PS hired staff. The money doesn't actually start dropping to support this program until much later from now, but we knew we needed to get folks in and train them. We also at Agenda established a new 501c3, which is a wholly owned subsidiary inside of Agenda, so that we would be able to transparently account for all dollars. And so that includes, a division of duties as well as finances, so that we would just be able to at any point tell you exactly where funding has been spent. In addition, we've had 3 major data analyses to prepare us for this. We've had the most important one, I think, is the one with the data center. And the reason for that, and that's why that is so important, is because it actually doesn't just tell us where do we need childcare seats today. It actually says where we need childcare seats in the future based on what industries are growing and as well as where the new market tax credits are going. So that's very important if you're going to engage in any sort of expansion or activity, that we're also thinking towards a 5 and a 10-year timeline. We are also reviewing all of our programming. We've actually started looking into facilities and what it would take for us to be able to adopt potentially some public buildings that are underutilized. We've already solicited program applications for the folks who would begin in July. Right now, we have over 50 childcare centers in the city who are interested in taking on city seats. So we feel pretty confident that we're going to be able to fill those seats in high quality centers. In addition, we've taken a particular interest in identifying the needs of 3 particular populations. The first is non-traditional care. The reason that's important is that we hear a lot about families who need care between 8 a.m. or 6 a.m. and 5 p.m. But there are second shift and overnight shifts, which are actually really, really challenging for families to find childcare. And so we're also looking at how can we use these resources to support those families. We're also interested in supporting families who are Latinx, who typically are not enrolled in full-time care at traditional brick and mortar childcare centers and are perhaps in different environments, and also with students with exceptionalities. There's a number of other accomplishments that we have, and I'm happy to provide that for you in a list in the interest of time. We have identified 5 priorities for implementation. These are probably not surprising given the priorities listed by many of the departments who've presented today. The first is we need teachers. We know we need about 800 teachers. Some of those are already in the system, but we need to recruit them, we need to retain them, and we need to compensate them. Workforce right now is very challenging in many industries, and childcare is not immune to that. The second is we need to find and operate new centers so that we can actually absorb the existing and requested capacity. The third, and NOLA PS is really leading on this, is we need to comprehensively inform and support families getting through the verification process and into these seats. We need to ensure that they know about them and that they are supported fully, not just in gaining access to them, but once they're enrolled, having the support so that they can really participate in the programs. We also know that we are in need of wraparound supports. So we have continued to do that screening work, and we really want to ensure that kids, families, and educators are going to be successful. And then lastly, and a lot of my comments have touched on this, we've needed to build the capacity of your independent steering committee and your 2 organizations here to ensure that we could transparently and consistently communicate on the millage's impact. Not only do we have that and share that as a value, but the voters deserve it. So what you have here is the projected budget for the Agenda for Children funding. This is absolutely identical to the CEA that was approved by you. It really comes down into 4 buckets. The first is student enrollment and program payments. That is 6 months of the programming in addition to the first 3 months of 2024, because as you know, that's when the millage will be collected in 2024, and we have to ensure continuity of care. It also ensures those comprehensive wraparound supports, which includes mental health consultation, health screenings, developmental screenings, family engagement services, and professional development for those teachers. It also includes $6 million for capacity building, and that really splits into two different buckets. The first is around program infrastructure, expansion grants and facility grants to support new childcare centers coming online and expanding their doors. Because once you expand, you actually expand not just for city seats, but all families in need. It also includes a lot of endeavor around workforce development, so really ensuring that we have the pipeline necessary. We are actually already piloting 2 initiatives related to this, so that by the time this funding is available in the spring and summer, we'll actually have some data about what has been successful, and we've done that through private funding. Lastly, about 3% goes to costs of administration. That is 6 full-time staff at Agenda for Children, in addition to over 13 a portion of part-time employees, as well as an independent evaluation with the flagship university, which would be RFP'd. One of the reasons why we need to wait until having RFPs in the spring is because the state match is actually a very big factor here. If the state match doesn't come in, or if it doesn't come in at a full amount, that actually dramatically changes the scale of the program. And so we need to know when we're RFAing, are we asking you to serve 1,000 students? Are we asking you to serve 1,200, 1,500, or 2,000? Lastly, you might recall that there is an independent representative public body that will also guide the support and implementation of this millage. That is the New Orleans Early Education Network Steering Committee. It serves both in a statutorily statutory body at the state level as the Ready Start and also the lead agency, but it also operates under bylaws, which were just revised, as well as public meeting laws. And so we will continue to have conversations and updates, as we already have, regarding the millage's impact. As part of our work, we have already expanded the steering committee. It includes a representative from the city council at-large office. And so we've been working with Councilmember Giarruso's office and the government affairs to identify who that would be from the at-large. So we're actually really moving forward to ensure that both you guys have a high level of confidence, the city has a high level of confidence, and voters know where to go.
Well, since Councilmember Morel isn't here, I think we know who we'll be picking.
So we're really excited to be able to have you there. And lastly, we just wanted to kind of note who else is on that committee. We've actually expanded from 13 since the time of the election to 19, and it includes new representation. That includes members from the city council. You've never had a seat before, as well as parents. We have 2 family caregivers who will be part of it, as well as family child care. And so we're really looking forward to having a much more diverse representative body who can help advise on the status of this work going forward. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to NOLA Public Schools.
I think we're going to skip straight to the budget, but good afternoon. Nice to be here with you all. Council members, I'm Stuart Gay. I'm the Chief Financial Officer here at the district. And just as a quick reminder, we are the co-administrator overall the UC millage funding through 2028, again, as partnership in that cooperative endeavor agreement. Our 3 goals within this work is increasing family access to early learning, improving the overall quality of participating early learning centers, and providing those wraparound supports to caregivers and families. Our budget overall supports those initiatives. Again, within the CEA, we're funded up to $2 million in this fiscal year, $1,000 for an enrolled student with regards to our marketing and outreach and our coordinated enrollment, and $500 per seat for family navigation and engagement support. So we've carved those up into 4 main categories. You'll see family enrollment support and verification at $463,700. Our information and media campaign of $628,000, family access and program support at $488,000, and our early childhood data systems and support at $316,000. We do have some fiscal program support within that as well. I'm happy to talk more about our involvement, but wanted to get back to the get through the budget portion of this first. But within this fiscal year, for your fiscal year, it is an appropriation of $2 million within the CEA, with an initial $500,000 up front in April to get the work started. And then also that, if you looked at our budget, our fiscal year isn't the same as yours. So we have $500,000 in our general fund budget for fiscal year 23, with the remainder moving into 24. So with that, we're happy to take any questions.
Any council member? Councilmember King? Nope, good. No, I just wanted to say, thank you for tying the data to accountability and communication. I just have two quick questions. Number one is we've heard a lot from agencies that inflation is going to impact and affect their ability. And Jen, I think you were circumspect about talking about the state matching funds. How are you accounting for inflation as part of your build-in?
Absolutely. So one of the things and why we need to understand what the state match will be is we will likely raise the rates and we will actually blend the local money with the state money to be able to provide additional support to the childcare centers. The inflation is showing up not just on facility costs, construction. We're still post Ida. We've still got centers who can't get back in their buildings, but we're seeing it in things like food. As you can imagine, I was just talking to a provider who said that to just buy a 24 pack of peaches and the canned peaches, I guess, that is served at the lunch program, it was $64. And so we're seeing, with a program like this, which is full day, full year care, and families are not expected to pay anything, they have to absorb a lot of those costs. And we are adamant that they don't do that on the backs of their employers, their employees, which is typically what would have to happen. We also need to ensure that families can access those seats, and that also means having a highly qualified, highly compensated workforce.
Sounds great. Thank you so much. Any further comments from the dais? We have 3 online comments. Mr. Shai, will you please read those? Thank you.
So the first comment comes from Hamilton Simons Jones, and they aren't a paid representative, and this is a comment in support. And the comment reads, the voters spoke loudly and clearly on April 30th when they voted 61% in support of this early childhood education millage. This funding will support one of the largest expansions of early childhood education for children under age 4 in the history of New Orleans. With the dollar for dollar state matching funds it leverages, the millage can expand the number of children receiving a high quality early education through the New Orleans City Seats program to 2,000 per year. This kind of growth is no small undertaking. The team at Agenda for Children and NOLA Public Schools have done an incredible job planning for this expansion. They have convened hundreds of stakeholders, including families, early learning providers and teachers, advocates, and community leaders to develop plans to make sure we have the quality seats, the facilities, the educators, the communications, and the infrastructure and systems to implement this expansion effectively and efficiently. On behalf of the New Orleans Campaign for Grade Level Reading, which is a coalition of more than 125 business, civic, and nonprofit groups in the city, we are confident in these collective efforts and strongly support this budget request. The next comment comes from Sonia Joseph. They aren't a paid representative and they are in support. The comment reads, I fully support the millage and all work centered around it. The next comment comes from Jody Joseph. They aren't a paid representative and this comment is in support. The voters spoke loudly and clearly on April 30th when they voted 61% in support of this early childhood education millage. This funding will support one of the largest expansions of early childhood education for children under age 4 in the history of New Orleans. With the dollar for dollar state matching funds it leverages, the millage can expand the number of children receiving a high quality early education through the New Orleans City Seats program to 2,000 per year. This is a game-changing endeavor. This is game-changing for children, families, and our city. It is also no small undertaking. The team at Agenda for Children and NOLA Public Schools have done an incredible job planning for this expansion. They have convened hundreds of stakeholders, including families, early learning providers and teachers, advocates, and community leaders to develop plans to make sure we have the quality seats, the facilities, the educators, the enrollment system, the communications, and the infrastructure and systems to implement this expansion effectively and efficiently. On behalf of the New Orleans Campaign for Grade Level Reading, which is a coalition of more than 125 business, civic, and nonprofit groups in the city, we are confident in these collective efforts and strongly support this budget request. That completes the online comments.
Well said. Do you all have anything in closing? No, thank you all so much. I really appreciate you being here and look forward to all of your good work. All right, for Monday, we began with the Mayor's Office, Office of Youth and Family Services, Office of Criminal Justice Coordination, Office of Neighborhood Engagement, Mayor's Corps, Intergovernmental Relations, then French Market Corporation, followed by Office of Resilience and Sustainability, and Office of Transportation, and then ending with Department of Property Management and Real Estate Records. So my colleagues, thank you for all of your time. To everybody else, thank you all for all of your hard work. Have a good weekend. Take care.